This guy woke up startled on a park bench. And no, he is not a beggar, while his friend asked him if he was okay. Several green creatures appeared from the ground. Right there very close, the people around thought it was just a joke with actors in costumes, so they gathered to watch. The protagonist realized the danger and warned his friend, "Don't go. There, just wait." Suddenly a scream pierced the crowd. Someone was injured. Chaos broke out the moment a person was split in half. The girl was terrified, asking if those monsters were real, while everyone around them was being brutally slaughtered. When the goblins approached Sahan Kim and his friend, he showed no fear. In fact, his gaze was cold. He knew exactly what to do. But something surprised him. Jisoo, a girl he only knew from university, jumped in front of him to protect him. It had been so long that he forgot he was a coward 10 years ago. But this time it's different. In an instant, Sahan pounced on the goblin, punched it in the chin, stole the monster's sword, and plunged it back into its throat. You drop this, try not to lose it again. You don't know it, but Sahan has already lived through all this. What is about to happen led 99.99% of humanity to extinction in the future when Sahan became the last human alive. He decided it wasn't worth going on. But just before the end, something the gods did not predict happened. The system they created had a secret reward. Seeing that, Sahan felt in every fiber of his body that this was his chance to change fate and get revenge. He went back 10 years in time. Now he knows how to use the system and knows the true and cruel intention of the gods. With this, the suppression of his abilities has ended. His second game truly begins. When a player finishes a task, they get points based on how well they did. Then they can use those points to get stats or buy the special items they want. This means he brought 700,000 points from his first game, so he has special access to pay-to-win items compared to the new players. At the same time, several glowing spheres move through the campus area, observing everyone there. A voice speaks from above, greeting the reluctant participants to the game of the gods. From this moment on, all individuals must finish tasks to stay alive, and those who do not complete them will face consequences. Sahan thinks about his next steps. If he suddenly increased his skills or improved his gear, he would surely draw unwanted attention. He needs to be cautious since they are now being observed in public. The spheres are observers, serving as the eyes for the gods and the Grandmaster. Their appearance can change depending on who uses them, but they generally look similar. If these spheres become suspicious, the difficulty of the task would change. They wouldn't be lenient with him just because he is stronger. Instead, they would make things harder. To avoid this, he must strive not to draw too much attention. A goblin lunges at him. He catches it. Would you like me to translate any other sections or adjust the tone of this translation? Before it can attack, instead of killing it immediately, he acts as if he is struggling, hoping they believe he is not very strong. Meanwhile, Jisoo examines the system and player guidelines, starting to quickly understand their current state. She realizes her world is different from what it was. The creatures shown in the strange pop-up messages confirm it, yet she remains unusually calm about everything, even though their lives have completely changed. However, Sahan also seems too calm about the situation. He has been defeating monsters easily, which makes her a little suspicious. Then, before they can speak further, the main task appears in a pop-up. Their goal is to escape the university campus in 2 days. Many goblins will start attacking them. They must defeat these goblins or bypass them while trying to exit the campus. Prizes will differ for each player based on what they achieve during the task, so the GM encourages everyone to participate actively. This task is only level difficulty and has a 2-day time limit, so Sahan will find it simple to complete. Even so, he cannot waste time talking to Jisoo. They must move as fast as possible before the goblins catch them. The creatures see them talking and begin to chase them. If Sahan responds quickly, taking Jisoo's hand and fleeing before the monsters can reach them. While running, Jisoo sees goblins attacking other individuals who are also trying to flee, but she cannot help them. Finally, they reach a safe place. Then she asks about the other people. Sahan, however, tells her that not many will be hurt yet. A goblin is as powerful as an adult man at most. This means that once people gather, they should be able to handle them quite easily. Then a hobgoblin appears. At the same time, Sahan reaches the place he intended to get to from the beginning. This is a safe zone he remembers from his past life. In his past, he was crying and felt weak when he found this safe zone by chance. This safe area keeps monsters from entering, allowing people to rest. The goblins that were chasing them catch up and strike their swords against the barriers surrounding the safe zone, but they cannot damage it. The goblins finally give up and leave. Since they cannot enter, this place is one of the few where they can lower their defenses. Sahan suggests they stay there for a while before moving on. For now, he must find a way to properly equip Jisoo so she can at least fight a goblin by herself elsewhere. Some students flee from a group of savage-looking goblins. Suddenly, someone lands directly behind them and defeats every goblin with a single blow. In a matter of seconds, all the goblins chasing the students are dead on the ground. Jong Yin identifies the strong newcomer as Jisoo and struggles to understand the situation. All this started 3 hours earlier when Jisoo was still resting in the safe zone with Sahan. She looks at her phone, trying to understand the current state of the world, while Sahan feels more worried about the eyes watching them. The gods observe the players using an observer purely for their own amusement. When they discover a player they find especially interesting, they select them as their avatar and support them, while they complete the missions. The GM or Game Master also manages the servers and hands out missions. The observer that is currently watching Sahan and Jisoo is the private observer of Korea, Arcades, who is also the GM of Korea for now. Sahan can only act in the least interesting way possible, hoping Arcades loses interest and leaves. Finally, the observer flies away, leaving them alone. The observer only waited 30 minutes, which shows his impatience. Even during the first round, this lack of patience prevented him from becoming a top-tier GM. He possesses no patience at all, which suits Sahan well given the circumstances for now. Sahan decides to look at the forums to see what is happening. A bright flash of light appears as soon as he clicks the button. However, Jisoo shows no reaction, making it clear that only he can see it. The forum resembles a web browser and includes a floating monitor and keyboard. From what he observes, it contains many general discussions and guides. It is essentially an exact copy of typical internet forums on Earth, even featuring chat room. He enters the chat room, and the system identifies him as anonymous user 48. The gods in the chat discuss their servers and the individuals they have been watching. The discussion then moves to the Korean server, and they mention that Arcades is its GM. Based on their conversation, they seem to think his missions are quite uninteresting. One user specifically mentions that they were going to choose a cute girl as their avatar. But then a guy took her to a safe zone. They are likely referring to him and Jisoo. The chat room will be very useful to him later when he wants to find information. He might even try to create a post himself later. He will need to check it regularly afterward. But at this moment, he is more interested in the DLC shop. Would you like me to translate more of this story or focus on a specific character's dialogue next? The interface appears looking like a large store shelf. Some items require missions to unlock, but everything he sees seems to be of extremely good quality. The item locked by the main mission seems to be the most crucial and looks like a player transfer item. He examines the other items on the digital shelf, and one item in particular catches his eye. It is a multiplayer package for those who completed their first game in single-player mode. Now, they can experience their second game with friends. The cube will allow him to create groups with people he selects, and these group members will receive special perks unique to them. It costs 20,000 points, but for someone who has collected 700,000 points, that is a simple deal. However, if all the items in the store are that expensive, he will need to use his points wisely. A voice catches his attention, and he turns to look at someone trying to gather a group of people. It seems people are starting to form groups, which means the goblins will no longer be such a big problem. People join together and start using improvised weapons to drive away the monsters. Their group is not perfect, but as they fight side by side, they gradually learn how to defeat the small monsters. Jisoo calls him, pulling him away from his focus on watching them defeat the goblins. She seems ready to join the fight, and he agrees it is time for them to move. She is adapting to her new environment very quickly, and although this makes things easier for him, it would be strange if he told her everything he knows right away. For now, he must focus on his first goal of giving her a weapon. He gives her the old dagger he took from the goblin he killed earlier. She takes it but also expresses concern about how he will fight without a weapon. Sahan tells her he will find another weapon later. He explains that she is currently more exposed than he is. His calm manner and self-confidence really surprise her. He always acted in an unusual way, but now he seems like a completely different person. Besides, The dagger is not very strong because it is extremely rusty. It won't last long, but should be enough to protect herself. Then he gives her a VIP brooch. This item allows her to heal her wounds more quickly. It also helps her earn points 20% faster than normal. He cannot tell her he bought it in the DLC shop. He lies and says it was an item dropped by the goblin he defeated. She quickly accepts his story because she already understands how items work in video games. In reality, he spent 20,000 points to buy 2 of these brooches, one for each, the DLC shop offers. Items very different from those in the normal shop. However, these items are much more expensive. Even so, the items are very valuable due to their effects. If a player dies in this game, it is the same as dying in real life. They disappear permanently. Because of this, spending 20,000 points to heal wounds faster is definitely worth it. Also, since it increases the speed at which they gain points, it is a very good deal. After this, they leave the safe zone and continue their journey. Video games often focus on equipment. The better tools you possess, the stronger you become. If they can obtain powerful tools, they have a better chance of staying alive. The two walk in silence through the campus. Sahan tells her to stay calm and focus mainly on defending herself. Elsewhere, GMs from many regions gather. They observe and discuss their players. One GM complains that the people in his area simply died while praying to God. At the same time, everyone in another GM's area went crazy. As they possessed weapons, they shot every monster they saw. Arcades, however, is not interested in most players in his region. One player in particular interests him. This player is a heavenly killer. The two students continue moving through the campus. They do their best to avoid being seen by the monsters roaming freely in the area. Sahan has given many items to Jisoo. He has a plan, specifically to eliminate the main danger to their lives. Once they confirm that Jisoo remembers the plan and has packed everything correctly, they start moving. The two hide on the roof of a building while the monsters continue their violent attack. They exchange a signal. Then Jisoo starts running toward the monsters. The plan is quite simple. When a large group of goblins appears, a goblin leader will always be present. Jisoo asks him how he knows this. He dismisses her question by reminding her that he is a video game addict. People who play video games constantly will always know these kinds of details. Goblins are similar to animals seen in wildlife documentaries. When a group forms, they usually have a leader. This leader is probably the boss of this mission. It will be difficult to escape until the boss is defeated. Sahan's plan involves defeating the boss. This will make it much simpler for them to leave the area. Her task is to lure all the goblins away from the area. This will make things easier for him. First, she uses the perfume of temptation that Sahan gave her. This attracts all the weak monsters toward them. The perfume of temptation is a liquid that attracts nearby weak monsters. After all the goblins are lured to a single place, she will use an invisibility potion. This potion completely hides the user for 5 minutes after drinking it. This will clear the area of goblins. She will be safe from any harm, and Sahan can then defeat the boss monster without worry. This effectively makes her the decoy. Even so, she had to ask how he obtained all these potions. Despite this, the plan is in motion. She has successfully drawn a good number of goblins toward her. She needs to use the stealth potion to escape danger. However, before she can do so, she sees Jong. Yun and another girl are running away from a large group of goblins. He is shouting for help. She should focus on her own safety and the plan first, but she cannot ignore her concern for others. She also remembers that Sahan mentioned the reward would be significant if many people survived. Because of this, she jumps and then kills. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the translation? All the goblins very quickly, saving Jong-un and the girl too. She noticed her body felt unusually light while fighting. Jong-un doesn't give her time to consider this. His irritating screams annoy her. She starts to wonder if she should have saved him. He should be thanking her, not acting like a nuisance. She turns to look at him angrily. Then something takes over her body. She starts to feel dizzy and struggles to breathe. No matter what she tries, she cannot calm her body. Jisoo struggles to resist the strange sensation overwhelming her. She wants to take the potion before time runs out. However, the sensations are too powerful. She drops the potion on the ground. Her only thoughts are to stop the goblins before they can harm Sahan. The creatures gather around her, and a menacing energy envelopes her. However, she appears strangely calm and even smiles despite all the creatures around her. Meanwhile, Sahan casually wonders if Jisoo is okay. Even with his concerns for her, he faces a more serious danger. This is the secret boss of the zone, and Sahan stops to recognize it. He last saw this hobgoblin 10 years ago. It was responsible for cutting his campus student population in half. The creature clearly does not understand what Sahan is saying. It attacks immediately with a powerful punch. Sahan chooses to match its silent attack and begins to assign points to his skills. First, he invests points in agility. This allows him to easily dodge the blow and jump high over the hobgoblin's head. The creature looks around searching for its target. It doesn't realize that Sahan is directly above it. With a cunning smile, Sahan then lands forcefully on the creature's head, quickly striking its eye before it can respond. The hobgoblin screams in pain and clutches its eye. Sahan jumps away from it, landing safely at a distance. He remembers that many people died by the boss monster's sword 10 years earlier. However, he will make sure that doesn't happen again. Sahan picks up a large rock from the ground, then adds 10 points to his strength, then throws the rock at the creature that is still reacting to the blow to its eye. This causes the sword it was holding to fly through the air. Sahan jumps and grabs the sword. Then, with a single swift movement, he uses it to defeat the creature with a large clean cut, severing its head. The system makes a sound and appears. A notification tells him he has defeated the secret boss of the stage. He also gets a reward called the Hobgoblin's Belt, and 500 points. The reward seems very valuable because it was hidden behind a boss fight. The Hobgoblin's Belt is an item that increases his strength by 10 points. It is not affected by the main mission restrictions. This will undoubtedly be useful later. He will simply need to focus on increasing his stats later when necessary. When the gods find out about the death of the secret boss, they will surely hunt him. Therefore, he must leave quickly before an observer arrives to inspect the area. Now he just needs to focus on finding Jisoo and hope she is okay. He leaves the area and searches for her. However, surprisingly, there is no sign of anything. Neither Jisoo nor the goblins are present. Jisoo used a stealth potion, and the goblins should have returned to their place of origin, but the area is totally empty. The stealth potion was only supposed to work for 5 minutes. Sahan considers that Jisoo might not have survived. He also thinks he might have defeated the boss monster too quickly. Then a loud sound comes from ahead, pulling him from his thoughts. He sees many goblins fleeing from something. The goblins seem afraid of something in front of them. Sahan moves quickly toward the direction the goblins are fleeing from. He smells a strong and indistinct scent of blood everywhere in that direction. He rushes toward where Jisoo should be, wanting to prevent her from dying again because of him. When he arrives, he sees Jisoo standing. She is surrounded by many dead monsters. Jisoo had just finished attacking all the monsters before he arrived. Initially, the goblins kept attacking her even as she cut off their heads. After a while, even these simple monsters began to understand they had no hope in this fight. While defeating many goblins, her eyes glowed with a dangerous red light, as if she were controlled by something. Sahan finally reaches her. Jisoo then falls to her knees, and the dangerous glow in her eyes disappears. Goblins are usually easy to defeat, but Sahan finds it hard to believe she fought so many alone. She tells him she saw 2 students running for their lives while she was luring the monsters. She decided to help them. The 2 students already lie unconscious on the ground. They probably fainted from shock. Luckily, they weren't dead, which is what Sahan thought at first. Jisoo thinks the goblins made them faint, but it seems more likely that Jisoo herself made them faint. Sahan cannot understand what is happening to her. He asks her to show him her status window. Would you like me to translate the next set of lines or help you summarize the event so far? In order to review her stats directly, her numbers are above average, but nothing seems unusual. However, a specific trait quickly catches his attention. Within the status window, a red skill appears. It is a passive skill called Heavenly Killer. This is an extremely rare skill that starts working on its own once a player learns it. Sahan only saw this skill once during his first playthrough. A man known as the Blood Demon from another world named Jin possessed the Heavenly Killer trait. In Jin's world, mysterious martial arts skills exist. He employed these skills to defeat truly terrifying monsters. When Sahan first met him, Jin was an unforgettable and very powerful fighting master from a different dimension. The effect of Heavenly Killer is a passive skill. Extremely potent, this perfectly explains why the goblins fled in terror. However, the user could lose control, and go insane if the powers of the Heavenly Killer are not fully managed. Jisoo shows no signs of madness at this precise moment. Even so, he must watch her very closely in case this appears later. For now, he needs to explain this trait to her. He feels it is wrong to hide such important details. He decides to tell her only what she needs to know. Describes it as a skill that increases her strength based on the amount of blood she has witnessed. She tests it by looking at her dagger, which is completely covered in blood. The effects appear immediately. Her eyes begin to take on an intense blood-red color. The intense bloodlust she felt before returns with force. Sehan snatches the dagger from her hands. This stops her, preventing her from starting another savage attack. He warns her that using this skill too often can put her in grave danger. Although it is a truly terrifying talent, possessing such a skill from the beginning certainly has its great advantages. She has no wounds on her body despite the intense and fierce struggle. He realizes that the passive healing of the Heavenly Killer is also combining with the effect of the brooch. This grants her an amazing recovery rate. Jisoo is truly unique of her kind. With all these impressive talents combined, he decides to ask her to form a contract with him. She misunderstands it at first and even blushes for a brief moment. He quickly explains that he only wishes to form a group, a party, with her. She knows perfectly well what parties are from video games. She is very happy to form a group with him. Now that he has his first party member, he buys the multiplayer package in the DLC shop. He uses it to invite her to join the party. While establishing their new connection, he notes an important benefit of forming a party: the ability to share traits. If he does this the right way, he can become even stronger than he was in his past life. He checks the skill screen. Notices he has no skills available to share. It seems he also needs a skill to give up so he can share other skills. It looks more like an exchange than a simple transfer. It would be best for both if he shares a skill so she can use it. He remembers a skill he possessed in his first playthrough that would be ideal for her. But for now, he will have to save the skill-sharing option for later. Anyway, it would be quite inconvenient for him to have the Heavenly Killer skill immediately. The observers finally arrive at the place. This is probably because the gods found out that the goblin had been defeated. It's good that no one saw it fall. Otherwise, things would have become much more complicated. Now is the time for them to go and complete the mission. Jonghyun finally wakes up. Just like before, he complains loudly and blames Jisoo. She prefers this over him, staring at her and try to flirt with her. Sehan goes straight to the point, asking them why they are running all over the campus in such dangerous times. Jonghyun tries to insult Sehan for asking such strange questions. However, a knife at his throat prevents him from saying another word. It is Jisoo. The expression on her face tells him clearly that if he doesn't behave, she won't hesitate to kill him. Jonghyun's attitude changes immediately with the knife at his throat. He becomes much more willing to answer Sehan's questions. This strong personality seems to be the real Jisoo. Jonghyun then explains that he was out because he and the girl accompanying him had to scout the area. If one of them faced danger, the other was to escape and warn the rest of the group. Such detailed plans suggest that a much more organized person is giving the orders. Jonghyun wouldn't have gone exploring on his own. Jonghyun tries to disagree, but the knife returns to his throat, forcing him to confess that he was chosen by drawing his name. This means someone is gathering people to fight the goblins and can also lead a panic group. This person must possess a cunning mind and strong leadership skills to achieve this. In his first life, everyone else was wiped out. So the best option now is to escape instead of facing them. He tells Jonghyun to take him to his leader, the one gathering the other people. Jonghyun tries to argue with Sehan again, but another knife points directly at him. This time Sehan is not the one holding the knife. Instead, a goblin wields it and charges at him. Sehan easily grabs the creature by the arm and kills it instantly, which greatly surprises Jonghyun. Goblins usually target and attack the weakest person first. The fact that they attacked him should inform Jonghyun of absolutely everything he needs to understand. Keeping this very much in mind, Sehan asks him again if he wants to lead them to the leader or stay outside by himself. As Jonghyun leads them toward their group, Sehan observes the destruction and numerous fatalities spread across the campus. In his past life, he was also very busy trying to flee, and the only thing that saved him was a safe area he found by pure chance. After walking for a good while, Sehan asks Jonghyun exactly where he is taking them. He is leading them to the gym, which has been completely cleared. Inside, many students and teachers are still alive. Many of them are injured, probably from the initial attack. The leader, would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? He saved and moved the others to a safe place, even though they were as confused as everyone else. The person who achieved this must be someone calm, reliable, and with a good reputation. Very few people on campus can think and act this way. But one person in particular comes quickly to mind. Sahan correctly guesses that the student council president is in charge and was the one who sent Jong-un on the scouting task. The president is Jong-un. He is smart, handsome, and has proven to be a true leader. The gods will certainly focus on him. And with many observers nearby, it is evident they already are. They will see him as a rare avatar, and he probably died at the hands of a hobgoblin in his past life. His presence indicates he doesn't know that staying at the school means certain death. This means he is not yet a chosen one of the gods. However, based on the numerous observers following him, he must have received many requests already. He seems wary of them for now and is not sure who to truly trust. Jong-un then sees the group that includes the other Jong-un and moves quickly toward them. He immediately recognizes Jisoo and tries to greet her, but Sahan stops him. For now, they must leave the school grounds immediately without wasting time. Unlike Jong-un, he doesn't recognize Sahan and doesn't instantly believe his warning. Sahan claims the leader of the monsters is dead, and that everyone must have received a system message indicating the goblin was defeated. Because of this, all nearby goblins are confused now that their leader has disappeared without warning. This makes it the ideal time to leave the place. The main objective is to escape, not simply survive. That is just a basic summary of the situation. But he cannot share more details with all the observers watching them to prove his argument is true. He mentions the timer on his mission screen, which currently shows 37 hours. If they don't leave before this time limit, very serious problems will occur. From their discussion, he realizes that Jong-un only has beginner-level knowledge of the game. This means the president is not yet a chosen one. If he manages to convince him to lead everyone away from there, it would be much more beneficial for him. With the hobgoblin no longer present, fewer deaths are occurring, which means the gods will soon start to lose interest completely. Truly surprising things could start to happen, and the gods will disengage once the situation becomes too easy for the players. Their reactions are the main concern in this absurd game. And since the gods have understood that the goblin is dead, there is no more fun for them. For now, Jong-un determines they must act since they cannot contact anyone externally. They could learn things from the internet, but so far they haven't managed to call for help or talk to absolutely anyone, given his quick decision-making skills. It is strange that someone as capable as Jong-un perished so early in his initial playthrough. No plan was created to escape or counterattack in a gym during his initial attempt, which means everything has changed completely now. Last time, the hobgoblins slaughtered them all when they tried to protect themselves, but that was all that happened. So all this time he thought the leader was indecisive and fearful, but that is obviously not true. Another voice joins their discussion while Sahan is still considering what action to take. The voice tells them the best course of action is simply to wait for help. Sahan knows the person who joined their discussion very well. His name is Dong-hun. Park is a person Sahan cannot forget. In his past life, Dong-hun betrayed Sahan on numerous occasions. Dong-hun tries to persuade Jong-un not to flee. He wants them to stay put and wait. However, the leader is no longer convinced. He has no reason to simply wait. Dong-hun doesn't give up. He tells the leader he is risking absolutely everyone's life. This makes the leader stop for a moment. He begins to reconsider his thoughts. With Dong-hun present, Sahan can easily guess what happened during the first game. Dong-hun already understands the rules of the game and how to play it. Dong-hun turns to Sahan and introduces himself as the vice president of the student council. Dong-hun raises very good points. He mentions that half the people there are injured. Due to this, running outside into the open would not be a good idea at all. He incorrectly believes that. Sahan has become brave after getting a few monster kills by pure luck. Therefore, he repeats that the best action is to stay completely still. They must wait for the police to arrive and provide help. This is a reasonable opinion for any person. If a normal person had raised these points, Sahan would almost agree. But Sahan already knows perfectly well what kind of person Dong-hun is. Dong-hun would never prioritize the good of others over his own personal gain. In the first game, Dong-hun was a total psychopath. He liked joining various groups and enjoyed watching them crumble from within. He doesn't care at all if others die. He only cares if things go well for himself. Such a monster would never consider the welfare of the majority. This time, Sahan is completely determined. He won't let Dong-hun succeed as he did in the past. Meanwhile, Jisoo has been mostly silent. She takes offense because Dong-hun thinks they only got a few kills by pure luck. Dong-hun doesn't believe they have killed any monsters at all. Jisoo offers to take him outside. She wants to show him exactly how she did it. Dong-hun doesn't respond immediately, so Jisoo shows him more proof on her mobile phone. It would be complete nonsense to simply wait for help because they are afraid. The military and police are not available right now. They don't know when help will arrive. Dong-hun still tries to argue. He says others probably won't accept the decision to simply leave. Jisoo, would you like me to translate the next set of IDs or focus on refining the dialogue for these characters? Sahan suggests they leave behind the few who argue. They don't need to convince everyone from the start. If some choose to ignore the warnings and stay, then that is their problem. However, if Dong-hun knew the truth about the situation, he would never choose to stay. His goal is probably for everyone in the auditorium to die. This would give him extra rewards for his kill count. This is completely the opposite of Sahan's plan. Sahan wants to get many more rewards by saving everyone. If he stayed behind while others escaped, he would become very suspicious as the only one left. Jong-yoon heard everyone's ideas, then chose to follow Sahan's plan and try to exit the campus. Dong-hun had no choice but to go with them. This proved he was probably just faking. He also completely understood how the game rules worked. It seemed that Dong-hun Park had already been chosen to be the avatar of a god. Jong-yoon began trying to persuade people to escape along with him. The scouting team and Sahan provided information. Many monsters were still outside, but could not think clearly because their leader had died. Some people spoke out loudly against the idea. A teacher even warned Jong-yoon that he would fail if he acted carelessly. Semester grades and scores didn't matter at this precise moment. It was surprising that such a slow person became a professor. Finally, everyone prepared with temporary weapons. They set out to try to leave the campus. Jisoo asked Sahan if they really needed to leave this way. He felt completely sure they would be fine unless something unusual happened. She didn't immediately understand what he meant by something unusual. However, the goblins wouldn't be a problem without their leader. The real problem was Dong-hun, who was the avatar of a god. Too many people were watching them, otherwise he would have tried to kill Dong-hun immediately. They moved through the campus. The goblins began to gather around them. Jong-yoon told everyone to stay very close. The goblins wouldn't attack anyone unless they separated from the main group. His leadership skills helped the group move successfully toward the main entrance. Their worries were not over. Even though they had already reached the exit, a system message appeared. It told them the mission difficulty had increased from rank E to rank D. Sentinels would now start to appear on the stage. The ground instantly began to shake as if a strong earthquake were occurring. Then a huge minotaur suddenly appeared directly in front of the students. It didn't move at first. Its powerful presence alone was enough to scare the people who had been happy moments before. The GM released a monster. Players normally wouldn't see this monster until the 15th mission. It appeared among a crowd of new players. Hidden bosses like the Hobgoblin could be handled somehow. However, they had created a monster that normal players could never beat, even if they worked together. Sentinels were unwinnable situations. These were often found in single-player games. The fact that one was released here meant they clearly wanted many more people to die. But since this was only the first mission, the Sentinel's powers must have a limit. It was a Class C monster, yet the Sentinel stats did not exceed the limits of rank F. The other students were not as calm. They began to wonder what they should do against such an imposing monster. Dong-hun prepares to tell everyone to run. Then Jisoo quickly puts her hand over his mouth, preventing him from speaking. If everyone started running, the monster would instantly pounce on them. Unfortunately for the group, Dong-hun is not the only one thinking about running. Another student acts first, running away quickly and telling the others to follow him. Some students begin to run, but others discover they can barely move their bodies. It seems the monster's loud roar causes a paralyzing fear effect. This is useful because it prevents some people from running without a plan. However, the few who manage to escape cannot be saved now. Very quickly, the Minotaur catches up and throws them easily aside without mercy. Even the teacher from before, who cared more about grades, is caught. The monster's huge fist tears him instantly to pieces. The Minotaur is truly huge, over 5 meters tall. It can also tear people apart without needing to use weapons. They cannot hope to escape from such a creature. It's clear that running is not the right option. While Jong Yoon tries to decide what to do, Sahan takes a step forward to take the lead. Someone needs to act as a distraction so everyone else can escape. He offers himself as bait, allowing them to flee. Jong Yoon first tells him he doesn't need to do something so risky, but it's clear no one else would offer, and they can't just wait for the creature to destroy them completely. It is surprising that Sahan shows no fear even in this situation. He is responding to the situation perfectly and making very sensible decisions. The calm thinking of Sahan is far above that of Jong Yoon. Jisoo keeps her hand over Donghoon's mouth, observes how Sahan moves calmly toward the Minotaur. She feels worried for a moment. Then he makes a hand gesture to her showing he has a plan. She trusts him, and then lets go of the annoying vice president who had been struggling without any power. Donghoon took a moment to calm down and rub his sore face. He had wanted to claim all the rewards, but now that things have changed, there's not much he can do. He was warned about the Minotaur before, so he must retreat immediately. He will have many more missions to complete later. Sahan prepares to enter the fight, even picking up a red cloth to use to lure the beast away. Jong Yoon doesn't know how much time Sahan can gain alone, but at this moment he has no other choice. Jong Yoon takes a moment to bow to Sahan and thank him for his great sacrifice. This makes our protagonist nervous on the ground. The protagonist then prepares to capture the Minotaur's full attention by waving the cloth around. Once the Minotaur is completely focused on him, he shouts to the others to run toward the main entrance. Jong Yoon shouts orders to them forcefully. Everyone listens and successfully reaches the exit without any problems. He also obtains a new skill called Command Shout, which allows him to give orders. Meanwhile, Sahan confidently leads the Minotaur, dodging its massive attacks. This causes the creature to slam into the wall and the ground with great force. Soon, everyone successfully leaves the campus area. They finish the mission within the set time limit. Everyone stops to check on each other. Some people look a bit injured, but everyone is alive and safe. With the others now safe, Jong Yoon turns back to help Sahan. However, a barrier prevents him from returning to the previous area. Since he cannot enter directly, he shouts to Sahan to escape while there is still time. Sahan notices them calling and turns to respond. But the Minotaur takes this opportunity to land a heavy blow, sending him flying against a wall. The beast then immediately swings forward, crashing into Sahan with great force. The others watch the event in shock. They believe our main character is dead. As they continue watching, the barrier begins to close completely. This blocks their view of the battle. Jong Yoon apologizes to Jisoo, who also saw everything unfold. But she simply watches the fight without any expression. Despite all their concerns, Sahan is still alive. He sits under the fallen debris, waiting for them to leave. In his past life, he was not a good person. It would be more accurate to say he was very selfish. Because of this, it felt strange when Jong Yoon thanked him with such strong emotion. He was weak, and many other players were much more talented than him. At that time, he only wanted to survive. To do this, he needed to be cold and egocentric. Now he has returned to the beginning with a new perspective on life. He wants to choose a different course of action. Perhaps this time he can try to be a hero. Once he is completely sure that all the observers are gone and no one is watching him, he provokes the Minotaur to attack again. The Minotaur seems surprised that he survived the deadly blow. However, just before the huge punch sent him flying, he raised his health stats to the maximum for his current level so he could survive. Because he took that hit head-on, Sahan is now completely sure his first theory was correct. The Minotaur stats are at their highest point up to level 100 of Rank F. Sentinels are typically designed to be unbeatable by a regular player. In his past life, he avoided fighting one no matter what. When he had to fight one, he made sure to put his own survival first, using any method necessary. He didn't care about the lives of other people as long as it meant he could keep living. But this time he doesn't want things to be that way. He prepares himself while the Minotaur lunges at him with incredible speed. It tears up the ground nearby as it runs toward him. Just before impact, Sahan uses more points to increase his strength to the highest level as well. However, thanks to an item he obtained before, he can even exceed that limit. He grabs the bull by its horns. Then he puts on the hobgoblin's belt. This item causes his strength to increase by 10 points. One of the beast's horns, the Minotaur, recoils quickly as it is injured. Next, our protagonist takes this opportunity. He leaps into the air and kicks the Minotaur in the face. This sends the creature flying away. In his previous life, he was a player who only thought of himself and played solo. He was a normal person with almost no special qualities. What he is doing now would have been impossible for him before. But now he wishes to be a hero after defeating the Would You Like Me to translate more of this story or focus on Sahan's new heroic path. Minotaur officially completes the main mission. He reaches platinum level. This is a bit disappointing to him. He helped everyone escape, even offered himself as bait, then beat the hidden boss and the Sentinel alone. Platinum is the highest rank a player can get, but it's still frustrating that this is all he could achieve. He can't change this now. All that's left is to wait for his rewards. He hopes for a weapon or some kind of useful skill. He would be happy with anything other than consumable items or experience points. The barrier opens for him as he prepares to leave. He is surprised to see Jisoo waiting for him outside. He thought she would have gone with the others, but she waited for him. Perhaps she was worried about his well-being. She knew he was fine even though everyone else believed he had died. Since they form a party, she has been able to check the stats of the other members. His status window showed he was still fine even after the Minotaur hit him. So, she thought he was just pretending to be defeated. It seems he likes to go unnoticed. She didn't want to ruin his performance. She asked him what rank he got. He received platinum. She got gold, which is the second highest rank. Silver is the third rank. Bronze is the lowest. Gold rank is usually considered a very high level. Platinum is much higher. All competitors have already finished the mission. Rewards are delivered to the survivors. He earns the self-sacrifice achievement, and also gets extra points for beating the first Sentinel and hidden boss. This grants him adaptive orichalcum as a reward. Additionally, he receives 2 new skills that can be upgraded. The first skill is Final Hour, and the second is Regeneration. These skills must be bonuses for hunting monsters and for being the first in the world to defeat a Sentinel. Upgradable skills have great potential later in the game. They can become stronger over time, but it's a pity he didn't get an S-level skill like Jisoo's Heavenly Killer. He has no time to think about this. The message for the second mission has already appeared. The mission asks them to travel to the Lome World Tower and defeat the main monster. This mission has a difficulty level C and a time limit of 2 weeks. It's the same mission from his previous game, which makes it easy to guess what will happen. At this point, players in the same stage will likely have the same mission for a while. This should also apply to Jisoo and Jongyun's group. All the other players went to the Lomei World Tower, but Jisoo didn't join them. She intended to wait for him. She also disliked being near Dong-hun because he gave her a strange feeling. She might have already noticed he had hidden plans. She possesses very good instincts and a powerful skill called Heavenly Killer. Because of this, she could have become a famous player if she hadn't died so early in her past life. She could have been a well-known heroine or a villainess. Either way, she would have been very notorious. However, there are no observers watching her, which is surprising. He asks her if she has already become a chosen avatar, and she answers no. This is strange because the gods would have explained the advantages of being an avatar in their requests. Jisoo states she doesn't want to serve someone she can't see. She finds this too unsettling. Jisoo seems to be very calm. It's hard to tell if the power of the Heavenly Killer has affected her, since she shows no signs of losing her sanity. Even the Blood Demon from his past life struggled to eliminate the madness of the Heavenly Killer. Although she said no, she received 12 avatar requests. This proved she is valuable, but she rejected every single one of them. Even so, she is now part of his party. As they are connected, he must teach her so she doesn't become the avatar of a god. The first skill she will learn is a special fighting method that only Heavenly Killer users can master. This skill is called Crimson Azura. Sahan never learned how to use Crimson Azura in his past life because he wasn't a Heavenly Killer. He learned about these mysterious fighting styles after meeting the Blood Demon. Martial arts cannot be upgraded, so they're often difficult to obtain or practice. Due to this, he didn't try to get them in his past life. However, Jisoo exceeded his greatest hopes. With his help, Jisoo quickly learned the amazing martial art. Although this is good for him in the long run, the speed at which she learns new things is very staggering. A few hours before this, they were walking through the now ruined streets of their city. Sahan wanted to test the new skills he got from the first mission. The first skill is Final Aura. This skill increases attack power and survival time. As it is an upgradable skill, it will get stronger over time. The next skill is Regeneration, which is a passive skill, unlike Final Hour. That skill, along with the VIP and Heavenly Killer effects, means most wounds will heal immediately. Both Jisoo and Sahan put on the brooch, cleared most of the area, and also earned a huge amount of points. Then Sahan decided to take her to a private place to share skills. The two discovered an empty cafe and sat down to exchange skills using their status windows. Sahan gave her his regeneration skill. Would you like me to translate the next set of IDs or help you analyze Sahan's new strategy? And Jisoo gave him Heavenly Killer. Although Final Hour would be good for him, regeneration would be much more useful. However, since they are only exchanging skills, the power of their shared skills drops to 30. This effectiveness can increase up to 80 depending on their friendship level. A shared skill also does not transfer its negative effects. This means he won't receive the full boost of Heavenly Killer, but he also won't get its madness disadvantage. Jisoo is not very happy about getting a basic regeneration skill. She wanted a skill that would help her attack more. Sahan disagrees and believes that regeneration is excellent for attacking. He explains that having good endurance means she can focus on the battle instead of fearing damage. Avoiding attacks won't be vital. Because she can now heal wounds quickly enough, then she can use the time she would have spent dodging to attack instead. After hearing this, she reconsiders her ideas about the regeneration skill and starts to value it more. Now, they need to decide where to head next. The second mission has a generous time limit, so he wants to use the extra time to obtain new skills and instruct her as well. Jisoo is grateful, but also puzzled by Sahan's unexpected kindness. The Sahan she knew was always selfish and only thought of himself. But despite her concerns, she cannot deny that acquiring new skills is always beneficial. He finally taught her Crimson Azura, and she learned it surprisingly fast while she trains with it. Sahan decides to check the Gods discussion forums again. It is much busier than before. A specific man catches his attention right after entering the chat. He is a god named in Honest Life, and this god, in particular, is someone he remembered well from his previous game. This god is also Donghun Park's god, which is appropriate because both are annoying to our protagonist. Sahan observes that Jong-yoon has been keeping a close watch on Donghun. Because of this, Donghun won't get as many rewards as in his first playthrough. Aside from that, the rest of the chat seems full of casual talk. Someone named Young Buffon complains that her avatar is a failure, that he is wasting his skills robbing a bank. Sahan acts naive and manages to persuade Young Buffon to let him see through her observer. She asks him to come, and he teleports there in person to meet her. His appearance remains hidden, because he set his profile to private. Inside the strange room, he meets Young Buffon. She asks him to come and observe through her observer. On the screen, a young man who appears to be a police officer kneels to talk to a little girl hiding in a dangerous place. He tries to be kind to her, but she screams and tries to escape from him. This is precisely what Sahan wished to witness. One of the individuals on the screen is the person he needs for the Lome Tower and the solution to defeat the monster residing there. Sahan returns to the real world to meet Jisoo. The two begin moving toward the location he saw through Young Buffon's observer. This place is in the opposite direction of the Lome Tower. Fortunately, there are no observers present in that area. This also means fewer survivors are found there. As they travel, Jisoo notices that the streets are much dirtier than she thought. She believes the monsters must have caused the damage. However, humans were primarily responsible. Sahan saw a similar scene in his first life. The monsters actually have no reason to damage human buildings. Laws are ineffective, and the police and military are absent. People are taking this opportunity to steal and destroy everything they find. Despite all the events of the Game of the Gods, civilization doesn't seem to have completely fallen yet. Surprisingly, news channels are still active. They are reporting on the strange events occurring worldwide. Still, the gods or the system certainly won't leave human authorities at peace. While they talk, a goblin tries to approach Jisoo from behind without being noticed. She reacts fast enough to stop it before it can hit her. However, her dull blade causes her to get splashed with some blood. Because of this, she desires a new weapon that can inflict more damage. She killed the goblin in one blow, but she still wants something superior. The Heavenly Killer trait only provides a 30 boost for Sehan. For Jisoo, it grants a 100 boost. This indicates she must be incredibly powerful even though they just finished the first stage. Since she wants a new weapon, Sehan offers to help her find one after they locate the person he is looking for. They finally reach their desired destination, which is a bank. They are not there for cash. Since money is almost useless in their current world, there is also nothing to buy with it. Instead, someone important for the second stage is inside this place, inside the bank. Total disorder reigns. While people try to raid and rob the vaults, the officer Sehan saw, through Young Bufon's observer, does his best to protect innocent people. He also faces the thieves head-on. Civilians run to safety, the officer then jumps toward a thief who doesn't expect it. The thief tries to defend himself with a knife. The officer easily knocks the blade out of his hand. A heavy strike from the policeman's knee sends the thief through the air. Another person tries to attack from behind. A direct punch to his stomach also sends him flying. All the thieves are now defeated. The officer handled them with ease, even though some were players outside. Sehan and Jisoo watch everything. Sehan confirms that the officer is the person they are looking for. The officer dominated the thieves, so he might be using a special item. However, it is more likely that the officer is very powerful because he is another chosen avatar. The man then sees Sehan and Jisoo observing him from a distance. He calls them to come closer to talk. He tells them to stay far away from the bank if they have no reason to be there, as it is very unsafe. Sehan speaks directly. He tells the officer he has nothing to do with the bank, but does with him. Mainly the officer is surprised that Sehan knows his name and steps back in shock. He tries to argue, saying his name is Kim Chulnam, but Sehan is not fooled, and neither is Jisoo. She takes his arm and notices that his heart rate has accelerated and that he seems nervous. This convinces her that he is lying about his name. What Sehan said clearly surprised him. Jisoo's senses are sharp enough to notice those small details. The officer stops pretending and asks who they are. Sehan only says they are people who know his true identity. He gets very agitated and his way of speaking changes. At this point, the policeman can no longer hide his identity. While they talk, an observer approaches to watch them. It looks strange and different from other observers that Sehan has seen. With the secret now revealed, the officer abandons the false identity. Then they show their secret skill. The officer changes again. It is revealed that Mina Lee is not a middle-aged policeman, but actually a teenager. She did her best to act like a helpless girl. First, she knocked the real policeman unconscious. Then she took his clothes and uniform. It was supposed to be a perfect plan, but it seems Sehan ruined it for her. She made them say why they are looking for her, claiming she is busy. However, her only real business is robbing a bank. Her true ability is the power to transform into another person or object. Sehan can't tell them how he knows this. Luckily, Jisoo doesn't ask. The most obvious question is how he knows she was robbing a bank. From what they observed, it seems she was helping people in distress. She even pretended to be a police officer, so people would trust her. On the surface, her intentions seemed good, but the truth is that she led the thieves there herself. Everyone had moved to the bank because of the monsters, so she couldn't rob the place as she wished. Instead, she tricked the thieves into going to the bank. If the thieves attacked the place several times, people would stop coming. This would happen because the bank would no longer be safe. Once the bank was empty, she would get rid of some annoying thieves. Then she could keep all the money for herself. In his previous life, Sehan knew Mina and Dong-hun as the primary manipulators. He had seen their methods many times, so he recognized them immediately. Since her plan failed, Mina accepted her situation. She asked if they would report her to the police. However, most forms of authority had already disappeared by then. Besides, she believed she could easily escape prison anyway. For the time being, Sehan wanted her to join them for a while. They needed her to stay until they finished their second mission. Mina was surprised they were still on their second mission. She had already finished hers. Her behavior toward them changed completely. Now she saw them as weaker than her. This seemed to be her true personality. Sehan gained nothing if she disrespected him. He chose to use some scare tactics to control her. First, he flicked her forehead with enough force to send her flying backward. This action initially caused her a bit of fear. His stats were currently above rank F. This easily made him the strongest person in the world at that moment. Mina did not take the blow passively. She tried to counterattack by throwing a punch at Sahan instantly. Jisoo appeared at his side and blocked the punch with ease. Just like Sahan, Jisoo also possessed immense strength. She easily restrained the younger girl. To escape, Mina tried to transform into another form. However, Jisoo squeezed her wrist. This broke Mina's concentration and made her stop her transformation. After Jisoo intervened, Mina was much less eager to try and escape. Due to the intimidation, she actually agreed to join their team. Would you like me to translate the next segment or provide a summary of the new team dynamic? They all left the bank together, heading to their next location. Young Buffon's observer followed them. After seeing his power, Mina's speaking style became excessively formal and polite. Then Sahan told her to speak normally, and she found out they weren't even avatars. She wondered how the two could be so powerful. She was overlooking that being an avatar doesn't always mean greater strength than a player. Equipment was more important, and good stats weren't everything. Strong items truly supported a person's power. Everything was chaotic, making it difficult to find equipment, but Sahan already had a way to solve this. He led the two girls to a safe zone. Mina was suspicious of how he knew this place was safe to begin with. This was because there were only signs of looting with no trace of monsters. Monsters would not take human food, therefore. It was clear that no monster could enter this place. Once in the safe zone, Sahan showed them a feature of the game. Not even a god's avatar would know about it yet. It was a special shop. Mina's surprise clearly showed she didn't know it existed. Young Buffon could have informed her. As a god, Buffon should know the importance of items. However, Buffon was known for being a sadist, so it was likely she wouldn't allow an easy route even for her own avatar. Sahan then lied. He told them he had found it by chance anyway. There was no reason for her to be upset now. They have located the shop, so they need to select the most useful items from the available equipment. Most items are standard weapons and gear, which means nothing is too strong. Furthermore, there are no healing potions, making it difficult for people to survive. The game masters likely did this to make the game as challenging as possible for the players. However, players will eventually learn to craft their own weapons, so this situation won't matter later. For now, it's impossible to get better equipment, so he chooses to be grateful for these basic items. He selects a good set of armor and some gear for himself. Then he buys more armor for Jisoo. He hands her a chest strap that should protect her heart if she wears it around her body. She has no points to use on herself, so he decided to buy items for her to improve her skills. Next, she needs to choose her weapon. There are 4 types of weapons available: swords, spears, bows, and blunt weapons. She checks the options and then decides to get a mace, which is a blunt weapon. Crimson Azura works well with any weapon, so her choice doesn't matter. Besides, a mace is simpler for a beginner to use compared to a sword or a spear. Mina silently watches Sahan and Jisoo as they select weapons, but she remains quiet. She hopes the protagonist will also get her some gear, but he doesn't plan to. She previously rejected his offer of points because she disrespected him. She cannot buy equipment for herself, even if she wanted to. Each item costs 200 points, which is much more than she can pay. After putting on the correct gear, the 3 head toward the location of the second mission. They defeat monsters while traveling. One of Sahan's weapons is a sword. He upgraded this sword using orichalcum, which he obtained as a special prize from his first mission. This unique mineral is a flexible item. It can be solid or liquid to cover a piece of equipment. When the coating comes off, it returns to its original form. It can also change shape and be reused. This means his weapons can become much stronger than they were before. Orichalcum is the most resistant metal. It makes the sword stronger, but its weight stays the same. They keep walking and finally reach the Lomé Tower where the second mission is supposed to take place. The area seems surprisingly normal. Without the system, there would be no indication that a mission was occurring here. Their mission involves defeating the second stage boss. This is different from Mina's mission. Hers was a battle royale where many people had to fight until only one survived. In contrast, his simple escape mission was quite calm. However, even that mission would have led to total destruction without Sahan's help. 2 people stand guard at the tower entrance. The 3 characters hide behind a wall and observe the 2 guards as they move through the area. They seem to be keeping watch even though no monsters are present. They're likely looking for other people, trying to prevent anyone from entering. This level of caution makes sense if their mission is competitive, similar to Mina's battle royale. Since they've reached the tower, Mina needs to contribute. They ask her to use her shape-shifting power to gather details and find out their precise intentions. Mina tries to object, but it's clear she cannot refuse. Mina creeps away, stealthily from her companions, and approaches a wall that is not being watched. Then, she waits for the guards to stop paying attention. Afterward, she grabs a guard and knocks him unconscious. He cannot react. Would you like me to translate the next set of lines, or help you summarize the progress toward the tower? After neutralizing the guard, she uses her shape-shifting power to transform into him. The other guard then realizes that his companion has disappeared. Mina emerges from her hiding place with her hands raised, trying to avoid drawing too much attention. She seems very stiff and clumsy, yet she manages to enter the building without any problem. Inside the tower, other participants ascend the stairs, heading toward the top of the tower. They have been climbing for a while, advancing toward the boss chamber. The players open the door and encounter a giant monster, clearly too large for them to defeat with their current skill level. The creature awakens the moment the players enter the room. It instantly begins its attack. The players understand they cannot survive a fight against this creature. They try to flee and escape, but the monster eliminates them individually, ensuring none can escape. Each player falls in sequence, and none manage to escape the boss's massive mouth. The last 5 players barely reach the exit. The monster then surrounds them with its body, blocking their only escape route. This prevents them from opening the door and escaping. In a matter of seconds, the few remaining are killed, concluding the quick boss battle with a crushing defeat. Elsewhere, Mina has successfully gathered all the necessary details after following the guard. The boss level is located at the highest point of the building. The boss is terrifying, but the real problem lies in the mission conditions. Only players who started in the same starting zone can enter the boss chamber as a group. Therefore, 2 teams are trying to defeat the boss, but only one can complete the mission. There is also a penalty for failing the mission, so neither group wants to give up the opportunity. Unfortunately, one team reached the location first. The team that arrived late then took control of the subway. Jong Yoon Lee is one of the individuals guarding the subway entrance. He is surprised that Sahan is still alive. He leads them through the subway to reach their main group. Jong Yoon seems unusually modest, which is understandable after witnessing Sahan fight the Sentinel. Sahan's immediate goal is to meet with the student council president to discuss the situation. They enter the base. The people there instantly begin whispering about Sahan, identifying him as the person who fought the Minotaur. Many curious onlookers are also present due to the large crowd, and they too seem curious about Sahan. Mina finds it hard to believe he defeated a Sentinel alone. Initially, she doubts it. However, his expression makes her understand he is telling the truth. While they talk, Jong Yoon rushes over and gives Sahan a friendly hug. After a brief conversation, they talk about the situation in the Lomé Tower. They're hiding in the subway because they arrived late to the tower after the first mission. This information matches Mina's report. It also means they must defeat the boss before the other team above can do so. They also need to overcome other players during this process. Currently, they're not strong enough to face the other team. Even the other team failed to defeat the boss, leaving little hope. But Sahan has a plan to make the other team come down from their position at the top. There's only one boss for this stage. If 2 teams try to defeat it, the team that loses will face a penalty. The punishment for failing a mission is death. To ensure they're pursuing the right target, Sahan asks if the other team knows about the stage boss. He also asks if it was them who claimed it was at the top of the tower. Jong Yoon confirms that the other team found the boss first and reported its location at the top of the tower. With this information, Sahan proposes they allow the other team to proceed. If the other team is at the top of the tower, they can try to defeat it if possible. However, Sahan has no intention of simply letting himself and his companions accept death. The reality is that the creature on the rooftop might not be the real boss. This monster is certainly too strong to be a common enemy. The other team previously showed Jong Yoon a video, and it clearly showed a terrifying beast. Additionally, upon entering the Lomé Tower, they received a notification about the boss stage. Then they checked every floor, but found no other monsters, let alone another boss. However, even after searching every part of the tower, they did not check the underground level. A key difference between a boss monster and a normal monster is that a boss always gathers its own group and keeps them close. Would you like me to translate more of Sehan's plan for the underground level? Meanwhile, a player from the opposite team rushes to tell something important to their leader, Jong Yoon, and his group have arrived to negotiate with them. This time they brought Sehan and his group. Previously, they decided that Jong Yoon, Sehan, and a few trusted individuals would go to speak directly with the other team. Dong Hun is one of the people accompanying them. This is strange because before he didn't trust Sehan's decisions. It's clear from how quickly he changes loyalty for his own benefit that Dong Hun possesses a cunning mind despite his bad temper. Sehan then thinks about using Dong Hun later to help achieve his own goals. Jong Yoon, however, expresses his concerns about whether it's truly okay to talk to these individuals. He points out that most of them have criminal records, and their group includes women and children. During the first time Sehan played, many guilds existed in Korea. One guild was especially notable for its power. This was a well-known guild, composed of criminals who escaped from prison right after the world changed. This group murdered people easily and would do anything if it helped them. People call them the Sins. The person famous for starting this guild is its leader, Yoo Hyun Kim. Yoo Hyun Kim now looks at Sehan and his companions as they arrive to propose a deal. Jong Yoon begins the discussion and informs them that he has a proposal for their group. They had previously talked about how the two teams could not work together. However, Jong Yoon is not there to ask for teamwork. Instead, he wants to suggest that the criminal group proceed to defeat the boss on the rooftop with their permission. Yoo Hyun doesn't need their permission anyway. He intended to fight the boss. Therefore, Jong Yoon has no power in this negotiation. If he simply lets them fight the boss without resistance, it's as if he is surrendering and preparing to die. Jong Yoon explains that his group has no hope of winning against the criminal group nor against the boss, so they believed it would be smarter to wait for the criminals to defeat the boss. After that, they would wait for a new boss to appear for them to handle. This is clearly a falsehood. It's surprising that the student council president can tell such a lie while appearing so sincere. Yoo Hyun becomes suspicious, as expected, and warns them that if they are being dishonest, everyone will perish. Even so, Jong Yoon continues lying. Even though Yoo Hyun emits a threatening presence to scare them, Sehan can identify the special energy of an avatar when he sees it. Yoo Hyun must be the avatar of Hades, one of the most powerful gods. Yoo Hyun then asks his team members what they think of the proposal. Everyone agrees with the plan, reasoning that if the college students try to oppose them, they would simply be killed anyway. With no one disagreeing, Yoo Hyun accepts their proposal. However, he adds a requirement. The criminals want someone to stay with them as a guarantee. Initially, Jong Yoon tries to offer himself, but then Dong Hun steps forward instead. Since Jong Yoon is the class leader, he shouldn't have to stay there when his team needs him. Yoo Hyun, however, is not pleased. He demands that the entire group remain prisoners then. Focuses his attention on Jisoo, who is at the back. Specifically, he wants her to stay. Then, without anyone provoking him, Yoo Hyun charges forward to try to hit her, but Sehan easily blocks his blade. The two stand facing each other for a brief moment. Yoo Hyun finds it hard to believe someone would challenge him. He seemed cautious of Jisoo. Although he didn't know she was a heavenly killer, he clearly felt something from her just by being nearby. Jong Yoon tried to ask why Yoo Hyun would attack one of his companions, but Yoo Hyun ignored him completely. Instead, Yoo Hyun walked directly towards Sehan, and the two stood face to face. The other criminals began to shout, hoping to scare the group. However, Sehan did not back down. He told Yoo Hyun to accept his offer if the criminals didn't want to fight them. Yoo Hyun realized that Sehan was no ordinary person. He then told his group to be quiet for a moment. Yoo Hyun's main problem was not Sehan. However, he felt a chill run down his spine due to the aura of the woman standing next to Sehan. Jisoo's intense gaze made the criminal boss freeze in fear. He could only describe her power as something like a man-eating beast. The other criminals kept telling Yoo Hyun to fight, but Yoo Hyun was completely paralyzed by fear. He could barely breathe while looking at Jisoo. Sehan put a hand on Jisoo's shoulder to prevent her from releasing the paralyzing aura. She finally calmed down. She had been very angry about how Yoo Hyun spoke to our MC. This made her unable to control herself. It was a relatively small aura for a heavenly killer, yet was enough to completely paralyze the criminal boss. Yoo Hyun might be a psychopath, but he couldn't compare to a heavenly killer. Once the aura disappeared, Yu Hyun was finally able to move again. He then accepted. Shakily, their terms for only one person to stay with them. As they had agreed before, that person would be Dong Hun. The group turned to leave. Yu Hyun stayed behind. Feeling angry that they had dared to do this to him, he swore he would finish the mission and make sure all of them died. Would you like me to translate the next IDs or discuss how Sahan plans to deal with the real boss? They returned to the subway and regrouped. Jong Yoon had been a little worried toward the end, but fortunately, everyone got out safely. Dong Hun decided to stay voluntarily, so there was no need to worry about him for now. They had to focus on preparing to face the real boss. Sahan led them back to the safe zone from before. Then he introduced everyone to the item shop he had already shown to Jisoo and Mina. Like them, the group had no idea such a shop existed. They then took many items and weapons from the shop. While the group armed themselves, Jong Yoon asked Sahan if the other team would really leave them alone after killing the boss. It was impossible for them to do so, as they had been very anxious to kill them before. For now, Sahan assured them they shouldn't worry. However, he refused to explain why. There wouldn't be an afterwards for the group once Sahan was done with them. Sahan left the group to make a phone call. As he was finishing, Jisoo approached him stealthily without being noticed. She had a strange way of moving without emitting any presence. Sahan still wasn't used to this. He didn't tell her who he was talking to on the phone. Instead, he showed her the new items he had gotten from the shop. He had a sharp spear and training bracelets. These bracelets have adjustable weight settings. These items are for his future plans. He doesn't want to explain what he intends to do. The two begin to return to the group. Jisoo then asks Sahan when he decided to learn how to use a spear. He can't tell her he learned it in his past life. Instead, he says he practiced a bit before the game began. In his previous life, he wasn't skilled with any weapon. All the weapons he used were simply average. However, talent was not necessary for him to win and survive. It was he who outlived everyone else and lasted until the end of humanity. Now, he intends to become the strongest person in the world, whatever it takes. They meet up again with Jong Yoon. Jong Yoon bought good equipment using points from his first mission. Jong Yoon also seems to have become an avatar. Given Jong Yoon's character, it's likely his god is not evil. Only time will reveal the truth. For now, he can only observe what happens. Everyone is ready with their gear. It's time for them to go fight the boss. Before leaving, Sahan tells them that he and Jisoo will move separately. He gives Jong Yoon the spear he just bought. This spear is covered in orichalcum. He tells Jong Yoon to place the spear in the center of the room when they reach the boss area. The orichalcum will make it easier to drive the spear into the ground. They just need to make sure the tip points upward. Then he tells Jong Yoon that he will send a signal to their phones when the time is right. This signal will tell them to lure the boss toward the spear. These actions might seem disconnected, but they are part of a larger plan. Everything is ready now. The group prepares to move. Jong Yoon sends a message in their group chat. Dong Hun sees this message. Dong Hun has been imprisoned for some time. The criminal group has tried to fight the boss 3 times without success. Sahan is probably right in what he says. However, it is still unknown how he knows so much. Even Dong Hun's god told him to be careful with Sahan. Sahan must have a secret plan. Dong Hun decides not to wait in silence for things to happen. He chooses to act. He calls the guard watching him. He tells the guard he has mission information for his boss. He wants to speak directly with the leader. He wants to give important details that will help in their mission. According to him, Kim could be a great danger, but Jong Yoon's power is completely different. If Dong Hun had to choose between them, he would choose Yu Hyun. The guard agrees, however. He warns Dong Hun that there will be trouble if his information is useless. Elsewhere, Jong Yoon and his group descend to the basement of the Lomei Tower. They only see a few mutant rats in this area. They kill these rats very easily. The monsters are in a dark place, so the light weakens them. This helps the group defeat them easily and advance further into the area. Sahan quickly takes care of the rats. He eliminates them much faster than the other members. They have been advancing for some time. Now they are halfway through the building's basement. This area extends down to the 6th basement level. They are currently on the 3rd underground floor. While they plan to go deeper, Sahan receives a message from Mina. The message says that she and her group are going to the sewers. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Yu Hyun realizes something. The monster they have been fighting was not meant to be defeated by them. It is a basilisk with a gaze that turns people to stone. It has easily paralyzed and killed all his men. greatly reducing their numbers. He struggles to find a way to defeat the monster, but cannot. The guard from before leads Dong Hun to Yu Hyun's private room. Dong Hun wants to talk about something. Dong Hun tells the criminal leader the true objective of his group. They want to find the main monster underground. He explains that the monster on the rooftop is not the real boss. This was a trick using reverse psychology to deceive them. Would you like me to translate the final confrontation in the basement or explore the consequences of Dong Hun's betrayal? Yu Hyun promises to get revenge for this. Dong Hun doesn't care which fighter wins in the end. He will simply join the winning team. Even if his team wins, his god should be able to cancel the punishment. They begin to move toward the underground. The guard from before then laughs at Dong Hun. The guard laughs at Dong Hun's help to his team. Dong Hun decides not to give importance to the guard's strange actions and follows him to find Jong Yun's team. They reach the basement entrance. Surprisingly, no one is present at that spot. Yu Hyun sends his team to search the entire area. They try to find them quickly, but see no trace at all. The guard suggests they might have gone down to the basement. They might want to finish the stage and escape. Yu Hyun agrees with this idea. The team then begins to move toward the basement. They plan to face Jong Yun and his group. The place is dark and feels hostile. Jong Yun had given flashlights to everyone thanks to Sehan's planning. This group, however, has nothing to help them see where they are going. But they can see two individuals observing them calmly. These two watch how the group struggles in the darkness. They are Sehan and Jisoo. Both knew the criminals would pursue them, so they waited at the entrance to block them. Sehan then spoke to Dong Hun. Dong Hun's betrayal brought them all here. His deceptive nature was very easy to predict. Dong Hun still believes he is on the winning side. He warns Sehan that he is finished. Dong Hun says they are about to fight this whole group of dangerous people. Sehan shows no concern. He asks the guard next to Dong Hun if they agree. It is revealed that this guard was Mina all along. She had been working with Sehan. Her goal was to bring these people here. Sehan wanted them all together in one place. He had planned to eliminate them all at the same time. Everyone is present, including the criminals Dong Hun and the monster on the rooftop of the building. As everyone is ready to fight, Sehan prepares for battle. However, he has little time because he also needs to fight the basilisk on the rooftop quickly. Sehan wonders how he will handle it all in time. Then Jisoo takes a step forward and tells him to go on. She claims that with her power, she can easily deal with these people. Since Jisoo offered to handle it alone, Sehan takes Mina and leaves. He will need Mina for the final battle against the boss. Before leaving, he instructs Jisoo to keep Dong Hun alive for later. Jisoo feels disappointed because she wanted to defeat Dong Hun herself, but she accepts since it is an order from Sehan. After this, our protagonist turns to leave, but Sharp Blade flies quickly toward him. In an instant, still holding Mina, he dodges the attack. Then he charges at Yu Hyun, hitting him and half of his group with one punch, sending them through the air. Without further hindrance, he turns to leave once more, letting Jisoo handle the fight. He observes a change in her character, but cannot identify what is. Even so, he chooses to let her manage everything for the moment. Yu Hyun begins to get up from the ground. Then he orders his followers to stop waiting and start attacking. He thinks it is just one girl against many criminals. The first person who runs toward her quickly learns not to judge by appearances. She uses her weapon to split his body in half, ending his life before he can even strike. Jisoo tells everyone that no one will leave this place without her approval. Then she prepares for the next attack. Yu Hyun sees in her eyes that she considers them like insects, as if she despises them greatly. He again orders his men to attack her quickly, and they all lunge with their weapons. However, Jisoo worries more about how much blood she might accidentally spill on the floor. The first man who tries to strike sees his head crushed before he can even connect a blow. The person behind him doesn't even have time to understand what happened. Jisoo then moves quickly and defeats him with a strong uppercut. Another man uses her blind side to stab her in the back. She ignores the attack as if it were nothing. Then she hits him in the forehead, ending his life. Immediately, would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Sehan and Mina deal with the basilisk? The stab wound heals itself instantly. Due to her heavenly killer powers, seeing her own blood begins to make her even more powerful than before. At the same time, 3 other men try to attack her together. She easily dodges all their blows, then defeats each of them with a single strike before they can even respond. Yu-hyun's fierce attack continues. She easily eliminates all the men with unique and precise strikes, and no one manages to hit her. At least 30 enemies are fighting together. She dominates them easily without showing any effort. Yu-hyun watches all this in disbelief. However, he still believes he can defeat her. He believes he is stronger and bigger than her, so he should be able to regain control of the battle. Then Jisoo finally looks at Yu-hyun. She throws the extendable part of her mace at him. Yu-hyun blocks the hit by grabbing a companion and using him as a human shield. Now he needs to show why he is a chosen avatar of Hades, the god of death. He activates a special power from his god called Death Sentence. This power allows his attacks to instantly kill an enemy with a single blow. For 1 minute, his weapon fills with energy while he uses the attack. He feels confident he can defeat her and end this fight. While he prepares to attack, Jisoo looks at him for a very brief instant. His head suddenly separates from his body. In that brief moment, she noticed him. She killed him immediately without a second thought. Even with his confidence, he could not make any impact fighting her. Meanwhile, Sahan and Mina rush toward the top of the tower. Mina is still worried about leaving Jisoo behind, but Sahan is quite sure that Jisoo can hold her own. She seems strong on the outside, but in reality, she only has one strong power. This power takes a long time to use. For now, they should focus more on Sahan's plan involving the basilisk. Mina doesn't think our protagonist should fight something that many men have already failed to defeat. Sahan himself is not completely sure they can win. That's why he brought Mina as his secret weapon. Her power to transform might be her only skill. But that is exactly what he needs from her. After a few more minutes of climbing, the two reach the top floor. It's time to face the final boss. He tells her to transform into a specific animal. This transformation must happen after she transforms. They will enter. This will be difficult for her, but Sahan promises to give her equipment worth 2,000 points later if she does what he asks. With the promise of points, Mina is much more willing to transform. For Sahan, she turns into a weasel. He still doesn't know how that will help him. All preparations are ready. Sahan opens the door to the boss room. They can finally begin the final battle. The room is cluttered and full of statues of people. They were turned to stone while trying to escape. This is what the basilisk gaze does, turning things to stone. They have entered successfully and didn't die immediately. Now it's time for Mina to enter and find the boss. However, that won't be necessary. The creature is so large, he didn't have to look hard to see it. The enormous monster fills the room. It is as terrifying as it is large. It is clearly the guardian of this stage. This means it was a monster never intended to be defeated. As he approaches the monster, it wakes up. It introduces itself as Orga. It politely tells Sahan he will live if he leaves quietly and without making much noise. Sahan does not plan to turn back now, even if things are not in his favor. This guardian is a named boss. Unlike the Minotaur from the first stage, it has been created to be impossible to defeat. The main problem when fighting a creature like Orga is its gaze that turns things to stone. When it opens its eyes, it turns everything it looks at into stone. This is what normally happens, but Sahan has a plan using his secret weapon, Mina. It's her moment to act, and he tells the girl, who is still in weasel form, to go try to fight the boss just as he had instructed her before. She tries to refuse, so he grabs her by the stomach and throws her toward the creature. Orga opens its eyes to see her. Sahan takes this opportunity while Orga is busy to run in and try to cause some damage. The monster used its petrifying gaze on Mina, so it needs time to recharge before it can attack again. During that period, Sahan plans to aim for its eyes while it's occupied. He throws his sword at the monster's head. Would you like me to translate the final strikes of the battle or explain why Mina was the perfect distraction, hitting him directly in the eye? He hides behind a wall. Unfortunately, it seems that a normal sword is not strong enough to hurt a sentinel. Now, Orga focuses on Sahan. Mina takes this opportunity to run toward Orga and try to attack as well. His petrifying gaze hit her directly. However, old stories say that the basilisk is weak against weasels, so as long as Mina remains in that form, the creature's petrifying gaze cannot harm her. This simplifies things a bit, but a weasel is not strong enough to fight a huge monster. Even so, Mina manages to survive its attacks. She quickly climbs up its body before Orga can crush her. He tries his petrifying gaze again, but it still has no effect on Mina while she keeps him busy. While the two fight each other, Sehane takes the opportunity to run under the creature and try to start another attack. Orga sees his efforts and tries to block him with its massive body. This gives Mina just enough time to climb up to his eye and strike it. The basilisk screams in pain as Mina's attack blinds its eye. This prevents it from using its petrifying gaze power, which will make the fight much simpler. Although things should be simpler, it is not over yet for Sehane. Even a single scratch from the basilisk would be deadly. However, due to its size, its attacks are easy to see and avoid. The monster keeps attacking. Sehane then receives a message on his phone. He has finished stalling, and now it is time for the last part of his plan to begin. He moves away from Mina for a moment. The two scatter across the room while the monster continues to attack Sehane. After a bit more fighting, the monster finally manages to hit Sehane with an attack he cannot properly avoid. It then prepares to land the final blow. Just before it can strike, Han snaps his fingers. This is the signal for Mina to rejoin the fight. She turns into a chicken and crows as loud as she can. This causes the basilisk to scream in pain. Just like with the weasel, the basilisk is also strangely weak to the sound of a rooster's crow. Sehane goes on the attack and uses his small knife to try to strike the creature. However, his attacks don't even leave a mark on its tough outer skin. He cannot wound it, but the blows he has landed so far are enough to weaken it greatly. However, the situation is becoming risky, and Sehane must push himself to finish this quickly. The plans and weak points he found are not enough to close the power gap. Between them, the monster approaches our protagonist, believing it can finish the fight fast since Sehane has no more hidden moves. Sehane sees that the basilisk has moved exactly where he planned and tries to distract it by talking more. He says the difference in their strength is too great and that he understood from the beginning he couldn't win. That's why he needed to think carefully about how to defeat the basilisk. In his past life, he often fought invincible enemies because he faced such situations many times. To beat an enemy stronger than him in every aspect, he doesn't need divine power or incredible stats or other items that make other players extremely powerful. It requires experience and patience, and these two qualities help him become the last survivor of the game of the gods. Orga stops listening to the useless talk and then prepares to deal the final blow, but it is already too late. Sehane's strategy is complete, and he smiles as many explosions resonate throughout the structure. The walls and supports of the building begin to crumble around them, while Sehane reveals he had people place explosives all over the building for an entire week. These explosives can be detonated remotely, but rarely affect monsters or players naturally. This means they won't harm this huge creature, but that wasn't his goal. His constant movement had a purpose. His real goal was to place the heavy bracelets he got from the shop earlier onto the monster without it noticing. Once they were all attached, Sehane adjusts the weight level to the maximum, causing the monster to fall to the ground due to the immense load on its body. Then, with one last kick, Sehane makes the creature fall through the floor and through the newly ruined structure. Would you like me to translate the final aftermath or show you how Sehane collects his rewards? However, even with all this, the fall is not enough to defeat the monster, and once it regains its power, it will try to get up and eliminate Sehane immediately. But in the basement, exactly where Sehane told them to place it, lies the golden spear covered in orichalcum. Normally, a regular spear could not kill it, because this is only the second main mission and items that can seriously damage a sentinel do not exist yet. However, a spear covered with the strongest known metal is a completely different situation. At the same time, Zhang Yun and his group were fighting the real boss of this mission. They were losing the battle. The group of players could barely hit the creature, and it was clear they could not win alone. Fortunately, he had driven the spear into the ground and lured the boss near it, just as Sehane had instructed him. Just when the situation seemed desperate, the explosions occurred, and shortly after, a massive monster they had never seen before fell through the ceiling. The basilisk fell from the highest level of the tall structure, crashing through all the lower levels, all the way to the basement, and landed directly on the boss monster, causing both to die instantly. After this, a system message appeared telling them they had successfully finished the second main mission. Zhang Yun is shocked that the main mission has ended and that he obtained a silver rank despite doing almost nothing and having no idea what just happened. The system then shows another message. It states that the next main mission will begin after a specific time once certain conditions are met. This means they will have plenty of free time before their next objective. While the group tries to understand what occurred, Sahan joins them in the basement. He is completely unharmed. His proud expression makes it clear he played a major role in finishing the mission. Even though he has no injuries, Jong-yoon remains silent. He understands they would not have been able to beat the monsters without Sahan's help. The Sins, however, were something else. They were certainly strong enough to defeat the boss monster. Both the Sins and Sahan far surpassed him in strength and power. Jong-yoon feels very frustrated by the obvious power difference between all of them. Then he promises himself to become much stronger. Meanwhile, Sahan goes down to retrieve his spear. With the mission now over, the next question is where they should go from this moment. Sahan states that he wishes to travel wherever the road takes him. Then he tells Jong-yoon to call him if anything should happen. After this, the two part ways. Sahan leaves to start his next adventure. However, Sahan knows that Jong-yoon must have realized his current strength is not enough. Sahan hopes he can at least survive until the 7th mission. This should not represent a problem for him, since he is a chosen avatar. However, our main character still does not know which god has selected him. Sahan and Mina then reunite with Jisoo inside a completely empty store. She is calmly cleaning her weapon. It seems she even changed her armor after the battle. This suggests that the fight she had must have been at least quite intense. Just as they had agreed, Jisoo spared Dong-hun's life. Then she locked him in a closet to wait for Sahan. Our main character approaches to check on the ex-vice president. He immediately gets up and tries to attack Sahan before he can even utter a word. In addition to keeping him captive against his own will, Jisoo also placed one of the weight bracelets around Dong-hun's neck. Sahan activates it quickly, causing Dong-hun to crash into the floor due to its enormous mass. After it seems Dong-hun has learned a small lesson, Sahan deactivates the intense weight. This allows Dong-hun to move once more. The device will not be removed easily. Due to this situation, Dong-hun is completely under Sahan's command. This situation arises because Dong-hun tried to kill everyone on multiple occasions. This goes back to the first mission when he tried to keep them trapped in the gym. He was so intent on betraying them this time that he didn't even notice Mina standing right next to him. Things only worked out because Sahan was present. In any other situation, their entire school would have been annihilated because of him. This serves as Sahan's physical punishment for him. His psychological punishment is something even more cunning. Sahan shows him an absolute contract and asks him to sign it. This is a contract that the person who signs it can never break. The contract stipulates that the person who signs it must be selfless, kind, and honest. If they are not, their choker will explode inward, killing them. Dong-hun first tries to argue. Then Jisoo approaches them and stands threateningly behind him wielding her weapon. This makes it very clear that he cannot refuse. Dong-hun quickly signs the contract. Right after signing, he turns around and tries to leave very quickly to get away from Jisoo. Now he can go anywhere he wishes. This is because Sahan can track him wherever he goes thanks to the bracelet. For this reason, Dong-hun must now obey Sahan no matter what. He would die immediately if he ever went against any of Sahan's orders. Sahan approaches Jisoo. She is checking the results of her most recent mission. She reached gold level once again. She must have also received a lot of points due to the rewards shared among party members. Now they're finished with their important missions, so it is time for them to decide where to go next. Jisoo has a very specific place she needs to visit. Because of this, they must travel separately for the time being. As they are party members, they can easily find each other's location, then they can meet up again later. With this plan in mind, the two decide to separate. Jisoo can then go on her own personal mission. The only person left to reward is Mina. She was the most useful throughout the entire mission. Sahan decides to give her a prize for everything she has done for him. Mina gets excited thinking it might be something very powerful. Sahan reaches into his inventory. He pulls out a ring of stealth. This ring will allow the person wearing it to hide completely. It is a rank B item and is also very rare. This item is so good that Mina almost hesitates to take it from Sahan. Jisoo looks at Mina with envy for a brief moment. Sahan then tells Jisoo that he will also get her something next time. Now that they have finished all their shared tasks, it is time for each of them to begin their own personal missions. Sahan continues walking along the empty roads without Jisoo. Then he notices many more observers around him than is normal. This is expected, however, after what he managed to do during the second mission. He is more concerned that Mina is following him. He no longer needs her help for absolutely anything. Besides, her observer is the worst of all. This won't make much difference anyway. The gods should already know of his presence. The question remains why Mina is following him. She can tell he is quite strong, so she has decided to stay with him a bit longer to see if she can get some benefit from it. She is very honest about what she truly wants. This is much better than Donghan's devious methods. She also plans to help him. This way, it doesn't seem like she is just using his power. As the two keep walking, they approach a group of hostile people. These people seem to be guarding an entrance to a dungeon. Sahan raises his hands to surrender. Then he turns around to leave. This confuses Mina, because it seemed like he wanted to clear that dungeon. He plans to enter the dungeon using his own methods. Mina is ready to help him cause trouble if necessary. However, Sahan has a completely different idea. The entrance is blocked by those people. Sahan plans to create his own way in. At the same time, the gods continue talking about the state of the game in the forums. In real life, Donghan's god complains his avatar has been completely bound by someone, so he can do absolutely nothing in the game. Young Buffon, however, thinks the situation is very funny and mocks the god for his mistakes. They also discuss. The other gods mention that there are good dungeons nearby that they can attack. Sahan observes their entire conversation. From this, he can find the exact location of the dungeon those people were protecting. They walk through the city. They stop at a random street that Sahan believes contains a dungeon. Next, he puts his hand on the ground. He scans the area using a new skill. This skill allows him to search in a 50-meter circle with his hand to locate nearby objects. He received this as a platinum reward for beating the basilisk. Using this skill, he finds the boss room of the dungeon that the men were guarding before. The room is located 20 meters underground. Normally, they couldn't reach it. The dungeon walls have special magical protection. This means players cannot break into the room without first going through the dungeon. This is true for a regular player, however. Sahan is a pay-to-win player. He has the exact tool he needs to enter that boss room, obtained from the DLC shop. It is a dungeon destroyer excavation drill. This tool can dig through the floor of a dungeon. He tells Mina it's a mission reward, which is a complete lie. Then he begins digging into the ground, heading toward the dungeon. After 5 hours of continuous digging, they break into the boss room. They reach the dungeon core, a boss. Mantis awaits them in the room. A large group of smaller mantis monsters is also there. The monsters charge quickly to attack them. The two prepare for a battle. Sahan asks Mina to take care of the smaller mantis monsters and to cover his back. He will try to defeat the mantis boss. He uses the auricalcum-coated spear. He had used this spear to beat the basilisk. With it, he clears a path through the mantis monsters protecting the boss. The insects have very clear weak points. This makes killing them extremely easy for Sahan. He finally moves forward to reach the boss. The main mantis boss should be even simpler to defeat. Its large size makes it much slower than the smaller mantises. Sahan calculates and then launches a powerful attack. This attack destroys the mantis's midsection, killing it immediately. With this, they defeat the dungeon. They become the first players globally to clear a dungeon. They receive 1,000 extra points as a reward. They also obtain the first Experience Hunter achievement. It's a rather strange name. He tries not to think too much about it. Instead, he focuses more on something completely different. Would you like me to translate the next IDs or explore what Sahan is focusing on now? More achievements will also increase the rewards he receives in the future. Next, he checks the Mantis boss rewards. He obtains an F-level magic stone and also gets an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. These are not the best rewards. However, they are better than having absolutely nothing. These rewards are just what the boss dropped. The remaining dungeon rewards are hidden in the corner. There are a lot of loot and gold. This can be sold in the shop for many points. Sahan and Mina pack all their items and then leave. About 4 days pass. The original group exploring the dungeon reaches the boss room. They feel excited to potentially be the first in the world to clear a dungeon. After almost a week of battling countless insect swarms, they expect to collect their rewards. They open the door to the boss room and find a completely empty room. It contains decomposing bodies and a strange hole in the ceiling. Additionally, writing on the wall mocks the adventurers for arriving too late. Sometime later, Sahan accesses the God's chat forum. He finds himself in the middle of a heated discussion. Young Buffon seems very happy with herself. The other god was probably connected to the group whose dungeon was taken. They seem to be enjoying themselves very much. Sahan chooses this moment to offer more bait. He informs the gods present that he discovered a good dungeon nearby. This catches their attention. Next, he shows a map. A marker on it points to the Seoul National University of Education station. He then claims that a C-rank item should be found at that location. Youngbu Fawn confirms his claims are true since he has provided useful information on multiple occasions before. However, the other gods are not as confident. One god even demands that Sahan reveal his true identity. Fortunately for Sahan, a forum rule protects those who wish to remain anonymous. Having this new information, the group begins to gather their avatars. They prepare to go to the dungeon, believing Sahan's statements. Because of this, all the avatars in the area will gather at a single location. Even Youngbu Fawn tells Mina to go to the university, but Sahan refuses. His memories confirm that high-rank items exist there, but they serve no real purpose. The items are only useful as bait. Instead, Sahan wants them to complete the next mission. This third mission has no time limit. However, Sahan wants to finish it before the fourth main mission appears. This way, they won't miss the third mission's rewards. Sahan wants to obtain a skill first. He mutters to himself that he needs a constellation. He doesn't immediately tell Mina about this. They head to another nearby dungeon this time. Sahan cannot simply dig into the boss room as he did previously. This dungeon is much deeper than the last one. Therefore, they must enter the dungeon through its main entrance and clear it in the usual way. He hands Mina a scarf. This scarf can block ranged attacks. Then both enter the dungeon. Mina immediately notices how quiet it is. It feels almost unbelievable that this location is a dungeon. The dungeon is also dark, making it very difficult for them to see. They keep walking through the dungeon. After a while, they feel like they have been moving in circles. Sahan already knew about this. There's a reason why they have been walking in circles. This reason will soon become very clear to them. A strong gust of air moves through the narrow subway area. Something then moves directly toward Mina. Fortunately, the scarf Sahan gave her proves very useful. It blocks the attack before it can hit her. The scarf is an item known as the Cloth of Protection. It is guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks. The item will break once it has been completely used. Due to that hit, Mina now has only 4 protections left, so they must be very careful. The arrow that tried to hit Mina shows that Sahan arrived at the right place. Sahan quickly checks the online forums and sees that other players are facing the same problem. A creature hidden in the darkness keeps eliminating them before they can respond. Mina suggests an idea. She could transform into a tiny form. However, whatever she transforms into would still be hit no matter how small she becomes. Only one kind of thing can escape these hits. Sahan informs her about the specific animal, and then provides the instructions to carry out once he gives a signal. A different arrow flies towards Sahan, and the cloth protects him, leaving him with 4 protections remaining. Next, he wraps an item around the arrow, which is known as tracking threads. Once the thread is wrapped around an object and released, it travels directly to the first owner of that object. The arrow moves through the shadows and finally lands next to a night ranger that had been hidden in the gloom. This creature is called a night ranger, and is a being that moves faster when traveling through dark places. Sahan moves quickly toward it before it can flee. Once more, would you like me to translate the encounter with the night ranger or the subsequent boss room confrontation? In response, the creature fires an arrow at our main character, using another charge of his protection. With only 3 protections remaining, Sahan must find a method to end this battle very quickly. The ranger tries to escape into the darkness, firing several arrows at Sahan while retreating. 2 of those arrows hit Sahan, leaving him with only 1 more protection before he is completely defenseless. The ranger draws his bowstring and fires 1 last arrow, which consumes the last protection of the scarf, making it disappear completely. However, it is already too late. Sahan has moved very close, and a confrontation between the 2 is imminent. The ranger smiles, revealing he has a final surprise. Since Sahan is so close, he becomes an obvious and exposed target. The ranger draws his bow once more, firing an arrow that is sure to connect. However, Sahan has already secured victory in this battle. He expertly avoids the arrow, just as a bat descends from the ceiling carrying a small, glowing sphere. In many video games, tiny creatures often move through underground areas. These creatures are usually designed not to interact with either players or monsters. Because of this, they typically remain invisible no matter how much they move through the area. This was precisely what Sahan had planned when he instructed Mina to transform into a bat and blend in, with the other bats hanging from the ceiling of the area. Then at the perfect moment, she would fly down with an orb of light. This object emits a powerful flash, temporarily blinding all players and creatures within its range for 10 seconds. With all beings in the vicinity unable to see, Sahan takes the opportunity and drives his weapon directly into the monster's chest before it can flee once more. The plan is a perfect success, and the creature now lies lifeless at his feet. After a difficult fight, it seems there are no unique prizes. Unlike the Mantis dungeon, this was a raid dungeon, and these types of dungeons typically do not provide many rewards because they contain no creatures other than the main boss. Nonetheless, the prizes for beating the boss are still impressive. From this fight, he acquired a B-rank Knight's Coat and C-rank Knight's Gloves. He also received a new skill called Shadow Dash, which the boss creature used frequently to disappear into the darkness and escape. Then he obtained a skill called Guaranteed Shot, which allows him to throw or fire at a target with perfect precision. With all these rewards, Sahan's stats are not completely at the maximum, but he has an enormous amount of powers right now. He should be the most powerful player globally, but it is still not enough to surpass his goal for his next mission. Finishing the next main mission won't be a problem, but his goal is the complete completion of the game. He also has a special package from his first playthrough, which he will obtain after finishing the main mission. After he uses it and regains his previous powers, he will be able to defeat that monster in the third mission. His next target is the giant crow that ruined his previous playthrough. At the same time, another team member is in a different part of the city. Jisoo presses the doorbell of her old house. Many creatures blocked her path to this place, but none of them caused her much trouble. After knocking a few more times, Jisoo has to use her immense power to force open the door. Inside, she finds more creatures, but they are more annoying than dangerous to her. She defeats them all quickly in a matter of moments, crushing some with her hands as if they were small insects. Further inside the house, she finally locates one of the people she was looking for. Her father is on the floor in a pool of his blood, clearly dead for some time now. Jisoo stops to cry for her deceased father, but a phone on the table begins to ring, stopping her tears. She nervously answers the phone, and her mother is on the other end of the line. Then, meanwhile, Sahan and Mina reach their next mission location, but it is different from what they thought. It is a theme park called Long World, and even with destruction occurring everywhere, the employees greet them with smiles, acting as if everything were normal. It seems that the creatures avoided this area during their attack. The damaged surroundings clearly show that monsters were here not long ago. It is strange, and they cannot explain the strange feeling of the theme park. Mina chooses to ask the employee directly about the situation, but the woman simply says they can go into Lome World and explore. The location is obviously suspicious, but Sahan proceeds to enter anyway. His next mission is inside, so they must enter. The air feels too clean, and the workers are clearly human, but they are neither creatures nor players. These unsettling details must be for the cruel and twisted entertainment of the crows. It seems the employees are forced to stay here reluctantly. Even with their friendly smiles, it's obvious they are all afraid of something and are only working to stay safe. As they continue walking through the theme park, the next mission appears. Mina's mission seems simple enough, but Sahan's mission is not what he remembered from his previous life. In his past life, Sahan's mission was rank D. However, this time he received a difficulty of rank C. Mina's mission involves collecting 5 stamps, which is the same one Sahan had in his previous life. His current mission is much more challenging than hers. Only 2 entities have the power to directly change his mission, the Game Master and the system. If the GM had changed his mission, the GM would have appeared as Sahan. Therefore, this change must be the work of the system. Sahan thinks this is fair because he has now defeated 2 sentinels and become well known in the game. Mina observes his unhappy look and asks him what's wrong. However, he doesn't tell her his problem. Stops to gather his thoughts and tries to focus on the positive aspects. At least this clearly shows his actions are gradually altering the future just as he envisioned. The two keep walking through the park. Sahan asks Mina if she knows a game called Roller Coaster Tycoon. He explains it a theme park management game, and Mina has already heard of it. Then he asks her to imagine they are inside that game, where absolutely everything in the park is under the total control of the manager. Because of this, the manager can do absolutely anything, like cutting the roller coaster tracks in midair, causing all the attractions to be. This is the methodology behind the operation of this park, which is going to control the distribution of the minimal bodies. Of course, Sahan cannot reveal this to her directly, as he is not supposed to possess this information yet. However, his words are quite eloquent and clear, considering the way the park is being managed. They are forcing civilians to work as employees, and it is evident they do not care about the people of this place at all. None of the players know about the existence of constellations yet, so he cannot explain it to her directly. There are many powerful monsters in this world. Among them are common creatures and fearsome boss monsters. After these are the Sentinels, which represent the highest type of monsters. Their difference doesn't lie solely in their power. They're not meant to be beaten by their very essential nature. However, constellations are on a completely and absolutely superior level. What is a relatively low-level constellation? It is precisely one of the brightest constellations, but despite that, it still possesses considerable divinity, making it an extraordinarily powerful being. If it were low enough, it would be too powerful for constellations to be slightly diminished. Nonetheless, all this represents a clear exception for entering the game. Despite possessing power much earlier than the year it began, the evil was comparable to that caused by a high-level constellation. For now, his best strategy is to proceed with extreme caution and stay on constant alert while striving to complete their missions. The current environmental setup is now very different from how Lomé World previously appeared. This is because the ruler has completely modified it at his whim. As they walk throughout the area, an employee calls out to them. He asks them to join his attraction. His voice denotes fear, and he wears a rather peculiar-looking collar. He directs them toward his attraction, which turns out to be a haunted house. Mina has no desire to enter the haunted house and tries to protest, but her argument with Sahan is abruptly interrupted. This occurs just as the employee's collar begins to beep and display an intense red light. Immediately after, the collar explodes violently. Around his neck, he screams in pure terror. His main mission consists of rescuing absolutely all the people found in the amusement park. Additionally, he must resolve the situation by helping everyone. The employee's lifeless body collapses. At this precise moment, there are 138. At this very instant, the number of people present decreases drastically. It seems an employee existed only to be sold out, in the same way players have deadlines to. Mina tries to understand what has happened due to her own guilt and has just entered the house at that precise moment. Calmly, he consoles her. He assures her that all of this was in all probability caused by the ghastly design of this amusement park. In his previous life, Sahan already knew that. However, Sahan clearly remembers this place should not be. Thanks to the survivors, he cannot afford to think too much about this right now. He calls one. Would you like me to translate more of Sahan's exploration of the park or the details of the rescue mission? From the other employees, he must focus on looking for the people they were searching for so they can begin collecting the bones. He needs to try to collect the bones that won't leave the haunted house the same way they entered, but they really have no other choice. They will inevitably die if they fail to complete the mission in time. Most of the other players who ventured into the haunted house perished regardless of their initial enthusiasm. But given that they have requested it, the staff has no choice but to guide them inside to complete this attraction. All they need to do is cross it completely to reach the other side. It is as terrifying as it is simple. Therefore, they must ensure they are extremely cautious as they move forward. The two enter. Mina clings firmly to Sahan's arm to ensure her own safety. They are barely at the entrance, and she is already completely terrified. They reach a bridge. Sahan stops for an instant to make sure it is safe. Suddenly, a massive spiked wrecking ball detaches from the ceiling. It moves at breakneck speed and nearly hits them. He doesn't have a second to reflect on what just happened. More wrecking balls then fall from the ceiling. This forces them to run desperately across the bridge to save themselves. While they are in motion, a monster suddenly appears out of nowhere and tries to attack Mina. Sahan reacts with impressive speed. He uses his spear to stop the monster just before it can bite Mina. Then, With a kick, he sends the monster flying before it can attack them again. After taking care of the monster, Sahan goes over to see how Mina is doing. She is on her knees, crying inconsolably from pure fear. At this precise moment, Mina is unable to keep moving forward on her own. Sahan must then carry her on his back for the rest of the journey through the haunted house. She cries against his shoulder as they continue their path. Throughout the entire house, they encounter various challenges and creatures. Sahan manages to defeat them all and advance rapidly through the attraction, carrying Mina on his back. Normally, Mina would be perfectly capable of facing these creatures, but right now she is too terrified to even try to fight for herself. Sahan continues moving through the creepy house while the girl, still crying, clings to him with all her strength. This place is essentially like a typical haunted house. People walk through it while dangers arise from every possible direction. The only crucial difference is that these dangers and creatures are truly alive and actively seeking to harm them. He considers this relatively simple, but recognizes it is a real challenge to fight and protect another person at the same time. Nonetheless, he decides to take it as valuable training for a future where perhaps he chooses to defend others. In his previous existence, he would have never attempted any of these actions for the sake of another individual. After a bit more combat, they successfully exit through the other end, completing the attraction in a very short time. Sahan relaxes calmly once outside, but Mina is completely exhausted and panting desperately for air. It is more than evident that the entire experience left her completely drained. She tries to act as if it were nothing, but the sweat and tears on her face reveal how much the whole event terrified her. With the first attraction completed, Sahan takes this valuable opportunity to inquire about the device the worker wears on his neck. He wishes to obtain one of those devices to examine it in the future. The worker seems quite perplexed, but still raises no objection and hands Sahan one of the devices to keep. The man explains that a person can set certain specific requirements that will cause the device to explode remotely. To test his hypothesis, he completely covers the device with orichalcum. Then he throws the device far away to ensure the explosion doesn't cause them any harm. Then he activates the device, and, just as accurately described, it detonates instantly at his command. Surprisingly, despite the strong explosion, the device seems to remain completely intact. This is because the device's internal detonation lacks sufficient power to break its outer layer. Once he removes the orichalcum, they observe that the actual device is, in fact, completely ruined. Through this small experiment, Sahan has discovered an effective method to help the other individuals in the park. Mina had never considered him a compassionate person, and therefore asked him directly what caused this change in his behavior. This brings back memories of a man from his previous existence who, at the time, fought tirelessly to safeguard every person he met and never abandoned those who required his help. Our main character was unable to become someone like that in his previous life, even though that man had also rescued him. Now he aspires to better himself, but they cannot simply free the park employees. Even if they manage to remove the devices from their necks, it remains extremely dangerous for the staff to roam freely throughout the area. For the moment, it will be much safer for them to follow the system's demands until all this concludes. The most effective and sensible action for both is to continue collecting data as they experience more attractions. Mina is extremely anxious to try more attractions at the amusement park, as apart from the terrifying house, she feels completely sure she can handle them all without a problem. Much later in the day, they finish riding absolutely every attraction. At that moment, Mina realizes that her initial thoughts were completely. The attractions are in reality more like 30 places than anything else. The two barely managed an amusement park. The roller coasters lacked bars entirely, and city and creatures flew directly from the sky. Additionally, giant monsters waited at the bottom of the water slide, the Euro drop, lacked adequate brakes, so they were on the verge of falling toward a certain death. Would you like me to translate the encounter with the final park manager, or show you the reward Sahan earned for surviving these rides? Compared to all the danger present in the other attractions, the haunted house seemed like a small and completely harmless attraction. They have managed to collect 4 stamps, which means they are only missing 1 more to be able to finish the mission. However, it is already too late for them. The park is about to close, so they won't be able to get the last stamp in time. The sky darkens quickly and night arrives as the park closes its doors completely. Music begins to play throughout the area. It seems some kind of nocturnal event is about to start. The two quickly hide among the bushes. Then the monsters parade through the streets, screaming and laughing with a macabre joy. Sahan covers Mina's eyes, since it doesn't seem like something a person so young should witness. The monsters are parading alongside humans who are being cruelly tormented. It seems the monsters enjoy making these people suffer enormously. Furthermore, they carry a dead player in the parade. This means the nightly show is purely for their sadistic and cruel enjoyment. Sahan decides they have witnessed enough of this parade. It is time to head to a safe place. The monsters are moving throughout the park. Meanwhile, the employees are found inside the park attractions and have spoken of an extensive situation. Due to this situation, the places. Survivors from the past mentioned that trapped people actually always take refuge there from their first to their third main mission. This generally should never have happened. Karis. The Crow Constellation must have gotten involved somehow, either by making a deal with the GM or finding a way to completely relieve some people. They are on guard right at the spot, whatever their plan may be. Whatever their plan may be. He has the firm intention. The guards realize that she has 4 of them, as it has been possible for them, and immediately they allow them access to the interior. Even the camp leader possesses only 3 stamps. This implies that Mina and Sahan already enjoy greater respect than any other person present at the site. The guard leads them to an unoccupied spot so they can rest, then leaves to inform the leader of their arrival. The guard reports that approximately 200 people have gathered there, including both players and common people. Among this large group, Sahan quickly spots the people he had been looking for. He also manages to identify the person with whom he absolutely needed to establish contact. This person is a man who has been chosen by Hephaestus, one of the most important and prominent gods of Olympus. It is Susong, the only avatar of Hephaestus. In his previous life, he was an extremely well-known player globally. He was capable of creating weapons that always sold for very high sums at the auction house. All the best players possessed equipment that he himself had manufactured. It would be fair to state that humanity managed to survive longer in the game of the gods thanks to Susong's valuable items. However, the person Sahan has found is not at all the Susong he remembered. The man Sahan knew would never lose hope even in the most difficult situations. But this young person, sitting with his head down, has clearly given up. The individual who is next to Susong must undoubtedly be his older brother, who died during the 3rd mission in Sahan's previous life. Sahan heads quickly toward them along with Mina. To introduce himself, Sahan manages to sit with him. Susong's brother is very pleased to have him nearby. It seems everyone else has deliberately stayed away from them. Sahan observes that Susong's brother appears to be blind, as his eyes remain closed, and he gives the impression of being unable to see. Sahan does not recall this detail from his previous life at all. Still, with everyone seated, Sahan offers to make simple introductions. Susong's brother introduces himself as Changgu Song, and they all politely share their names. While talking, Sahan notices that Mina is behaving in an unusually polite manner. It seems she is only rude when she is with him and Jisu. Once the introductions have ended, Sahan sincerely hopes that everyone can get along. However, something has been bothering him since the first moment they met. Changgu seems to be an ordinary player, and his sword looks quite ordinary, but there is something truly unique about that sword. Changgu confirms that he is quite skilled with a sword, even though it now serves as his cane since he lost his sight. Hearing about his brother's blindness deeply saddens Susong, who steps away from the group to rest. It seems this young person has become extremely sensitive lately. Sahan promises not to ask about personal matters again. Would you like me to translate the moment Sahan reveals his true plan to Susong or the start of the final park rescue? Considering the general atmosphere in the settlement, it's not surprising that Su is so cautious with new people. Changgu explains that they barely managed to escape from a monster that was chasing them. This monster is not Kara's as Sahan had initially believed. It is a sentinel that exerts control over the entire area, and its name is Chao Wang. This seems very strange to Sahan since there shouldn't be any other sentinel in this area except for Orga the Basilisk, whom he killed himself. It seems the system has made many changes to recognize Sahan, who has become quite famous. The world is essentially divided and managed by the GMs. However, they're not the most powerful beings within this game. Above them, The system is the one that controls and maintains all the general rules of the game. The recent changes that have occurred in the story must be attributed to the system. The system is in charge of managing sentinels and hidden monsters. Its numerous modifications prove that Sahan has attracted unwanted attention. Sahan will not give up and is fully prepared for any changes that occur in the world. For the moment, he decides not to overthink this matter and instead focus on his plans for tomorrow. His intention is to start by gathering more information and moving with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Mina is sleeping soundly. Even in this new and unknown place, Sahan observes her sleeping peacefully. Then a sudden noise makes him turn his gaze towards someone who is secretly leaving the group. It is Changgu. He seems to be saying that he just needs to go out for a short time at a late hour of the night. The guards do not hesitate to let him out. He stops right at the door, and the guards ask him some questions that will keep him completely safe. Only Sahan watches as Changgu leaves. He sees that the Universal Observer is closely following Changgu. Sahan thinks there is absolutely no reason for the Observer to follow him if he was just going to the bathroom. Something truly strange is happening. Sahan decides to return to the Gods Forum to obtain more information. He encounters the young jester. She seems very pleased to see him again. She has seen him quite frequently in the chat room lately. Everyone likes the useful information he shares. Sahan asks her directly if he can use her observer to watch something. Gods usually possess their own personal observers. Sahan lies and claims that the Universal Observer has an image quality that is very poor during the night. It is well known that observers in their places, unless he uses her private observer. She has tried to select a player. It sounds quite. She claims players continue to reject her offer, therefore. She wishes to use the observer to watch that player. The player she refers to is in fact himself. The young jester reveals to him that many gods have tried to choose him, yet he keeps rejecting them all. She has been watching him closely since he started traveling with her avatar. She adds that if she didn't have Mina, she would have also tried to choose him. Sahan tries to completely ignore her comments. He asks to use her observer once more. Her avatar is sleeping peacefully, therefore she has no reason to deny his request. Her only condition is that from now on, he must share information with her first. Sahan accepts. The young jester prepares to focus the observer for him. He tells her he wishes to check on a player who just left the settlement. He mentions there is something quite strange about that player. She uses the observer to follow Changgu. She finds Changgu walking deep into the completely empty forest. Changgu stops in the middle of an open space. A huge, bright white bird flies down from the sky. It lands on a tree right in front of Changgu. As soon as the bird touches the ground, Changgu kneels. He prepares to deliver a detailed report of recent events. This surprises Sahan greatly. The two begin to speak. Sahan realizes that the bird's voice is not Kara's, so it must be Chao Wang, the sentinel Changgu had mentioned earlier. The bird instructs Changgu to watch Sahan and Mina very closely. It tells him to report if any nearby player tries to take action. The bird then flies away, leaving Changgu completely alone in that deserted area. Sahan witnessed many people lying and faking things in his first game, so he knows that Changgu is acting with absolute seriousness right now. Even the young jester can barely believe this unexpected turn of events. A friend is actually a spy at the service of the creatures. She asks Sahan how he knew this was going to happen, but he remains in absolute silence about it. In his thoughts, he tries to decipher why Changgu would act this way. In his previous life, Su always spoke very highly of his brother, stating he was a kind person who would give himself completely to help others until the last moment. Sahan has a clear idea of what is happening, but decides not to investigate immediately. Instead, he closes the forums and waits patiently until the next day. The most important task at this moment is to gather all possible details from the people in the town. From what he manages to learn, the current situation seems to be quite similar to what he remembered from his previous game. The only truly new thing is the monster named Chao Wang. It is a very rare type of monster known as a Bulgasari, a creature from Korean stories that feeds on metal. It moves slowly but possesses truly amazing strength, and its body is as incredibly resistant as metal. A Bulgasari can become stronger, and much worse, resist a creature of that, depending on the amount of metal, while he tries to organize his thoughts. Therefore, a sudden attack from Sahan appears, which is what is very effective. It would be much better for him to enter this, so he minimizes his concerns, but she already knows exactly what he plans to do. He is thinking about defeating the Sentinel, which represents another task that seems completely impossible. He worked very hard to be able to beat Orga, and now he wishes to face a different one. There is absolutely nothing else that is absolutely certain at this precise moment than that if he had a well-defined plan in his head, he gets up and prepares to leave the safari area for a while. He could definitely defeat that monster. He owes a major favor to Mina. He wants her to keep a close eye on the two Song brothers. He cannot explain it to her right now, but he wants her to contact him if she sees anything truly strange. After this, Sahan leaves the village to go and observe the monster named Chao Wang. In another section of the park, inside an imposing castle, the monsters move with total freedom and without any kind of control, as if that were their own domain. Kara's, the crow constellation, already lies quietly on the ground in the middle of all the disorder. Kara's established his home in this park with the sole purpose of having fun, and this turned out to be an excellent decision. He needs the fear and wonder of the people to start his great event. He is here to give us an update, then turns to speak. Kara's remembers that players normally only have 3 stamps at most, but yesterday some players obtained their 4th stamp. This makes Kara's lose his smile, and he himself checks the status window to make sure. They have almost finished the mission somehow without the help of a god. He sees videos of them on the attractions. Kara's can be sure they will likely get the 5th stamp and finish the mission today. Kara's cannot interfere because it would complicate things if a constellation like him gets involved too soon in the 3rd main mission. He is only present due to a trick he used to enter this game. Perhaps such a player could visit him, but it is very unlikely. He tells Chao Wang to leave them alone for now. In fact, it would be better if some players finish the mission. Fewer players have wanted to try the attractions lately because they are so difficult. If 2 players manage to finish the mission successfully and leave the amusement park, that would encourage others to try. This in turn would cause more deaths on the attractions. After giving his report, Chao Wang decides to let Kara's enjoy himself and then goes out on his patrol. Chao Wang is surprisingly hardworking, even though Kara's once thought he was a fool when they first met. It is uncommon for a sentinel to be put into the game, and not even Arcadius seemed to understand why Chao Wang goes out on his patrol, hoping to crush more people today than yesterday. Outside, Sahan waits. In a place he heard was part of Chao Wang's patrol route. The ground begins to shake as the huge monster moves slowly toward Sahan. The monster seems confused as to why a human is waiting for him without fear. The monster shows almost no reaction. Instead, Chao Wang raises his hand to kill Sahan immediately. As he follows Kara's orders, his thoughts are clearly very simple. He just wants to see the players run away in fear. Sahan prepares to fight. The beast's huge hand slams into the ground, sending pieces of debris into the sky. Sahan uses those flying pieces as platforms to jump through the air. Then he finds himself face to face with the sentinel. When he is close enough, he attacks with his sword. However, the skin is very tough. Not even a sword covered in orichalcum could damage it. Chao Wang must have eaten some metal during his patrol. Although he looks large, this beast is surprisingly careful. Chao Wang feels surprised because Sahan managed to avoid his strike. Even though it wasn't a maximum power attack, Chao Wang didn't expect to find a player so skilled at continuing to fight. Sahan then charges at him again, running his sword across his body without saying a word. To Chao Wang, Sahan's silent nature is more concerning. However, Sahan thinks the monster talks too much. Sahan wants to fight instead of just exchanging empty words. This infuriates Chao Wang. He begins to fight seriously, hoping to defeat Sahan quickly. Another huge fist flies towards Sahan. He avoids it again, landing on the sentinel's arm. Then he moves quickly toward his face. Sahan can use many more weak points due to his large size. He reaches his face and attacks with his sword. But again, the blow is not strong enough to leave even a small mark. Sahan sees that his special weapon is not damaged. This proves that Chao Wang's body is not harder than orichalcum. The current problem is Sahan's low power. Another fist lunged at Sahan. He barely avoids it again, then attacks his leg, which causes the monster to turn around and try to step on him. This monster must have a point. Weak spot somewhere, but Sahan still cannot find it. It seems that Sahan is at least faster than him. He increased his stats as much as he could to fight the monster. Right now his stats are at the highest level possible for rank E. But even with the best stats available in the game, he cannot make a single mark on the creature. Another huge blow falls. Sahan manages to avoid it again, landing inside a bush. This frustrates him enormously. He didn't expect an easy fight, but this monster seems almost impossible to defeat now. It's understandable why players fear his name alone. If a sentinel like Chao Wang is so powerful, then Kara's strength must have increased. Sahan's first plan was to beat Kara's in this park. However, it seems impossible without his transfer package from the first playthrough. Chao Wang, however, remains angry and ready to fight, but Sahan has not shown himself since the last attack. This only infuriates the sentinel even more. Then he hears Sahan's voice from the bushes calling him too slow. The monster begins to destroy trees in rage. He demands that Sahan appear. Our main character is already far away. He has already checked what he needed to see. He cannot defeat Chao Wang with his current items and skills. He needs to find a different attack that can land a deadly blow on the monster in the end. Susong seems to be his only option. Meanwhile, back at the safari, Mina sits with the two brothers. She reads a brochure to pass the time. Changgu asks her if she is Sahan's sister, but Changgu and he are truly brothers, as they also get along very well. Changgu confirms they are real brothers. He had asked because the two seemed quite unusual. Sahan even got 4 stamps despite the challenge. Mina then proudly shows that she also won 4 stamps. However, Sahan appears and debunks her useless boasting. This scares Mina a lot. Sahan never seems to have a noticeable presence when he is nearby. Then he joins their conversation. Changgu tells him they were talking about him and how he first met Mina. He caught her while she was trying to rob a bank. Although this makes her sound like a criminal, it is completely true. The two get along really well. Their playful talk makes Changgu laugh. Changing the subject, Sahan asks Changgu to give him some of his time. He wants them to discuss something in private. The two move away from the group. Sahan leads Changgu a short distance into the forest, then directly confronts Changgu about his connection to Chao Wang. Immediately, Changgu draws a sword. He places it against Sahan's neck. He is ready to attack at any sign of trouble. He asks Sahan how he obtained this information. Our main character simply replies that he has his own methods. He also had other questions, however, it seems those will have to wait. For now, he tells Changgu to fight with all his might. Changgu acts quickly. He attacks Sahan's neck. Our main character manages to avoid the blow, then quickly changes his fighting stance. Sahan cannot back down. Changgu launches another attack at Sahan's face. Although he cannot see, he is quite skilled at fighting. It seems Changgu possesses a mind's eye, allowing him to see and fight despite being blind. Changgu clearly sees that Sahan has his own fighting techniques. Since Sahan has no intention of talking, Changgu believes the best option is to kill our main character immediately. Changgu lunges forward and prepares to deal a final blow. From the way Changgu stands, Sahan can easily tell he is very skilled. However, Sahan is also incredibly powerful. He catches the sword with his own hands. The sword does not reach his face. During their fight, Sahan can tell that Changgu's agility is between 60 and 70 and his strength is at 50. These numbers are quite high for someone who is not an avatar. This must mean he focused all his points on increasing his strength and agility. Changgu backs away, then tries to launch another continuous attack against Sahan. Our main character easily avoids all these attacks. Changgu then lunges for another series of attacks. Sahan somehow manages to block them all using his hands. This is thanks to his night gloves he received from the ranger. Protecting his hands, it is clear whose strength is greater in this fight. Both calm down. Would you like me to translate the moment Sahan reveals why he was testing Changgu? Sahan goes directly to the main point and asks why Changgu would work as a spy for Chao Wang. Given his strength, the reason is clear, although the blind swordsman does not speak immediately. It is all for Su. He made an agreement to keep Su safe when Changgu met Chao Wang for the first time and tried to confront the sentinel. However, he was not strong enough to defeat the massive creature. The sentinel only saw Changgu as something to play with. In the end, Changgu lost his ability to see. Su then saw what happened and lost his desire to fight. After that, Changgu had to do everything Chao Wang told him. Although that day was full of complete hopelessness, he still wanted to try to keep Su alive, even if it meant a terrible life. For himself, he has worked as a spy since he arrived at the safari. Most of his reports were about where the group went. Now that the secret is known, Changgu thinks Sahan will tell the others about him. But our MC has another idea. Since Changgu's secret life has not yet harmed anyone, it is likely they can use it to help them. They can also use this to lure about Chao Wang's actions. Chao Wang is not using the information because he likes their fear. He told Changgu to watch them closely to ensure they did not escape. From the way Sahan speaks, Changgu understands our MC plans to fight the creature when it prepares to attack in about a week. Sahan is certainly powerful, but not even Changgu believes he will be able to fight the Sentinel. Any strategy or attack is ineffective against its power. Sahan already knows all this because he fought the creature before. It was different from any other monster he has seen. Its body was extremely resistant. But the fact that he cannot kill it right now does not mean it is impossible to kill. Without saying anything else, Sahan leaves. He tells Chang to share with him any information he can gather. There is no more time to explain things. Changgu will have to tell Su everything. Su will play a very important part in the whole plan. They need him to overcome his sadness so he can help. The two return to the safari. Changgu keeps his promise and tells Su everything that has happened so far. The young man is upset because they told him nothing of this. Changgu simply did not want him to worry more than he already had to. However, Su is not listening to him. Something bad could have happened to Changgu if he hadn't spoken sooner. Mina and Sahan watch from a distance. The younger girl then understands why the MC wanted her to watch them. Now that they have cleared their heads, the next step is to defeat the monster. Chao Wang. Mina cannot believe he wants to do something so risky again. She decides to let him handle it while she goes to complete her own mission. This is a bad choice because Chao Wang is probably looking for him right now. Say, Han was busy, and now Mina faces the consequences for being linked to him. She reluctantly returns to the group. Then, Su arrives, and they talk about their plans. They have no time to waste. Changgu is working as a spy, so the monsters could appear to kidnap people at any second. Besides, there is only about a week left before the Sentinel acts. They must fight immediately. This is their only path to freedom. Normally, defeating the metal monster would be impossible. However, Sahan believes he can count on Su's help to even the odds. He will need Su to forge a weapon capable of finishing the monster. Su now understands everything and is very eager to help. With the boys' help secured, they need to start working. Sahan buys a basic blacksmithing kit from his VIP shop, then sets it up specifically for Su to use. This arrangement should allow Su to easily make anything he desires. Mina asks Su if he finds it strange that all this equipment appeared suddenly, but the young man doesn't care about the details. At this moment, he is simply happy to be useful. Previously, Mina was the key part, and now it is Su. It is clear that Sahan intended to meet them and use them from the beginning. Mina is more surprised that Sahan chose a child, but Sahan informs her that Su is only 3 years younger than she is. To Mina, he seemed to be an elementary school student. Then he asks her to form a barrier. This will isolate the place and prevent others from approaching. Mina is surprised that he knows her power, as she obtained it recently. However, Sahan remembers that she should have been able to use it in the third mission in her past life. After an effort, she raises a barrier. This will ensure that the events within the space go completely unnoticed. This is the gift of a high-ranking god like the young jester. It is not surprising that Mina could get out of any predicament in her past life. This proves why selecting a high-level god is crucial if one plans to be an avatar. Sahan provides Su with some materials. These should allow him to create excellent quality equipment. He obtained all these items from his dungeon explorations. The question now is what Su should forge using all these supplies. Would you like me to translate the description of the weapon Su forges or the final battle strategy against Chao Wang? Sahan already has a concept. Then he gives the young man a design for a specific weapon. Su never has seen anything similar before, but Sahan is confident that this object will be able to defeat Chao Wang. The monster keeps moving through the park looking for Sahan. The monster thought that someone powerful like our protagonist would try to collect the remaining stamps. As no reports arrived, he assumed he probably wasn't in the safari. While the monster was trying to decide his next move, another creature approached. This creature reported that the crow was calling him. It seemed like the monster could have a little fun that day. The bear creature warned him that the other monsters were still preparing for the assault. However, Chao Wang didn't care. Chao Wang believed he didn't need other monsters to complete the task. Mina and a guard from earlier were keeping watch from an elevated area above the safari camp. Sahan instructed them to be alert for approaching monsters. Meanwhile, the people in the safari began to plan their escape. The survivors had ignored them when an evacuation was first suggested, but after Mina and Sahan showed their stamps, the survivors quickly changed their minds. Later, just as Sahan had guessed, a rumbling sound began in the distance. This proved that a monster was moving toward them. Mina transformed into an eagle to try to see with greater clarity. Then she saw what was causing the noise. It was Chao Wang, and he seemed very angry at that moment. She flew back to the group and told the guard that the sentinel was approaching. The man ran to inform the others so they could leave faster. They didn't expect the monster to be so fast. It would be better if Mina took this opportunity to escape. However, Sahan had helped her a lot, and she had begun to feel a connection with him. For this reason, she didn't want to simply abandon him. Her only option was to go and try to attract the monster's attention, but Mina wasn't sure she had enough strength for that. Changgu approached from behind and told her she didn't need to do something so dangerous. He planned to go and try to distract the sentinel on his own. He felt it would be wrong to flee after his past actions. Although his skills weren't equal to the monster's, at least he could try to gain some time. After saying this, he ran out to face the monster. Sahan was still not visible anywhere. The remaining people struggled to leave upon hearing that Chao Wang was heading toward their location. The swordsman was ready to accept the responsibility of acting as a spy for Chao Wang. He prepared to gain them some time, no matter the cost. Finally, he reached the beast and knelt before it. He still acted as if he were loyal. He told the monster he could lead it through a faster path. This would allow it to catch the survivors who were fleeing more quickly. Chao Wang unexpectedly rejected the offer. He had realized Changgu's plan to delay him. At that moment, he didn't want to bother with his useless efforts. It was clear that Changgu had an ulterior motive. There was no reason for him to be so eager to run up to the monster. Changgu has no other choice, so he prepares to fight the creature for as long as possible. The two haven't fought in a long time. The sentinel is eager to know if his spy has grown stronger since their last fight. Changgu moves quickly first and runs toward the creature. He tries to land a quick blow before the creature notices him. Chao Wang is barely bothered by the small attack. He brushes off Changgu's attempt as if he were an irritating insect. Changgu's speed means nothing if he cannot connect a good hit. Changgu has no other choice. He prepares for a strike while the monster pulls back his hand. The monster prepares to launch a very strong punch. The monster's fist hits the ground. The fist then begins to crumble and break. This surprises the monster greatly. Sahan stands in front of the monster, calmly holding a new weapon. This weapon was made just to fight this sentinel. It seems that the monster should have used better quality metals before this battle began. Chao Wang lets out a furious roar at Sahan, but beneath his anger, Chao Wang is shocked. Sahan somehow managed to break his arm. This new weapon is called Pile Bunker. Sahan promises to use it to shatter the sentinel's ability. Meanwhile, Mina flies through the area. She still has the form of an eagle. She is completing a task that Sahan gave her. She sees Su running toward him. What would you like me to translate the Pile Bunker's mechanics or the climax of the fight with Chao Wang? He is still hidden inside his barrier. Su asks her to come and sit in the barrier with him. He says it is the safest place for both of them. That might be correct. However, she still doubts how he plans to defeat the sentinel monster. The sound like an explosion resonates. This surprises them both. It is clear the fight is already occurring intensely. Sahan expertly avoids all of Chao Wang's attacks. Chao Wang tries very hard to kill our protagonist. He only needs one hit to completely destroy him. But Sahan is too fast to be defeated. It seems Chao Wang has become even slower than before. Losing an arm has made him less stable. He keeps hitting empty space. Sahan successfully avoids every attack. He is waiting for the Pile Bunker to recharge again. Then he can use it to finish this battle. There's only about 1 minute left until the weapon is completely ready again. This means Chao Wang only has 1 minute of life left. The huge monster cannot believe someone is trying to beat a sentinel when they're only in the third mission. Chao Wang continues to attack with pride. He believes he cannot be beaten. However, it is clear that Sahan is gaining the advantage in this fight. Finally, the Pile Bunker recharges. Sahan jumps onto Chao Wang's shoulder and places the Pile Bunker against the sentinel's head. Chao Wang realizes the situation has become serious. He tries to make a deal. He promises not to kill any more humans, but Sahan does not believe that for a moment. There is nothing else to talk about. Our protagonist keeps his word and uses the pile bunker to shatter the Sentinel's head. He defeats him completely. After that, Sahan unlocks an achievement called Sentinel Hunter. This comes with suitable rewards and also increases damage dealt to Sentinels by 30%. Our protagonists try to look calm about it. However, a Sentinel is still not something to take lightly. He barely managed to survive this fight with his life intact. Chao Wang is now dead. Changgu emerges from his hiding place in the forest. The area around them is completely destroyed. Not even a metal-eating Bulgasari would have survived. This destruction occurred due to the weapons that Su created. Changgu clearly has many questions, but Sahan notices too many people watching them. Not just the observers. The survivors who were trying to escape also saw the fight from the bushes. With the Sentinel gone, everyone begins to move, trying to leave the park. However, Mina remembers that Chao Wang was only the intermediate boss of this area. This means there is still another stronger boss they must face. This information makes everyone stop moving. They all look at her with fear and surprise. Mina tries to act naturally, but Sahan places a hand over her mouth to prevent her from saying anything else. It seems they need to explain the situation to the other people. After that, it will finally be time for Karas to die. A video of Sahan defeating Chao Wang begins to circulate on the gods' forums. People start to pay serious attention to him. A user named Greek Boss logs in, apparently for the first time in a long while. He is also interested in this mysterious but strong player. Sahan has killed a Sentinel for the second time, even though he is not an avatar. Many questions are directed at the young jester, whose avatar is always near Sahan. However, she would not reveal any information even if she knew it. The questions keep coming, but the playful goddess ignores them. Instead, she focuses her attention on the boy who has sparked everyone's interest. Sahan becomes more interesting to her every time she sees him. The current question for her is how he plans to deal with the crow. Mina approaches Sahan and asks if he received any items for beating the Sentinel. This time he received a grimoire as a reward. It appears to be a normal rock, but it is actually a rank, a skill. This skill grants the user the power of a Bulgasari. This means they can turn any metal they eat into part of their own body. With such a skill, Sahan could transform parts of his body into orichalcum. This item is very hard to find and is a very rare and useful skill. Mina clearly feels jealous, even though she was the one who asked him about his rewards. However, to her surprise, Sahan hands her the grimoire instead of keeping it. It would be more beneficial for her anyway. With her transformation skill, it would be very useful if she could turn her hands into weapons and use them in battles. This is a single-use item, which means once she consumes it, no one else can obtain or use it. Because of this, she feels hesitant to take it from him, but Sahan urges her to accept it and make good use of it. She acts unusually shy at moments like this despite her normal personality. Sahan assures her that this is her reward for having helped him up to this point. After more encouragement, Mina finally agrees to take the item. Would you like me to translate the scene where Mina uses the Bulgasari skill or Sahan's final confrontation with Karas? Then she absorbs it, obtaining the Bulgasari skill. It's a shame that Mina is not part of his group since they could have used skill sharing. However, as she is an avatar, he does not wish to include her. Nonetheless, they wouldn't have been able to use her transformation power if she were in the group. So this is a good trade. The common people continue running toward the exit while the players fight against the approaching creatures. At the same time, Sahan uses the orichalcum object to free the individuals trapped by the explosive collars. He frees them one after another, but many people are still trapped, so it will take some time to free everyone. Mina finds him again and tells him they need to complete their mission by obtaining the last stamp to finish the journey. They cannot achieve this if everyone simply flees. To resolve it, Sahan calls over a staff member who still has his collar on. This staff member should have a stamp. Mina doubts this plan will work. But as soon as the staff member places the stamp on her arm, a message window appears saying she has finished the mission. There is no prize for the mission, which shows how simple the task was supposed to be. This means they didn't need to face all that hard work and risk during the rides. Since they have learned this, they can now complete other players' missions while moving. This does not include Sahan because his mission is completely different. Back in the castle, the crow begins to call for Chao Wang. The The crow hasn't seen the huge monster in a full day, and the situation seems worrying. A mouse creature arrives to answer the crow's call, but brings bad news. The mouse tells the crow that Chao Wang is probably dead. The crow doesn't understand at first, and thinks the mouse is saying that many people have died. However, the mouse repeats his words and informs Karas that Chao Wang the Sentinel has been killed. The players initiated an attack, and the monsters couldn't respond with enough speed. Karas can barely believe this, but quickly tells the mouse to have all the monsters in the park destroy the remaining people in the safari. However, a second problem then appears. In reality, all the monsters have already gone to the safari and report that the area is totally empty. This is the final limit for Karas, and he shape-shifts in anger. Sahan sees the energy coming from the sky and understands that the moment has arrived. Karas is finally beginning to act. The group of people has slowly begun to leave the park, but they aren't moving fast enough. Some injured people are still left behind, and their progress is too slow for Changgu. Sahan meets with the blind swordsman. Things have gone well so far, but it won't end until everyone passes through the exit. The real problem, however, is whether they will even be able to get out safely. Because of this, the crow will certainly go after them. Just then, a pair of dark wings appears in the middle of the park, right in front of Sahan and Changgu. The sight of the person who landed there shows how dangerous this being is. The being opens its wings wide, and a strong gust of wind follows. This wind pushes some people back, while others hide their faces to protect themselves from the intense force. Karas the crow has appeared before them, and he doesn't look happy. This won't be a simple enemy to face, and Sahan hadn't felt this uneasy in a long time. He was stressed when facing Orga, but he knew how to turn things in his favor and win. With Chao Wang, he was surprised by the rapid changes, but was never afraid. This time, however, he feels something that bothers him. It's not fear, it's the concern for saving the people who trust him. In his past life, he would have left these people behind without a second thought. But the situation is not the same now. He turns and tells everyone to leave while he keeps the constellation occupied and gives them some time. Mina acts quickly and shouts for everyone to stop staring and start moving. Karas won't just stand there and let them escape, of course. He launches feathers like weapons toward the crowd of people. Sahan has to use his final hour skill to rush and block every one of them. Karas is a bit surprised that Sahan was able to stop all the attacks. However, if things continue like this and the crow uses wide-range attacks, it will be difficult for Sahan to keep the people safe. Instead of fighting head-on, he begins to talk to the crow. Sahan openly insults and annoys Karas, but the crow finds it more amusing than anything else. Sahan believes that. Karas earned it since he had to travel all the way to the park to catch many humans himself. That bothers Karas a bit, and the crow constellation opens its wings wide and prepares to attack. It seems that Sahan has managed to capture his attention, and all he has to do now is keep delaying him. Right now, about half the people still haven't left, so he only needs to delay him for about 30 minutes. He has been preparing for this moment. The whole time, the body leaps from the ground at great speed and aims directly at Sahan, but Sahan uses his shadow dash skill to merge with the ground and escape just before the crow's attack impacts. Would you like me to translate the next phase of Sahan's 30-minute survival game, or the final strike he's planning with Susong's help? Sahan tries to stay calm while the crow flies around him. It is clear that Karas is much more powerful than him in both power and speed. But our protagonist has the skills to stay alive and unique items that ensure his attack will land. He leaps from the ground just as the crow returns to the air to attack again, then uses his guaranteed hit skill to throw a sharp object. Normally Karas would be too fast for that to be a danger to him, but due to the guaranteed hit skill, his attack manages to reach him and nearly strike him. The projectile flies toward Karas. Karas must stop in midair and grab it. Then he lunges to the ground. This action breaks the pavement under Sahan's feet, sending large rocks flying upward. Sahan successfully avoids these rocks. However, the crow uses the dust cloud to launch another attack. He swings his claws towards Sahan's feet. Our protagonist barely manages to pull away. Even so, he receives a cut on his cheek just as he jumps backward. The battle continues. Karas becomes increasingly irritated, showing that he is no longer joking. Karas raises his hand in the air. Sahan identifies the power Karas is about to use as something truly terrifying. The constellation's power is much greater than Sahan anticipated. Now the situation seems ready to worsen significantly. The crow flies toward the sky, then uses his wings to launch another barrage of sharp feathers toward Sahan. There are too many feathers to avoid. Sahan has to endure most of them directly. The crow maintains the assault, launching more feathers at our protagonist. With no other choice, Sahan must activate the celestial assassin skill. This makes his movements much faster, which surprises Karas. Now he can avoid all the feathers being shot at him. Additionally, due to the effects of Celestial Assassin and his regeneration skill, he can heal from the damage caused by Karas's feathers. Combining these powers, delaying a bit longer should no longer be a problem. It seems most of the people have escaped by now, so he only needs to gain a little more time. Karas is forced to use his full strength. Sahan can barely believe how absurd the situation has become. Sahan's plan needs everyone in the park to escape. Karas, however, is confident he can still eliminate everyone, and then he will be forced to leave the realm. Additionally, in his new form, he will no longer be restricted to the park. At this moment, letting Karas gain even more power. Even with all his limited skills, it still feels like cheating. He activated a succession skill. This made him many times stronger than he should be at this point in the game. Karas begins to move. He is now so fast that Sahan has almost no chance of avoiding his attacks without using a skill. Sahan uses Shadow Dash again to avoid a deadly blow, then takes this opportunity to flee. Karas is still impressed that Sahan has lasted so long. It is clear that Sahan is no ordinary player. The crow then ascends to the sky, uses his wings to unleash strong gusts of wind. These gusts demolish everything in their path. Despite this, Sahan manages to avoid them all and stay alive. The surrounding area has been completely ruined. However, it is already too late for him to escape. With nowhere else to hide, Karas approaches our protagonist calmly. He grabs him by the neck, prepared to finish him off instantly. Karas is about to kill Sahan. However, our protagonist has some last words for the crow. Sahan tells Karas that next time, when victory seems certain, he shouldn't take so long to complete the task. At that moment, all the people in the amusement park finally manage to escape. This means Sahan has finished the third main mission. This now allows him to buy his first playthrough transfer package. He obtains the transfer package, immediately uses a skill called Proof of Transcendence. Karas has almost no time to react before he starts coughing up blood. Would you like me to translate the details of the Proof of Transcendence skill, or the scene showing the god's reaction to a player harming a constellation? They were talking, and Sahan used his spear to stab the crow in the stomach. Although it was a surprise attack, Karas moved quickly to avoid being hit in a critical area. Proof of Transcendence is a rank S skill that can be upgraded. It grants the user a complete 100% increase in all stats and also allows him to deal significant damage to divine beings for 30 minutes. After using the skill, it cannot be used again for 30 days. Karas knocks Sahan down, then flies away before Sahan can launch another attack. The crow is surprised that a player can possess so much power. Even though he is not an avatar, Karas has no choice. He must take the fight completely seriously and use all his strength to defeat Sahan. Karas launches another rain of feathers at our protagonist. But now, thanks to his power upgrades, Sahan can dodge them all with ease. Then Sahan aims and fires another spear at Karas. The crow feels certain that the attack will not reach him. However, the guaranteed hit skill is very, very effective. Karas raises a wall of wind to protect himself, but the spear still pierces through it. It hits Karas, who has no time to move, and makes him fall to the ground. Still, the spear could not pierce his heart, even with Proof of Transcendence and guaranteed hit active. Somehow Karas is still strong enough. He flies toward the sky and fires another barrage of very sharp feathers. Sahan has no time to dodge. He uses a shield to block all the attacks coming at him, then forces himself to move even with the heavy feathers pushing against his shield. Then he throws another spear at the crow. It hits exactly where he aimed. It stabs directly into Karas's thigh, making him fall to the ground once more. At this point, Karas can no longer do anything. Sahan asks him if he finally feels fear of the situation. Karas cannot accept that a human has defeated him. He keeps screaming that Sahan is just a small error in the system. Still, The difference in their power is now too great. Kara's has already been weakened by many attacks. Everything Kara's tries to throw at Sahan is easily stopped. It is clear that the fight is over. Kara's attempts one last massive attack. Sahan uses Shadow Dash to move away from him. Then he moves quickly toward the crow to deliver. The final blow, Kara's blocks it with a wall made of his feathers. This even breaks Sahan's weapon, leaving him with nothing else to use. Sahan has no other choice. He leaps toward Kara's, but he could not win in a fight. With only his hands, Kara's easily slams Sahan against the ground. He seems to be winning the fight again. But instead of finishing our protagonist quickly, Kara's begins to mock him. He says Sahan let his small advantage make him overconfident. This is exactly what Sahan wanted. Sahan warns the crow again that he should stop taking so long to finish fights, then uses the spear still in the crow's stomach to stab him once more. This blow finally brings Kara's down. The crow falls against Sahan, lifeless and dead. In the supreme upper realm, where most of the gods live, Arcadius, the game master of the Korean server, looks at a status screen. It shows an image of Sahan. The crow decided to go to the human world, then died. Due to this, the GM now finds himself in a very, very bad situation. Kara's died because of the protagonist's unfair power imbalance and his use of succession skill. The constellations still have a limited power level in the current game update. Arcadius chooses not to report this issue for now. Kara's was not a very well-known constellation, so no one should notice his absence for some time. However, the Game Master will now watch Sahan more closely to prevent similar events from happening again. The third mission ends, and then a major game update occurs. The main mission will now be open world. This means players can travel to different areas and levels using trains or subways. Players can also do many missions at the same time, and side missions will be added. Additionally, players can now form guilds using many points. Would you like me to translate the details of the first open-world guild quest, or show you the special reward Sahan received for being the first to slay a constellation? Sahan and Mina read the details about the new update and the missions. They are relaxing inside an old, empty restaurant. The raid boss mission has a long time to be defeated, which is quite surprising. This is likely because most players have not yet finished their third missions. Changgu and Su are also with them. It seems the four will stay together for now. Su fixed Sahan's broken equipment. Sahan has already recovered from his fight with Kara's, so he needs to plan his next actions. His injuries were quite severe. However, healing all his wounds improved his regeneration skill from rank F to rank E. His next destination is the region of Taejun, located far away from the raid boss. He wants to go there because he heard they sell good bread. He also has other tasks to complete in that area. Mina sighs because this is typical behavior for Sahan. She is used to him being too mysterious. However, she will not follow him on his mission. The young jester's observer taps on the shop window. It is clear she doesn't want Mina to leave Sahan. She is clearly watching them at this very moment. Luckily, the power of Kara's veil of darkness blocked the area during their fight. Because of this, the observers did not see Kara's heart being pierced at the end of the fight. The young jester continues to act strangely with her observer. Still, Mina is determined not to follow Sahan this time. Mina has made her decision. Sahan then makes a suggestion to Mina and the two Song brothers. He wants them to join a guild he plans to create very soon. Mina is not interested in guilds. To Changgu, he worries about not being of help to Sahan. In his current condition, Su, however, is very excited to be in Sahan's guild. He tells his brother to join as well. Sahan tells everyone to relax and not to feel forced for now. It would be better for them to do what is most comfortable for them. Joining Sahan's guild would be a great help to him. First, Su Song is destined to become the best craftsman in the world. Additionally, Changgu Song is a player as powerful as a chosen avatar and shows great promise with his rare mind's eye skill. After considering everything, Mina and the brothers agree to join Sahan's guild. With this decision made, Sahan prepares to travel to Taejun. He goes to a train station and then boards a train going to Taejun Station. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sahan's train, some players from the Waning Moon Guild are trying to take control of the train. The common people begin to flee from these dangerous men carrying large weapons. In the midst of all the chaos, Jisoo enters the train and spots the rebel players. From his position in the front part of the train, Sahan observes that the other side of the train has become very noisy. He thinks a monster might have appeared. However, he believes this shouldn't be a problem because most of the passengers on the train are players, so everything should be fine. Instead of focusing on that, Sahan examines the rewards he received from the third mission. The rewards seem quite simple this time, and it feels a bit disappointing to receive common items after everything he experienced. His first reward is a skill called Hunter's Instinct that can guess a monster's location by its tracks. He also obtained loot by defeating Karas, and a significant gain is becoming the new master of the Crow constellation. He also acquired Karas' skills, such as Crow's Eye and Veil of Darkness. However, to use the full power of the Crow constellation, he must gather more divinity. As his divinity grows, more skills will become available. Crow's Eye allows the user to create crows that can inspect the area from above. There is no limit on how many crows can be created, but they become harder to manage as he creates more. Then, the Veil of Darkness skill allows the user to merge with shadows. This skill differs from the one Karas used previously, and its effect likely changes depending on the user. Although he only obtained the lowest level of divinity, it represents a quite significant advantage. He could also locate the observer of a specific god in Taejun. This god is a witch who cared about humanity, but still wished for every human to live and die for Sahan. With nothing else to do, Sahan decides to take a short nap until they reach Taejun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the train, a single player flees for his life while all his companions fall like insects. This person is undoubtedly the girl he heard of in the stories. She wears completely black clothes and has dark hair. When her hair changes to red, no one can escape alive. He keeps running, but then a blunt object hits the back of his head, forcing him to fall to the ground before he can escape. Jisoo stands menacingly in front of him, and it seems there is no chance of escape. He pleads for his life, swearing he will never repeat such an act if she lets him live. Jisoo, however, does not trust him and finds his desperate pleas quite entertaining. Then she gives him a smile and extends her hand to end his life. The train arrives at Taejun Station. The doors open immediately, and people run out screaming in fear for their lives. Sahan exits his section, puzzled by the loud disturbance at the other end of the train. His answer appears coming down the stairs calmly. She greets him with a wide smile. It's Jisoo. Say, would you like me to translate the reunion between Sahan and Jisoo, or the start of the search for the mysterious witch god in Taejun? Sahan had no idea they were even on the same train. After they meet, he asks her if she handled her task successfully. She completed what she needed to do, then boarded the train once she noticed that Sahan was on it. She had been checking the map regularly to always know his whereabouts so they could reunite. That behavior seems quite obsessive, but Sahan chooses not to say anything about it. If she constantly knew his location, that means she knew he was in Lomar. Fighting the crow would have been much simpler if Jisoo had been present initially. She wanted to go immediately. However, the third main mission began while she was traveling toward there. It wasn't very difficult for her, but she had many things to handle. Because of this, she arrived a bit late. Sahan confesses that he traveled to Taejun to fight the zone boss. Jisoo shows no surprise, nor does she even ask why he came all this distance, since she is used to him doing illogical things. In fact, she would have accepted his choice even if he had only traveled this far to buy bread in the area. It sounds quite strange to hear that from her. Sahan is not sure if she holds him in high regard. For now, the two begin moving toward their final stop, Dunsan. Sahan explains the specific details to her while they travel. Back in Seoul, specifically in Seoul, Mina walks through the streets. She is looking for some people Sahan told her about. She doesn't know the precise location. She has been walking for some time now and still cannot locate them. Sahan had previously noted some distinctive characteristics of the people she should look for. They are a family of two with blonde hair. The drawings he made are quite crude. The father is a large American man who has a very unusual laugh. The daughter is a 13-year-old multiracial girl. Judging by the appearance of the area, a monster attack seems to have occurred recently, killing many people while moving through the area. Destroyed, a wolf-shaped monster jumps from the shadows and tries to ambush her. Mina is ready. She turns around to defeat the creature with a single blow. However, another person acts faster. This person slams a large piece of concrete onto the beast, sending it flying away. Mina turns toward where the concrete came from, then sees two individuals who perfectly match the descriptions and drawings Sahan provided her. She approaches to meet them. She thanks the man for helping her defeat the monster. while they talk. His laugh is exactly as Sahan described it. However, the man's daughter stops him before he can continue and embarrass her. The girl observes among the many gods watching her that Mina seems more powerful than her father. Next, she needs to confirm their names. The man is Luke Taylor and his daughter is Lynn. These are the individuals Sahan was looking for. Mina then asks if she can go with them on their journey. The man threw a large piece of concrete, so he is certainly a player. However, she is not sure about the girl. Luke gladly accepts her into their group. Lynn, however, is quite hesitant to help someone more powerful than them. While they discuss, Mina steps aside to send a message to Sahan. She confirms having found the individuals she was sent to locate. Going with these people could be beneficial because Sahan suggested it. He also referred to them as the future key to humanity in Taejon. Soldiers move through the streets with powerful weapons, searching for any sign of monsters. Society seems to be recovering even with all the events in the world. A soldier approaches them while inspecting the area and asks them if they are players. Apparently, an order has been given to inspect all current players. The government seems to be trying to manage the players during the current world situation. Sahan does not answer the soldier's questions. Instead, he tells Jisoo in a low voice to run toward a distant building. Both split up, then jump before the soldier can stop them. They land on the roof of a skyscraper. Jisoo approaches Sahan, wondering why they came to the top of the building. Sahan intends to use his new crow's eye skill. He wants to scan the area for the raid boss. He activates the skill. The crows then begin to fly from his shadow, soaring into the sky. The skill is still basic and needs improvement. However, it will still give him an elevated view of the area. At the same time, he asks to see her stats. Jisoo is very willing to show them to him. It seems Jisoo always agrees to his requests. He opens her status menu. Her stats are extremely powerful for someone playing the game normally. She also obtained 2 new skills, Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike. Would you like me to analyze Jisoo's new skills or show you what Sahan's crows discover about the raid boss's location? Somehow, she raised her regeneration skill to rank C. Her Celestial Assassin skill also increased to a 3-star level. This is quite strange because she should have shown some signs of madness if her Celestial Assassin skill is that high. While he examines her stats, he receives a signal from the crows indicating they have found something. They go to the area the crows pointed out. From the damage, they can tell that whatever was there was not a normal monster. This destruction must be what remains after a raid boss. Jisoo asks Sahan how he knows all this. As always, he does not answer. For the raid boss to appear so early is quite strange. There are still many hours left on the timer. Timers are unreliable. Most of them are just a deception to mislead people. The ground shows large marks from huge claws and wings. It looks like a flying creature fought another animal. However, in reality, a single beast created all these marks. Then that beast lands forcefully right behind them. It tries to strike them with its massive claws. This creature is a Cheongchi, a black tiger with massive white wings. It is also one of the 4 dangerous mythical monsters from Chinese stories. Sahan thought he would need to search for a while to find it, but instead, the beast came directly toward them. This means the dungeon is nearby because this beast has been hiding in the surroundings. At that moment, the 4th main mission appears. It asks them to defeat the creature before it completely destroys the city. Sahan and Jisoo found it sooner than expected, which is why the mission only appeared for them. Jisoo also perceives a very strong smell of blood coming from nearby. Sahan also sees a horn stuck in the Cheongchi's chest. This means it encountered another beast not long ago. The creature tries to attack Sahan one last time, then flees. The horn in the creature's chest was not supposed to be there for long. According to Sahan's memories from his past life, it seems things are starting to differ from what he remembers. After the creature leaves, Sahan runs toward the dungeon. Jisoo follows him very closely. Just as he thought, the dungeon was not the Cheongchi's home. It belongs to a Qilin, a divine beast with a single horn. That horn, full of divine power, is stuck in the chest of the already strong Cheongchi. The Qilin's horn possesses a vast amount of potential energy. It is the source of the beast's strength. Sahan first planned to get the Qilin's horn while looking for the Cheongchi, but that plan is now completely ruined. Moreover, if the Cheongchi absorbs the power of the horn, it will become an enormous danger. Jisoo suggests they search the area. There might be a hidden reward somewhere. However, the dungeon level is not very high, so it is likely there is nothing good enough to replace the Chilin's horn. But then Jisoo unexpectedly finds something among the broken pieces of the area. Sahan wonders if it is mithril, the strongest metal after orichalcum. But even mithril wouldn't be enough to replace the horn. What Jisoo found is actually an egg. It's not a normal egg, it's a Chilin egg. Normally, a new Chilin is born when a Chilin sits on it for a long time, but now that they have it, they can use it to create a divine beast. Sahan immediately buys more items from his premium shop, then prepares the equipment he will need to hatch the fruit of the Chilin and bring forth a new divine beast. After having everything ready, they only need to put a player's blood on it for it to work. The blood must be used in the next 2 days and will also directly change the creature's power and skills. Sahan is sure they can find better blood than his own and first thinks of using Jisoo's blood. However, her special powers could cause problems later. Then he thinks of using Mina because it would be too hard to find a good player in time. Mina's power and skills are already above average, so that should be fine. While he decides what to do, Mina sends him a message, and the message arrives at the perfect time. Mina is waiting with a family of 2 among the broken buildings. Sahan had not replied to her, and she doesn't know if he will show up. After a while, he replies to her message and asks their current location. He doesn't even praise her for her effort. She reluctantly tells him her location. Then after a brief and quiet moment, Jisoo and Sahan suddenly appear behind her. They're sweating and breathing heavily, so it seems both ran all the way from Taejeon. Luke steps forward to greet the newcomers, and his daughter remains hidden behind him. Would you like me to translate the moment Sahan selects the blood donor for the Chilin egg or his first meeting with Luke Taylor? Sahan introduces himself and Jisoo, and Luke thinks Mina must have told him his name because they just met, but Sahan already acts as if he knows him. Once the introductions are finished, Sahan addresses Mina. She is still upset because he didn't praise her effort. So he hands her a gift to thank her for all her help. The gift is a mithril, or that she can eat and absorb into her body. Mina can barely believe she received such a valuable object, and her frustration fades quickly when she receives the present. Then he approaches Lin and shows her the special creature's egg. He will need her help to wake it up, and she only needs to place her hand on it, although she is afraid that something bad might happen. Luke tells her to do it, because Sahan doesn't seem to be a bad person. She puts her hand on the egg and immediately is sharp. Tip comes out of the top and pricks her hand, making her bleed. He falsely says the outer layer of the egg must have scratched her hand. However, the setup is already complete, and the team takes Lin's blood to activate the Chilin fruit. Now he just needs to add some food and wait for it to open. Mina approaches and asks why he had to find these 2 people, but Sahan finds it hard to tell her. She will understand later. But for now, he wants Mina to stay with them as long as possible. That won't be too difficult because they seem to trust them, and she is already expecting a reward for her help. At first, Sahan believed he wouldn't need anyone else because this was his second time playing, but he understood something new after seeing the changes in Kara's and the Minotaur. From now on, he must consider the system's interference, and that's why he will need Lin Taylor, a player whose power and skill amazed even the gods themselves. She represents the pinnacle of human capability. Once the catalyst is introduced, the egg begins to grow and seems ready to hatch. Sahan tells Lin she doesn't have to call him sir, since he isn't that old. However, Mina reminds him that he is 10 years older than Lin. Mina also considers calling him sir, since he is also 4 years older than her. This angers Jisoo. Mina then explains it's just a joke to avoid Jisoo's intense gaze. With the introductions finished, it's time for the next step. Mina asks Sahan if he plans to return to Taejeon, but he cannot beat the raid boss even if he goes back there at this very moment. Mina still believes the raid boss hasn't appeared yet. However, Jisoo explains that they have already encountered it once. The 3 step aside for a moment to tell Mina everything that has happened so far. The raid boss is massive, and its power is similar to a sentinel. The sentinel might be stronger in combat, but the raid boss has a huge amount of health points, which makes it much harder to defeat. It also possesses a much wider attack range than a sentinel. This means the damage it could cause would be much greater. All this implies that Sahan should kill it quickly, but it's too early for that, and the other players wouldn't be prepared right now. There's also a new factor to consider with the raid boss. It is currently absorbing a Chilin horn. Sahan tries to remember if the raid boss was also pierced by a Chilin horn in his past life. He wonders if something changed when he decided to go to Taejeon. He never went to Taejun in his previous life. However, the raid boss attacked them by surprise, as if it had been waiting for them. Furthermore, it left many clear signs as if trying to lure them. The Cheongshi also fought with the Qilin too early. It hasn't even been 3 days since the raid boss was announced. Too many things are unclear at this precise moment. It becomes stranger the more he thinks about it. It could be the system trying to meddle with him again, or there could be another cause. An idea that comes to mind is Arcadius, the GM of Korea. The god sits on his throne and watches a replay of Sahan and Jisoo fighting the Cheongshi. He didn't expect a normal player to escape so easily. He even took something from the dungeon when leaving. It's probably a Qilin fruit, but Arcadius is sure that Sahan wouldn't know how to hatch it, even if it were a Qilin fruit. The most crucial question is why the Cheongshi is so weak. It is totally exhausted just from having a horn in its rib. Arcadius even gave it the chance to absorb the horn, but it remains weak. So he decides to alter things in a way that isn't too obvious. He does so by slightly increasing its regeneration and adaptation abilities. With this little boost, it could become an absurd monster. 2 weeks later, much closer to the launch of the raid boss, Sahan and Jisoo return to Taejun. The army has a much larger presence in the area compared to their previous visit. It seems they want to prove that their last defeat was only due to a lack of complete preparation. However, this approach is quite reckless since firearms do not work against monsters. Although weapons don't cause much damage, they can still inflict pain. Still, they would be useless against a raid boss. It would be better if the players took care of that task. If the players took control, they would gain more influence. The government regained some power recently after the open world announcement, and they wish to maintain it. Jisoo doesn't like this situation, but she can't do much to change it. Sahan tells her to go where the other players are for now. Clearly there are more players in Taejun than during his previous playthrough. Many of them seem to be looking for companions to beat the raid boss while others prepare for the mission to begin. Someone approaches Sahan and asks him to join their group, but Sahan refuses since he doesn't plan to join any party. The player keeps annoying him, thinking Sahan is only refusing to impress the girl. This player believes that people who act like that will simply die. Sahan and Jisoo ignore them and walk away. The man leaves angry, certain that both will learn their lesson sooner or later. However, it is very evident that the man himself is trying to impress Jisoo. He clearly wants her to join his group, but doesn't understand who he's actually talking to. Would you like me to translate the moment the raid boss awakens, or Sahan's strategy to use the other players as a distraction? Jisoo hears his rude comments and offers to take care of the man. Sahan, however, calms her and tells her to just keep walking. Either way, they will be the first to move when the raid boss appears. As they walk among the people, Sahan sees Dongwon Park moving stealthily through the streets. Dongwon also sees Sahan and quickly covers his face, trying to hide. His efforts are useless, and Sahan approaches him quickly before he can leave. Dongwon explains that Yoonjun went to Cheonggu to visit his family, and he was told to come to Taejun. Based on Dongwon's new equipment, Sahan realizes that Dongwon achieved a lot during his third mission. He probably also obtained new skills. It wasn't a succession skill, yet since those cannot be obtained in normal ways, only a chosen avatar can learn such a skill from a god, which makes these skills unusually strong. Jonghyun, or an honest life, must have instructed Dongwon to come to Taejun. Sahan decides to quickly check the god's forms. People there are still discussing him because he defeated Karas. Everyone assumes he must be in Taejun because something exciting is happening there. Young Jester is still upset because Mina decided not to follow him. However, she shares that he left for something quite intriguing. Despite others trying to find out more, she refuses to say what that very interesting object is. It is clear she is referring to the Qilin fruit. She will keep this information to herself because she doesn't like sharing details. Luke Taylor's goddess is also trustworthy. She does not spread rumors. Then he looks at Dongwon and asks him if he learned the crowd manipulation skill. Dongbon tries to lie, se. Han shows the crystal that controls his collar, and this instantly changes Dongwon's expression. Dongwon admits he learned it. Sahan is about to tell him to use it, but one of his crows flying above sees something dangerous. Sahan changes his voice and orders Dongwon to use the skill immediately. If Dongwon doesn't do it, everyone in the area will appear. The raid boss is moving quickly toward their location. It seems to plan an ambush on the players while they are unprepared. There is a lot of time left before it is supposed to appear. This means its main objective is to feed before the main battle. Dongwon is slow to understand. Sahan tries. to tell everyone to escape before the boss arrives, but no one trusts him yet. There are 10 minutes left before the raid boss is scheduled to appear. People think Sahan is telling the truth. They keep ignoring him. It is clear that words alone will not convince them. So he runs back toward Dongwon and orders him again to use his power. However, he cannot use it on just anyone. First, he needs to be in a situation where he can mentally enter the target. Because of this, Sahan tells Jisoo to take out her weapon and prepare. When he gives her a signal, he wants her to break a nearby fire hydrant to divert people's attention. Then he tells Dongwon to use his crowd manipulation skill when the raid boss appears and make everyone panic. Dongwon agrees, but doesn't believe the boss is going to appear. Even if it does, the crowd probably wouldn't panic so easily because of it. However, Sahan assures him things will become chaotic. He also prepares. The ground begins to shake. People begin to look around in fear as the monster approaches. Some even check the arrival time of the raid boss, but it is already too late. The ground opens up. A giant paw crashes down toward Sahan. He uses the pile bunker to block it. Jisoo jumps in to help him. She slams the paw back against the ground. This makes the monster roar in pain. The other players begin to understand that the raid boss has truly appeared. The military also acts immediately. They begin to fire toward the area where the monster emerged. They fire every weapon they have in its direction. However, the smoke clears. The monster is still alive and unharmed. The soldiers begin to retreat in fear as it walks toward them. Then it roars again, completely clearing the smoke. This shows that its appearance has changed a lot. It now has white fur instead of black. Large red spikes are growing all over its body. It seems to be evolving into its final form. This will be a huge problem if it finishes. Once it fully evolves into its final form, the Cheonchi will be as powerful as a sentinel. Additionally, its active area will grow even more, making it harder to manage. It took the power of the horn so easily. This means the GM was directly involved. The raid boss roars. It begins to attack nearby people without pause. Would you like me to translate the next part, where Sahan counters the GM's interference or the description of Dongwon's crowd manipulation effects during the chaos? The soldiers continue firing at the raid boss with all their weapons. The bullets do not damage the raid boss, its breath. Then pushes the people back from where they are. Kim. Sahan shouts at Dongwon, telling him to do what they were told before. Dongwon obeys the order, uses the crowd control skill, and tells the people to leave the area immediately, letting the players take control. When the crowd tries to argue, he asks them to see that the current weapons are useless against the raid boss. Dongwon's skill ends, and the crowd is still not convinced. Kim Sahan thinks the players have received their fourth main mission. The crowd then charges toward the raid boss to attack it again. A civilian gets very close to the raid boss. The raid boss almost steps on this person, but Kim Sahan manages to save the man. The man quickly thanks Sahan, saying he wasn't careful for a moment. Sahan tells him to be more cautious, explaining that the raid boss is dangerous for more than just its size. Kim Sahan thinks of the best way and weapon to attack the raid boss, the civilians. Also notice that long-range attacks will not affect the raid boss. Kim Han worries about how to deal with the raid boss, since it could transform into its final form. At any moment, suddenly the raid boss's wings grow even larger. Then it flaps its wings while making a sound and flies into the sky. This causes even more destruction to the buildings. The people are surprised because they didn't expect it could fly. They discuss if they should flee at this moment. They believe the raid boss will destroy the entire city if it attacks the ground. Kim Sahan decides to bring down the raid boss before it attacks the ground. He connects his spears with chains, then throws them at the raid boss. This surprises the civilians with his strength. Kim Sahan calls out to the people in the crowd, asking them to help him bring down the raid boss with the chains. The civilians see that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Sahan. They realize that if she can do it, they can too. So the people join in and start pulling the chains. At a command, they all pull it down with a sudden jerk. The raid boss falls to the ground, but blue currents begin to flow through its body. Kim Sahan wonders if its transformation to the final stage has begun. To stop it, he jumps very high, then drives his sharp weapon into the raid boss's face. However, after a loud grunt, the raid boss jumps again, still unaffected. This makes Kim Sahan recognize its toughness and its strength. Kim Se-hen wonders why his attack didn't work since he clearly felt he hit the skull. Han Jisoo tells him to leave it to her because she is better prepared to deal with the raid boss. After saying that, she stabs her own heart. This is to maximize the effect of Celestial Assassin, which increases damage dealt. Her regeneration skill heals the wound immediately. This allows her to move in a special way. Han Jisoo jumps very high and lands on the raid boss's head. Kim Se-han realizes the next moves of Han Jisoo, then tells everyone to move back as far as possible. She strikes the raid boss's head with all her strength while the people flee. The raid boss slams its head against the ground. With the last strike of her weapon, she delivers the final blow. The raid boss grunts loudly in pain. The raid boss grunts and roars loudly, trying to attack Han Jisoo. Jisoo prepares to strike the raid boss again. Kim Se. Han shouts her name, telling her stop. He warns her that the situation could become very risky for her. The raid boss, having received many heavy hits from Jisoo, moans in pain then bites her, but cannot swallow her due to her special magical qualities. The raid boss flails. It begins to grunt and roar, shaking its head vigorously. The onlookers wonder what is happening to it. Then the raid boss loses consciousness and falls to the ground. The people begin to approach, wanting to confirm if the raid boss is still alive, or would you like me to translate the final loot drop from the raid boss or the aftermath of Han Jisoo's self-inflicted heart strike? He is dead, while the people examine the raid boss up close. Jisoo unexpectedly emerges from its mouth. Then she walks towards Se-han. The chat room for the Taejun region on the South Korean server becomes chaotic. This occurs as users find out how Kim Se-han and Jisoo managed to defeat the raid boss. After praising them and Dongwon, people begin to talk. They question why the attributes of their local raid boss were much higher than expected. This makes them suspect that the GM might have had something to do with the increase in the stats of the raid boss. A fellow player asks the reason behind the suspicion. The player clarifies that others are also saying this because the GM previously defeated Karas. A user proposes sending feedback. They point out the risk that the GM could start harming even the player's avatars if he is not controlled, so they collectively agree to stop this by sending their comments. In this way, following the idea of Kim Se-han, Anonymous Player 48, the GM Arcadius could not interfere in the Korean server for a while. As a prize for beating the raid boss, Se-han obtains the Gungji code. He reads its description. Then he understands that Gungji had reached its definitive state just before Jisoo delivered the final blow. He is already surprised by this information. Then Jisoo reveals that she has obtained the dark gem of sacred dissonance in her inventory. After seeing it, Se-han's surprise increases even more. He then considers how they could manufacture a very powerful weapon with it. However, he understands they are still missing some necessary components. Still, he feels grateful to Arcadius for this item. Jisoo offers her prize to Se-han. She claims she only delivered the final blow to the raid boss while he did most of the effort, but he refuses to accept it. He tells her to keep it, explaining it could be useful when she finally finds suitable materials. He also tells her that a gold rank is a sufficient reward for him since many players participated. Jisoo then states that she also achieved a gold rank. Dongwon approaches them and announces that he has obtained a silver rank. They find it hard to believe Dongwon got a silver rank since he was mostly fleeing, so he reminds them that he secured the combat zone by evacuating everyone. Kim Se-han asks Jisoo if her participation in the battle reduced her rank to gold, but she denies it. She explains that if she hadn't been involved, the fight would have lasted much longer. Then he asks Dongwon if he has any tasks. Dongwon confirms that he does. He considers that it would have been better if Dongwon had stayed with Jonghyun. However, he allows him to go, giving him a warning. Before heading to Seoul, Jisoo shares her concerns about her mother's location. This makes Se-han reflect on why her mother did not reveal her whereabouts to Jisoo. Se-han then looks at Jisoo. He wonders what would have happened to her if he hadn't ended her life in his past existence. Therefore, he sees her as a significant point. She symbolizes the opportunity for destinies to change. Some men are dragging small children. The children are tied up like animals and are crying. The men believe their leaders wanted children for their souls and blood because the leaders are demons. Zhang Xin appears to find someone who entered his territory. Without permission, someone asks who he is, and Xinjiang says he doesn't know. So he decides to kill everyone present. Mina and Taylin walk through the streets carrying shopping bags. Tae-lin thanks Mina because they were able to buy more with their points. Mina then brags about her gold rating. But secretly she thinks this was only possible thanks to the magic book that Kim Se-han gave her. Then someone sneaks up from behind Mina. Tae-lin helps Mina, and Mina dodges the man's attack. She transforms her hand into a blade and cuts the weapon of the man in half, then hits his face with a metal fist. The man falls to the ground. His companion sees that the girls are not normal, so he calls all the members of his alleyway gang to attack the girls as a group. Suddenly, the first man's eyes change. Na thinks he could be a monster in human form, but Mina remains confident. She transforms her arms to look like those of a mantis. She begins to cut through their weapons with a single movement of her arms. One man tells another to go for Tae-lin. The men run toward "Would you like me to translate the next scene, where Tae-lin reveals her own hidden powers, or the part where Se-han returns to Seoul to reunite with the group?" Tae-lin, but she dodges their attack. Mina feels better after seeing that. She runs toward the men to defeat them, but the men escape quickly. After feeling better about what happened, Mina sees that the blood of the injured or dead gangsters is black. She finds this very strange, so she plans to talk about it with Kim Se-han when he returns. Kim Se-han returns me. Na tells him how she and Lynn Taylor were attacked by some strange thugs. He considers the situation. He understands that their dark blood means they were demonic servants, part of the Dark Heaven clan. He wonders why they are wasting time, instead of getting stronger. He wonders to himself if this is because Kim Yuan is no longer there. Kim Se-han also knows that in his past life, the Dark Heaven clan had no power in Seoul due to Kim Yuan's guild, the Sins. But since the Sins are not present now, the Dark Heaven clan has become more powerful. Kim Se-han has accidentally accelerated their growth in Seoul. Lynn Taylor asks Kim Se-han if he knows who those people might be, and he says yes. He looks at Mr. Taylor. He is surprised by Mr. Taylor's worried face, showing concern for his daughter Lynn Taylor. Then he tells the girls that those thugs were probably connected to a demon, but he says he doesn't know where they are because he never dealt with them in his past life. Jisoo approaches and says she knows where those thugs might be. She reminds Se-han of his third main mission, which was very difficult for him to complete. He remembers it quickly because he had to defeat Kara's back then. She also mentions having met a person with dark blood in that place. This makes him realize the situation is very serious, and he asks her to guide him there. Se-han then arrives at Waguk, located in the Gangseo district of Seoul, it seems. Strange to him that the businesses are already open again. He approaches a shopkeeper and asks if any children have been kidnapped in the area. The shopkeeper, who is calm, suddenly becomes frightened and uncertain upon hearing Se-han's question. Then he denies that anything like that occurred and leaves. After several attempts, Se-han shows a photo of Jisoo to a man and asks him about her. The man then agrees to talk inside his shop. The man explains that the guild was not local. He says the woman in the photo completely destroyed the original group of the area, which allowed an outside guild to take control easily. The man also reveals that those people warned them to keep quiet or they would lose their businesses. After hearing everything, Se-han understands the full situation. He also realizes that those people must be taking children for the Mask of Anguish. In the past, the gods treated the world as their game. Now the demons have also gained power, supernatural, which allows them to treat this world as their game as well. The gods only choose up to 2 avatars to maintain control over them. They pay close attention to each avatar, which often leads them to get involved. Demons, however, are different from gods. They share their power with many contractors and have a large number of servants, sometimes even an entire guild. Unlike gods, demons do not care about a contractor's talent, skills, or how well they match their power. They only care about the desire for power of the contractor and how easily they can be tempted. This means they only care if their servants will follow their orders well. This game is more than just fun for the demons, and all their goals go against human well-being. This shows they're looking for the Mask of Anguish. The Mask of Anguish is made of demon flesh mixed with sadness. The rank 27 demon Ranov is its owner. It grows stronger with human sadness and vital energy. It converts this into points to increase the mask's power. Se-han then leaves the shop and decides to destroy the Dark Heaven clan. He transforms into a crow and begins to search the white building where the shop owner said he would find the demonic servants. However, he discovers that all the buildings are white and everyone has dark hair and eyes. As he finds it difficult to locate those men, He goes to a different place to find the boss, Sahan. Defeats several men from the Dark Heaven Guild. Then other men appear and ask him if he is from the Dark Moon Guild. He juggles his daggers and tells them to prepare to die at his hands. He uses the crows to summon many crows. The crows begin to confuse the men, and he kills them, one by one. When the other men begin to counterattack, Sahan uses the shadow dash technique and avoids their attack. He wonders about the location of the kidnapped children. He decides to find them after dealing with all of Rano's servants here. Sahan manages to defeat them all and then begins to search for the kidnapped children. He opens the door to the room where the kidnapped children are. Would you like me to translate the encounter between Sahan and the Dark Heaven clan leader, or describe the status of the Mask of Anguish after Sahan's intervention? A child asks him if he will also take them to that place. Without understanding the child's question, he asks which place they are referring to. The child states that they were promised they would be turned into players. Sahan understands that the gang members deceive these children. He explains that no person can become a player, and no one has the ability to make them players. The child tries to argue, saying he saw other children become players. Sahan informs him that those children were likely already players. The child gets upset, then demands that Sahan release them if he cannot fulfill his promise. Sahan tells them that he was already there to set them free. After releasing the children, he decides to explore inside the building first. He heads to the 7th floor to look for a manager, Shin. One sits in a room with a cage in front of him. He is irritated by a loud sound. Suddenly, a man approaches him. The man informs him that their Wagik branch was destroyed. He asks, "Who did it?" The man explains that crows obscure the cameras, but was a man dressed in black. Shinwon considers if it was a henchman of a different demon. However, he cannot figure out who it could be. He then proceeds to the 5th floor to meet with his boss. Gang Shion Chono instructs him to handle the situation and also warns him to stay alert. Shinwon leaves feeling confident because Rano refers to him as the most unusual contractor. So, although he recognizes the significant power of the man who eliminated his gang members, he moves forward to defeat him. Sahan examines some papers. He learns that the main location of the Dark Heaven Guild is in the one area of Incheon. Then he sees the watchful eyes of the gods floating nearby. Their presence makes him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, he observes that the bright golden eye continues to follow him. He wonders if it belongs to the witch. However, he believes she would have already sent him an avatar invitation, similar to what she did in the last playthrough if it really belonged to her. Because of this, he chooses to ignore it. Then he begins to consider how to deal with the guild members, since there will be many more than in Wagik. After one of the watchful eyes challenges him, he begins his journey to first save the kidnapped children from the basement of the Incheon branch. He knows they are likely using the children to activate the Mask of Anguish. When Sahan arrives at the place, he looks from behind a wall. He sees some men taking dead children out of the basement room. They discuss why the children are dying faster than predicted. Then they wonder confusedly what to do with the bodies of the deceased, since Shinhwa usually takes care of them. Sahan hears the name Shinhwa. He wonders if someone with that name existed in his previous playthrough. After understanding that he couldn't get much information from behind the wall, he shows himself. The men mistake him for a new person due to his black clothes, so they instruct him to help with the bodies. However, Sahan quickly cuts their throats. Sahan approaches a corpse. It seems strange to him that the deceased girl has a peaceful look. He remembers that the Mask of Anguish absorbs the pain of its victim. This leads to the victim's terrible death. He also observes that the power accumulated in the mask is much lower than it should be. Suddenly, Sahan spots a gas orb that causes stasis. This proves that someone used their item in this place. He wonders who could have tried to save the children. However, he chooses to rescue the children first. Giant Kino gets very angry when he learns that one has not yet located the wanted man. Despite this, he decides to request more time from Rano to collect the children once more. He believes this individual serves a demon based on the described clothes and the nearby crows. However, he understands that no one less powerful than one could face him. This causes Kion Yu's informant to question one's abilities. The informant speaks about this with Kion Yu, but Kion Yu rejects these ideas. Suddenly, Kion Yu sees many crows outside his window. They break the window glass and fly into the room. Would you like me to translate the confrontation between Sehan and Giant Key No, or explain the origin of the stasis gas orb found in the basement? Kion U.S. informant tells him that there are bombs tied to each crow's leg. As soon as they notice this, the entire building explodes with the bombs. One is on his motorcycle when he finds out the base suffered an attack. Ranov informs him that the whole building exploded and the mask is buried under the rubble. They had previously thought the player would also take the mask along with the children. Then Ranov states that the Crow constellation changed. Recently, someone killed the old Crow constellation and obtained its power. The constellation's position remains vacant because the killer is not yet ready to claim it. One asks if he knows the identity of the killer. Ranov confirms it, explaining that the killer is a well-known player. The man states he cannot enter the gods' forums because he is a demon. One gathers details about the player. Realizing the player will not face him voluntarily in a fight, one chooses to create a scenario where the player must fight. One asks Ranov to reveal the location of the player's teammates. However, Ranov advises him to first recover the mask from his base to guarantee his victory against the strong player. Ranov then helps one obtain a mask. After that, he guides one to the house of Sehan's teammate. Mina watches the heavy rain and dries her hair, mentioning how much it is raining. Lin approaches, offering Mina hot tea. Mina thanks Lin and asks if she knows Jisu's whereabouts. Lin responds that Jisu is still out. Mina states that Jisu must be keeping watch even during the rain. Taylor sighs, explaining that he really cannot understand these powers. Mina responds that it's as simple as moving her hands. Taylor sighs once more, saying he still doesn't understand it. Mina looks at him with determination, stating that she will help him understand it. Suddenly, Lin drops and breaks a plate while looking. Out the window, Mina asks if Lin is hurt or if she was startled by the lightning. Lin trembles, saying that something terrible is approaching them. Dark shadows appear near their door. When their door opens, one is standing there. Mina wonders if he is a friend of Sehan's. He strikes her face. Mina adopts a fighting stance, wondering who this person could be. He strikes her again. Mina thinks about how it still hurts, even though she protected herself with Mithril. He approaches her, telling her to stay still so he can finish quickly. Mina changes into her other form, and then attacks him, but he avoids her attacks. As he prepares to strike Mina, Taylor blocks his punch. Taylor then mocks him, saying he seems to know how to fight. Taylor adds that it's a shame because he must have been quite powerful before. The game began. One gets into position and states he's in a hurry because everyone must die. Taylor laughs and says that won't happen since he has a daughter to look after. Both begin to fight. Meanwhile, at the Dark Heaven clan, the Crow looks at the bomb he created with admiration. He thinks about how calling the Crows gave him a slight headache. He considers that others can get the mask on their own. The Eye continues to annoy him, so he approaches it and asks what's wrong. The Eye informs him that his avatar is in danger. One now remains silent, looking at the unconscious bodies of Mina and Taylor. He considers how things could have gone wrong if their stats were stronger. He sees Lin crying over Taylor, telling her father to wake up. This sight reminds him of his own younger self. He quickly pushes these thoughts away as a voice interrupts him, telling him not to kill the girl. The voice tells him that she possesses amazing potential and that such pure magic is a great offering. He asks if he can do what he wants with the others. After receiving yes, he tells Lin to go with him. Lin seems to hesitate, so he says this is the only way he can keep her father and Mina alive. Lin stands up, looks at her father, and then moves toward one to go with him, hoping to save their lives. He quickly knocks her out by hitting her on the head from behind. Then he holds her limp body while preparing to walk away with her. Jisoo attacks him with an axe. He asks if she also lives with them. Jisoo, would you like me to translate Jisoo's counterattack or show you Sehan's reaction when he arrives at the scene? Responds with another attack, which surprises one with her speed. He believes she is faster than he is. One attacked her wrist, but she avoids it. He thinks her wrist should have broken. He considers how unnatural she is, and Jisoo asks why he moves so strangely while avoiding his attacks. Responds that her movements seem stranger to him. He tells her it is a boxing bob and weave movement. Jisoo cracks her neck and adopts a boxing stance. One looks at her, clicks his tongue, and also gets in a position, saying Jisoo annoys him. She throws a punch at him, and one dodges it with the same speed. He tries to copy her attack, and she barely dodges it. One chuckles, thinking that Jisoo only knows how to aim for the head. However, since she is naturally skilled, this could become dangerous. He considers ending the fight with one last blow. Then he throws a direct punch. Jisoo blocks his punch while also returning one. He staggers back, thinking about how quickly she performed. That movement, he decides it is better to leave before the situation becomes more difficult. At the same time, Jisoo stumbles from her spot, and Won lets out a disappointed groan. Won gets on his motorcycle, taking Lin with him. Then he reflects on how truly absurd it is that Jisoo is following him so fast even though he is on a motorcycle, and how she is already gaining speed with every passing moment. Just when Jisoo was about to reach him, he shifts gears and speeds away. A voice mocks him, stating that this is the last time it will help Won, as Jisoo must not be allowed to ruin the main event. He arrives at the port of Incheon. The voice informs him that the crows will arrive there in a short time. He thinks of Taylor, Mina, and Lin, believing that all of them must be connected in some way. Next, his mind turns toward Jisoo. The demon's voice annoys him once more, instructing him to put on a mask. The demon states it is helping Won only because it does not wish to have to look for another pawn and will end their agreement the very instant Won fails. Won informs the demon that he will make his decision after seeing the person. Just at that moment, the crow makes his appearance. Won believes he has seen this person before in an MMA fighting ring, so he concludes that the crow must undoubtedly be a fighter. The crow asks why he took the child. Won responds that it was the most effective method to draw him away. The crow asks if this is because of what he did to the Darkheaven clan. Won nods with his head and states he has unfinished business to settle with him. Sensing an extremely powerful presence emanating from the crow explains that his friends were attacked by servants of a demon earlier. Due to this situation, he decided to eliminate everything connected to the demons before they could cause more trouble. Won adopts his combat stance. The crow observes how Won's hands changed, wondering if Won is capable of altering his body parts in this peculiar way. They begin their fight. Hand to hand, both exchanging punches without using any type of weapon. Suddenly, the crow lands a totally unexpected blow on Won and breaks his hand. The demon then scolds Won for not wearing the mask. The demon expresses deep regret for having trusted a human. Once more, Won questions if he is truly worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon gets angry, stating that if Won cannot accept it, then he will force him to put it on. The demon asks if Won understands the distinction that exists between an agreement with a demon and one with a god. Just at that moment, Won begins to tremble uncontrollably. The demon then informs him that demons possess the ability to impose their will on others. Won puts on the mask of anguish, even though he does not wish to at all. The demon then announces that watching him fight as such a weak person was becoming extremely boring. Won lets out a soul-piercing scream as the mask adheres to his face. The crow then considers how the situation could become truly problematic. The crow thinks that Won's abilities could now be very similar to his own, especially because Won is wearing the mask that always causes him so much trouble. The crow moves quickly toward Lin and holds her very tightly. He looks at Won, who laughs out loud as the mask takes total control of his being, stating how incredibly pleasant it feels to have absolute control. Would you like me to translate the showdown between the mask-controlled Won and Sahan, or would you prefer to see the special item Jisoo uses to catch up to them? The mask introduces itself as Ranov, the 27th ranked demon. Ranov laughs, commenting that it is quite pleasant to take control of matters personally in this particular way. The crow finally unsheathes his sword. He directly challenges Ranov to begin, explaining that he does not want Lin to have to wait in the rain for too long. Ranov calls the crow a simple and arrogant human, then asks if it is true that the crow defeated Karas, because Ranov believes that could in no way be true. Ranov states it would be completely impossible for him to beat a constellation with that level of power. One swings quickly toward Ranov. The crow considers that the mask is not completely finished, but its pure power is still extremely strong. The crow then moves even closer to Ranov. Both begin a series of strikes and agile dodges. The crow believes he can handle these movements with total ease. The crow manages to bring his sword very close to Won's neck, but the sword breaks into countless fragments upon making contact. Ranov laughs, saying he is quite powerful for a simple human, then strikes him with his claws, adding that despite everything, he still cannot defeat a demon. The crow soon observes that Ranov's movements have become considerably slower than before. Upon noticing this, he strikes again, and one stumbles violently backward. The crow realizes that if this is truly certain at this precise moment, he is simply an easy target. He considers how Ranov is able to prevent the body from being cut thanks to his skills, but he still feels the pain intensely. The crow stops, seeing Ranov continue to laugh out loud. He considers that his rank in the latter possesses considerable importance. Ranov says he was not arrogant without a good reason, as he is able to fight with quite a bit of efficacy and skill. He is about to finish his sentence when he suddenly collapses to the ground. The demon asks with great confusion what is happening, adding that he cannot move at all. At that moment, one says he must have been severely defeated within this very body. Ranov asks how it is possible that he can still speak this way. One responds that his mind is now completely clear after having been defeated so severely. Ranov says he can still maintain control as long as he keeps wearing the mask. One exhales, then slams his face against the ground with tremendous force. The crow watches the scene, considering if one has regained his full consciousness and is resisting the demon's mental control. He considers this sight to be extremely strange. The demon continues shouting, mocking one by asking if he really believes he can break the mask. A demonic artifact can only be broken by the demon himself, by a being of equal or superior rank, or by the demon's contractor. The demon screams, asking if he understands that he is essentially ending his contract by breaking the demonic artifact. One grabs the mask tightly and pulls it. He states he knows Ranov planned to abandon him anyway, no matter what. So he will discard him first before Ranov can do it. One turns to look at the crow. The crow asks him if he still intends to continue fighting against him. One says the demon was not involved in the fight they had between them. The crow considers that he still wishes to avenge his boss, whose face he cannot even remember clearly. One rips off the mask abruptly, then rejoices that his stats remain completely unaltered. One dodges the attacks and observes that he can now see the movements with amazing clarity. However, the crow still manages to knock him down with force and states that luck was not at all. On one side, one falls from the sky, lands in the water, and floats gently on its surface. The crow laughs and says that one must undoubtedly be very lucky. Then one opens his eyes, wondering how it is possible that he is still alive after such a fall, just as someone floats over him. He sees a girl holding an umbrella, and she gives him a warm welcome back. She tells him that he has completely captured her attention. He asks who she is. She responds that she is Azazel, one of the 7 primary demons of hell itself. Meanwhile, in a building in Gangnam, Seoul, the master of the Genesis Guild, Park is holding an important meeting. He discusses the possibility of forming an alliance with the master of the Outracing Guild, Gang, and the master of the Crimson Spider Lily Guild, Lee. Park suggests an alliance with Gang due to the intense power struggle of Rising against the Waning Moon. However, Gang sees Park's guild as a much greater threat to himself. Meanwhile, Lee grows tired of the constant arguments between Gang and Sohan. Gang becomes quite frustrated, but Park manages to calm him down. In addition to the alliance, Park gathered the 2 guild masters to talk about the main mission. A long time has already passed since the last update, and there is no sign of a main mission. However, Park feels there have been some clues regarding it. He believes the many dungeons that have appeared recently are clearly hinting at what their next main mission will be. Park observes that guilds have been fighting more frequently due to the notable increase in dungeons. He thinks the next main mission will be a fierce competition between guilds for these dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a complete and total alliance, but only a truce so they do not fight each other. Players can form their own guilds after the 4th main mission. Then they can buy guild houses in the central area of a city to mark them as zones. Would you like me to translate the moment the new main mission is officially announced, or Sahan's plan to outmaneuver these guilds? Completely secure. Park's initial plan was to create his guild later. Given that the members were already receiving excessive attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting Zhang Xin completely altered his plan. Park then realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from potential intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sahan's friends are greatly surprised to see the imposing building. Sahan tells them his first plan was to acquire it at a later time. He also tells them it will be very beneficial for them to stay away from observers. Everyone goes inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Sehan notices that Jisoo has been quite sad. Lately, Jisoo tells him she's upset because she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her own weaknesses. She feels she needs to learn more techniques instead of relying solely on her current stats and skills. Sehan is pleasantly surprised to see Jisoo wishing to become even stronger than she is right now. However, his encounter with Jongshin affected him deeply. The ground was completely blown away, so Sehan could not pursue Jongshin. Then something or someone interfered and stopped Sehan's attack. Against Jongshin, Sehan thinks only a demon could have intervened so directly. He believes that if the demon was powerful enough to stop his attacks, it could be one of the 7 deadly demons of the Deep Dark Realm. Mina asks Sehan about the exact start time for the next main mission. Sehan responds that he will inform them once everyone is fully gathered. Everyone gathers, and then Sehan informs them in detail about the competition. He acknowledges their concerns, stating they are right to believe that a larger number of dungeons alone does not prove his idea. Sehan then explains the fundamental concept of a dungeon footprint. Once a dungeon receives a footprint, only its specifically linked group can access its interior. Currently, there are no limits on who can enter the dungeons, but Sehan thinks this could change very soon. Because of this, it would be extremely useful for them to conquer as many dungeons as possible. Additionally, dungeons provide a constant and valuable source of resources, points, and experience for players to improve their skills. This means it could be a huge opportunity for a guild to manage to control Seoul. This is a truly tough competition, and several guilds have already formed in the city of Seoul. Sehan has gathered everyone to discuss their potential participation in the guild. Everyone agrees to join Sehan's guild. But Luke and Lin, for their part, are not. They feel they are not powerful enough to take part in it. However, Sehan proves to them that he truly wishes for them to join them. He knows that Lin is the most skilled and talented player in existence. Luke is also fit to be the chosen avatar of God, and even became the strongest player in the previous playthrough, although only for a brief period of time. Luke agrees to follow Sehan because he sees him as a true hero. Luke always wanted to be a hero himself, but feels he already failed miserably after losing just once. Mina asks Sehan if she can choose the guild name in case he hasn't selected one yet. Sehan tells her he has already made a decision, and the name is Deicide, which means destroyer of the gods. She stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters. She is pleasantly impressed by the scent of the new building. Meanwhile, Sehan and Jisoo continue training hard in the gym. While training closely with Jisoo, he notices that her killing intent is not small at all. He can feel it even though she is holding back, and her ability to control it is truly remarkable. Jisoo keeps exchanging blows until Sehan ends up completely pinned against a wall. Jisoo throws a punch, and Sehan has absolutely no way to escape. Jisoo slams her fist hard against the wall, and then decides to end the training. Jisoo couldn't land a single blow on Sehan. This makes her wonder where he learned to fight. That way, Sehan wonders why she is asking that question just now, especially since she has seen him fight on so many occasions, but Jisoo thinks that watching and fighting are really not the same at all. However, Jisoo now understands perfectly how she should do it. Suddenly, Mina bursts into the training gym. Sehan decides to have Jisoo spar at a later time. He asks Mina why she is there. Mina informs him that the egg incubator made a strange sound similar to a trumpet. Would you like me to translate the moment the Qilin beast finally hatches, or the group's reaction to its unique appearance? Sehan smiles with great happiness. He understands that the Qilin egg is finally about to hatch. Sehan and Mina wait with expectation for the egg to hatch. Suddenly the system notifies them that the egg has hatched. Thus the first Qilin child is born. Sehan then unlocks an important achievement for being a beast tamer. Mina sees the tiny baby right in front of her. She immediately picks it up in her arms. A Qilin child is born from a mixture of a prodigy's blood and the powerful mythical powers of a Qilin. A Qilin child grows to look like a teenager over the course of a single month. After that, they grow like a normal human being until they reach their 20s. However, a Qilin child possesses an inherently kind nature. They can still be corrupted, and their lives are shaped by the way they are raised. Mina becomes extremely protective of the little baby. She decides to name the little girl Bexiol. This is because Bexiol is as white as snow. She leaves to show the baby to everyone else. Sehan decides that the most convenient thing is to leave the baby with Mina for the moment. Meanwhile, Sehan tells everyone they must remember the scoring system, which is different for each dungeon. No one can join this dungeon race if they are not an active part of a guild. Higher positions obtained lead to much better rewards. The amount of points depends directly on the dungeon they manage to imprint. Jisoo thinks it will be really difficult for their small guild to compete. However, Sehan has no plan to take possession of all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on those dungeons that grant a large amount of points. However, Mina wonders how Sehan knows which dungeons are worth more points. She infiltrated the 3 main guilds that used to have control of these dungeons. She discovered that not even those guilds know the true value. Mina only found out that Genesis was the only guild doing something about it. They were only studying the appearance patterns of the dungeons. Sehan completely agrees that there is a pattern in the way the dungeons appear. He shows his team a detailed map of recent dungeon appearances. He verified these appearances with the help of his crows. Throughout the entire week, Luke doesn't believe the map alone can reveal the true value. Sehan assures him that they possess all the necessary information. Sehan tells him that the dungeons are appearing following a constellation pattern. He points directly toward Lyra and Boades. He tells them that these only have a maximum value of 3 points. The hint is that future missions will be related to the constellations. If they wish to obtain the best possible rewards, Sehan believes they should go to the dungeon located at the brightest star of the zodiac. This dungeon should undoubtedly be worth 10 points. Sehan believes Mina will be the most crucial and important person in this mission. He does not provide any explanation as to why he chooses Jisoo to accompany him on his journey. He tells Jisoo to fight other players as few times as possible. Sehan leaves to Jisoo the task of dealing with the bad guys. However, he tells her to avoid attracting excessive attention. Suddenly, Sehan receives an unexpected message. He realizes it comes from the Witch of Dreams. This person used him as her avatar in his previous playthrough in the past. The players continue chatting with great enthusiasm about the contest. Then an anonymous person joins their chat conversation. This person provides them with valuable information about the dungeons. Nordic Beauty suggests that the Seer's avatar join her guild, but the anonymous person flatly refuses. Then he starts telling her about the dungeons located in the Gangnam region, explaining their value in detail. Nordic Beauty states that she herself will take possession of those dungeons. Another person immediately asks about the dungeons located in Gangnam. The anonymous user has the clear intention of sharing details about dungeons worth 3 to 5 points, and occasionally mentioning a 10-point dungeon to gain their full trust. However, he perceives that Tyr understands his true intentions because he is only showing interest in the 12 Zodiac dungeons. The anonymous person then understands that the Genesis Guild Master also knows absolutely everything. After having shared all the details, Sehan decides to deal with the message sent to him by the Witch of Dreams. Each god receives a total of 10 messages to send to players each month. It is extremely unusual for a god to use these few messages on a player as regular as Sehan. He didn't receive messages of this type in his past life either. Sehan is greatly surprised when the goddess continues to send him messages. The goddess does not agree with the other gods who believe that Sehan has already made his final decision. She recognizes that his power is completely human and finds it truly impressive. She asks Sehan to be her avatar and promises to turn him into the great champion. Sehan feels very relieved that she does not possess memories of his past life. However, he does not wish to repeat that same result. So he rejects the goddess's generous offer. Would you like me to translate the moment Sehan enters the 10-point Zodiac dungeon, or show you the Witch of Dreams' reaction to his rejection? The goddess respects Sehan's decision, but offers to always assist him should he require it. At the same time, Mina waits patiently, as Sehan had instructed her to hide near the entrance gate. She observes a great many people gathering around the dungeon, which makes her realize that Sehan was right. Mina transforms into a fly and attaches herself to the mercenaries who are preparing to enter the dungeon, forming a group, leaving a line of people behind to watch for other guilds. And then they jump decisively through the gate. The mercenaries remind each other that they must be very careful when going inside. Mina flies to the farthest end of the dungeon and transforms back into her human form. She takes out several bombs and places a metal tube on the ground. Mina attaches the bombs to the cave walls and detonates them immediately. A huge explosion occurs, causing the walls to collapse and completely block the path. The metal tube, meanwhile, ensures she has an escape route. Mina now only needs to follow the established path and complete the dungeon. Elsewhere at a different spot, a group of people celebrates joyfully having found the dungeon gate. They pause before entering, worried that the major guilds might detect them. However, their leader assures them that no one would dare enter this specific area. The leader is happy, thinking he might even obtain a much higher rank for having discovered the dungeon. Suddenly, Jisoo enters and is surprised to find the dungeon completely surrounded by many people. One of the men informs his master that he allowed her access himself. The master smiles slyly and orders his men to restrain her. While the men hold Jisoo, they begin to tremble uncontrollably from pure fear, realizing they cannot even make her move a single inch. Jisoo sees the moon tattoo on their arms. She understands they belong to the waning moon guild. She counts a total of 34 individuals in their group. Their faces turn completely pale from pure fear. At the same time, Jisoo's eyes turn deep red, clearly showing her intent to kill. Meanwhile, Park discovers he is in second place, exactly as he had planned. His strategy is to allow the outracing guild to stay ahead for an entire week. After that, he plans to build his own solid lead. He understands that outracing and Crimson Spider Lily are completely unaware of the constellation pattern. However, Deicide is tied in points with his own guild. No one, not even the gods themselves, knows anything about them. Park observes that Deicide is in the second position. He then realizes they must also know the constellation patterns. He decides it is best to observe them very carefully and closely. Meanwhile, Sahan continues to closely watch his own plans. The three big guilds are taking possession of the smaller dungeons. Mina has secured 2 high-scoring dungeons for them. Jisoo has also achieved a score of 5.1. This brings Deicide's total to 25 points. Taylor and Sengu also seem to be performing quite well. At the same time, Lin approaches Sahan. She asks to hold Bexiol, but Sahan tells her that Bexiol is too heavy for her at this precise moment. Then she asks him to train her the same way he trained Jisoo. Sahan flatly refuses. He tells her that knowing herself is her first and most important initial step. Lin fails to understand Sahan's words, but the fact is that regular training is not right for Lin. She gains strength just by observing his battles. She needs to realize this important truth before she begins training. Bexiol suddenly blows some bubbles. These bubbles make Lin feel completely refreshed instantly. Bexiol had been born only 2 days ago and is already using magic. Bexiol sneezes, then fires a powerful laser beam from her horn. This surprises Sahan because he had never seen a Qilin perform such an action before. Sahan and Sengu begin their journey. Sahan thinks Genesis should try to get in touch with them very soon. He firmly believes Genesis will contact them first. This is because Genesis thinks they're the only ones with knowledge of the constellation pattern. Deicide, taking possession of all the high-scoring dungeons, must have caught their attention. However, Sahan has not the slightest intention of meeting with them immediately. Sengu worries he is not the best choice right now. He thinks Sahan could find someone more suitable for his travels, but Sahan assures him it's fine. He says anyone better than Sengu would undoubtedly be chosen. As an avatar, would you like me to translate the moment Park from Genesis finally tracks down Sahan, or the next special ability Bexiol displays? Sahan checks his party window and realizes he can now add another member. He thinks of Jisoo, as she has become very strong. Sahan and Sengu continue their journey. They do so before Mina gets angry at them for being inactive, of course. However, Sengu was quite surprised. He believes Sahan would only go for 10-point dungeons. This one, instead, is only worth 5 points. Sahan tells him that Genesis is watching all the high-scoring dungeons. Just in case, he adds that a small point reward is not bad at all. This is because points for monsters don't actually vary much. They arrive at the dungeon gate. Sahan tells Sengu to put away his weapons. He wants to test the A-rank equipment he created using the Knight's Code and Xiongqi's skin, you know. Meanwhile, people gather to see the guild ranking. They are very surprised. Besides Deicide, a guild that no one knows anything about is in first place. Park, Gang, and Lee meet again. They discuss their plans. Park informs them that Deicide has been claiming all their dungeons. but they lack evidence to back up their suspicions. They feel someone is watching them. Gang also suspects that a man has been following them lately, but they can't locate him. Park believes this person must be a member of Deicide gathering information. Gang then expresses his anger because Genesis is now at the top of the leaderboards, whereas Ouch Racing have been 20 points ahead. Park acts innocent and states they have simply been fortunate that the dungeons they mark are worth many points. Then he advises them to focus on Deicide's side, explaining it would be embarrassing if the 3 guilds continue like this. Park reminds them they only have 2 weeks left until the mission concludes. He proposes they stop hunting dungeons and instead try to identify Deicide's allies. At the same time, their guild members should guard the remaining dungeons. Lee then mentions that she has already been doing this, but Deicide still manages to rob them. Park explains that Deicide has also been targeting low-point dungeons while they only protect the high-scoring ones. Lee and Gang agree with Park that now is the right time to look for Deicide. They decide to stop hunting dungeons for the moment. In exchange, Park commits to locating Deicide. Meanwhile, Sahan continues monitoring the dungeons and notices the active guards. He understands that the guild masters are now more anxious to find him. He chooses to grant their wish and visit them. Sahan stands outside the Genesis safe zone. Since many guards are patrolling the dungeons, it is easier for him to enter. He walks inside, looking for someone to guide him to the guild master. Sahan uses his shadow dash skill to hide, then approaches. Hayon Stiltidi. However, Jia-yun sees him before he can get close. She swings her sword, but Sahan blocks the attack. Sahan tries to introduce himself to Jia-yun. However, she refuses to listen and begins swinging her sword. As Jia-yun swings her weapon, Sahan avoids it with ease. She then realizes he is not just any intruder. Sahan insists they should talk. Jia-yun lets go of her sword, then reveals another weapon, which surprises Sahan. He is amazed to see a whip sword in her hand. Jia-yun continues attacking with her whip sword, but Sahan repeatedly dodges. He throws his sword at her, so she drops her weapon, but Jia-yun pulls out a dagger. Sahan is surprised to see she has so many different weapons. After a bit of a struggle, Jia-yun falls to her knees, admitting she lost. Sahan informs her he only came to speak with her guild master. Acting on behalf of the Deicide Guild, Jia-yun is surprised by this news and agrees to take Sahan to her guild master. Sahan is impressed by how quickly Jia-yun took him to her guild master. Park doesn't believe Sahan is from Deicide, so Sahan mentions the constellation. Park is shocked. He realizes only a few people know this secret and asks Sahan to sit down. Park tells Jia-yun to go rest. Jia-yun wants to stay, but Park insists, and she leaves. Would you like me to translate the negotiation between Sahan and Park, or show you the next encounter with the other guild masters? After a brief conversation, Park asks why Sahan is here. Sahan explains that he was the one who sent the invitation. Since Sahan knows the constellation pattern, Park thinks Sahan came to ask them to hand over their power over the dungeons. However, Sahan wants them to keep managing the dungeon, but asks Park to keep their discussion private since others might react badly. Park questions Sahan's reason for wanting them to manage the dungeons. Sahan presents him with a map and warns him to completely avoid 2 dungeons in Seoul and 16 more in the surrounding area. Park considers the warning a threat, then sees the Scorpius pattern. Sahan explains that bombs were placed inside these dungeons, and the pieces of the dangerous Scorpius are now scattered throughout the dungeons, and even Sahan does not know the exact locations of the bombs. Without going into detail, Sahan informs Park about a monster in the Scorpius dungeons that could cause massive destruction in Seoul. Park does not believe Sahan and demands proof. Sahan provides Park with reliable information. Sahan does not want the event from his past life to happen again, so he must earn Park's trust now. Among all the things Sahan went through in his last life, this was the worst, and he must avoid it completely. Sahan is not sure of the exact beginning. An unknown guild entered the dungeons, and the monsters escaped, causing chaos. Sahan believes the publishers made them for the gods' amusement. After the Scorpios exhausted all the players' energy, they emerged to the surface. And that started the devastation. 2 Scorpios came out of the Antares star fragments. In just 1 week, they destroyed a third of Seoul. This event severely affected Outracing and Crimson Spider Lily. Genesis then needed to change their equipment. This problem greatly slowed down the number of players in Seoul, and eventually all of Korea was affected by it. Sahan must prevent this from happening again. He hopes 2 of the 18 Scorpius-linked dungeons are still what caused this event. Park did not completely believe Sahan until his scouts sent him a message. This message confirmed the mithril deposit Sahan spoke of. Park keeps wondering how Sahan knew about the deposit and what Sahan's role is in deicide. Since it is mithril and Sahan is willing to give up the deposit, Park thinks deicide might have something even better. Sahan understands that Park finds it difficult to grasp the situation. In reality, deicide already possesses 2 mithril ores and a refined iron deposit, so Sahan doesn't lose much. Park understands that stopping these monsters is the most important task, but Sahan explains that is precisely why he wants Park to keep guarding the dungeons for a while. Park proposes telling other guilds about the threat, but Sahan says the other groups simply would not trust him or obey his orders. Park then asks Sahan if he already knew the other guilds would take over the dungeons. Sahan tells him he had other options if they hadn't. Noticing Sahan's certainty about having several plans, Park questions if this is pride or self-confidence. However, after seeing Sahan's strength, Park chooses to believe him. Park knows that if Sahan cannot stop it, then no one else has hope. Park offers to help Sahan whenever necessary to settle his obligation for the mithril deposit. Sahan then leaves. Park feels surprised since Sahan disappears suddenly. Park understands that Sahan could kill whomever he wanted. Meanwhile, Sahan arrives at the main deicide base. The Scorpios represent a threat, but they are not as dangerous as a sentinel. Sahan believes he could stop them with the proper preparations. He puts on the mask that CO made. It is a unique gas mask created with mithril mixed with 8 other substances. This mask allows the user to breathe easily even in very poisonous gases. Sahan thinks the masks are excellent. Currently, CO has produced 5 of them. Sahan offers to buy something for CO as a reward, but CO says he is already happy with the workshop. However, since CO is the one who benefits from this workshop, CO decides to give him a gift later. CO is also very pleased with the Fierce Knight's coat that CO created for him. All its stats are rank A, and it includes wings with Gungi skills. However, CO questions why Sahan covers all his equipment with mithril, even though refined iron is more durable. Sahan informs him that the characteristics of mithril are the reason. He offers little explanation, understanding that CO can deduce the remaining details. CO asks if he will proceed alone this time, but Sahan states he cannot since there is not enough time. The system could interfere at any second, so they must act quickly. Sahan then determines it is the right time. Mina and Sahan team up to inspect the dungeons. Sahan informs Mina that they won't need to explore all the dungeons since he will guide them on which ones they must enter. He asks Luke to keep an eye on the other players, and gives him a bracelet he obtained by completing a "Would you like me to translate the exploration of the first Scorpius dungeon or explain the unique properties of the mithril-refined equipment Sahan is testing?" dungeon. Luke tries to use it, but the bracelet is locked because it belongs to Sahan. Sahan begins his search using his crows and locates the star powers in the 5th and 12th dungeons. Sahan notices that one of the dungeons has not yet fully formed its entrance. He thinks this must be the final dungeon containing the brightest star of Scorpius. The entrance will require a few days to fully appear, so Sahan proposes leaving it intact for the moment. First, he examines the dungeon directly before them, and they discover it is full of individuals. Mina has the ability to shape-shift and enter, but wonders what the others will do. Sahan assures her that he will deal with them before proceeding. Mina is shocked by the evil look on Sahan's face. Jisoo volunteers to perform the task. Previously, she only attacked villains, but now she is prepared to act quickly. Sahan advises Jisoo to always consider her actions before taking a life, even if it seems necessary. He understands that Jisoo is currently dangerous. He had been holding back the Heavenly Slayer's abilities until this moment. But Sahan feels that it is different now. Therefore, Sahan prepares to handle it personally. Sahan moves quickly among the soldiers, which amazes Mina. Everyone proceeds to enter the dungeon, and although it looks ordinary, Sahan recommends putting on masks. Sang-gu understands that the creatures in this dungeon must be unique, and such safety measures are needed. At the same time, near the entrance of the 18th dungeon, Luke continues monitoring the entry point just as Sehan instructed him. Unexpectedly, Luke receives a message from the goddess, which causes him concern. The dungeon's development suddenly accelerates. Luke understands this must mean that the editor or the GM might have interfered exactly as Sehan predicted. He considers telling Sehan. But then the dungeon captures his attention. Its distinctive appearance makes him think this dungeon is worth 10 points. The dungeon's appearance also captures Gang's attention. He begins to feel greedy. His people warn him not to break their agreement. However, Gang believes one dungeon won't cause problems. Gang grows impatient because he has also seen Genesis near other dungeons. He chooses to enter the dungeon. He tells half of his soldiers to stay behind and the rest follow him. At the same time, Sehan's group encounters some monsters. The monsters jump at them, but Sangu kills them calmly. While they're standing still, another monster attacks them. Sangu calmly draws his sword and cuts the monster in two. Sangu became this powerful because Sehan gave him a boost. Mina gets excited upon hearing about the boost and asks Sehan to boost her too. Sehan says no because he has a different plan for her. Sehan plans for her to train with Jisoo. He thinks only a talented person can teach another talented person. He believes Mina will become much stronger after weekly training sessions. Finally, they reach a place where a large crystal floats in the air. Sehan understands that he has finally located a star's energy. He grabs a spear and tells everyone to check their masks for any openings. Sehan thrusts the spear toward the crystal. A great light appears around the crystal. The crystal begins to crack and a huge scorpion emerges. The scorpion's toxic mist almost destroyed Seoul's player population in Sehan's previous game. The damage was severe because normal gas masks did not work against it. Sehan tells his friends they can fight this creature. He says it is weaker than a sentinel and that they also need to defeat another one. The group prepares to fight and draws their weapons. Then Sehan receives a message suddenly. Inside the 18th dungeon, Gang soldiers are happy to discover moderate mana stones. Before this, they had only found smaller mana stones. Gang thinks these mana stones are impressive. He believes they could manufacture equipment with them to surpass other guilds. The mana stones confirm Gang's choice to collect items from the dungeons. He thinks Genesis broke the agreement first, so he doesn't have to follow it. Gang's men call him when their scouts discover a huge hole. Gang then follows them inside. Luke continues observing the actions of the guild. He knows they are in danger if they continue heading deeper into the dungeon. Would you like me to translate the battle against the giant scorpion or show you what Luke discovers as he follows Gang's group into the hole? Normally the goddess would have told Luke to rescue these people, and he would have obeyed. Instead, the goddess desperately tries to pull Luke away from the danger. Luke understands that if he goes with them, the outracing guildmaster will be too strong for him, and he might not be able to help. The goddess tells Luke to leave, but he won't leave the civilians behind. The goddess tries to persuade Luke that these people are players, not civilians, and are more powerful than him. Despite this, Luke possesses the spirit of a soldier and sees players as civilians. The happiest moment for Luke after the world transformed was when the goddess chose him as her avatar and said he had the heart of a hero. The goddess admired Luke's bravery and heroic actions. Then she offered to partner with him as the avatar of Astrea, the goddess of justice. Luke thinks it would be ridiculous to refuse. Meanwhile, Gang stares at the crystal, believing it is the dungeon's imprinting stone. Luke bursts in and tells them to leave quickly because a monster is about to emerge from the crystal. The crystal begins to crack. Gang doesn't believe Luke, but then he receives a message telling him to evacuate. But now it's already too late. The crystal breaks and the scorpion comes out of its shell. Antares the Scorpio didn't expect the rift to appear so quickly. He became interested in the game because the crow constellation Karas died, and then a human took Karas' place. So when someone asked Antares to provide some of his scorpions for the game, he also decided to join in person. However, the 12 zodiac constellations were beings with mid-level or higher divine power. Antares' power needed to be adjusted according to the difficulty, and this caused the current situation. Antares begins to cause destruction in the dungeon. His reduced power is at most just a minor problem. The players begin to flee, and Antares chooses to save his poisonous mist for later. He identifies Luke as the avatar of Virgo, but doesn't think Luke is special. The game started some time ago, but Antares still doesn't believe a player is going to be able to defeat a constellation yet. He believed there must be a unique method, but only the person who beat Karas can explain it, and Teres begins to crush everyone. He launches an attack at Gang, and then Luke intervenes and blocks it. Antares now understands that an avatar is special. Gang and Luke barely manage to resist the attack. Gang's arm breaks from the blow, and then he realizes he was too greedy. Luke tells Gang to get away, but Gang insists on staying. But then Gang understands that they both cannot fight this monster and chooses to leave. Antares is impressed by Luke's selfless act, but is still not merciful. Antares launches another punch, but Luke stops it. Luke struggles to stay on his feet and understands that this is the end. In his final moments, Luke thinks of Lynn and knows the guild will take care of her. Luke is about to give up. Then the goddess suddenly asks him to be her messenger. Antares is surprised and irritated because Astrea never made such a promise, not even in the age of mythology. Luke is surprised that the goddess wants him to be her messenger. Antares is surprised by Astrea's offer, but his amazement increases when Luke's bracelet suddenly glows. A voice tells the goddess to pause her choice. Antares is surprised by this sudden arrival, but he is even more surprised by Sahan's power, as Sahan stops Antares' claw with one hand. Sahan tells Astrea that Luke is suitable to be her messenger, but Astrea knows it shouldn't happen. Astrea is surprised at how Sahan knows this information. Sahan adds that since she only offered to save Luke's life, the offer is no longer necessary. Sahan knew the recovery bracelet would be useful. Would you like me to translate the battle between Sahan and Antares, or show you Luke's transformation into a messenger? Luke wonders if Sahan thinks he is not good enough to be the goddess's messenger. But the truth is that Luke is too perfect to be her messenger, yet his human body cannot handle that power. In the last playthrough, Luke's body was shattered because he used Astrea's power to the full, and Sahan will not let that happen again. Luke thanks Sahan for saving his life, and Sahan tells Luke to rest while Sahan handles the rest casually, but Sahan knows that Antares is here to learn how Sahan defeated Karas, so Sahan decides to show him. Antares and Sahan continue exchanging blows, but because a regular constellation like Karas lost most of his powers, Antares, a first-tier constellation, should have been weakened even more. Sahan uses his proof of transcendence and strikes Antares. The Scorpio feels insulted being considered less powerful. But the truth is that Sahan put a lot of power into his attack, yet Antares' armor is hard. Sahan begins hitting the joints instead. Antares releases the poisonous mist. Sahan tells Jisoo to aim for the head. Jisoo jumps from above and strikes Antares' head. Sahan takes the opportunity to strike the Scorpio's eyes, and Luke also joins the battle. However, Antares understands this battle is serious and finds Sahan extremely powerful. Antares wonders about Sahan's special powers since Sahan has no unique equipment. Antares feels embarrassed and wants to use his inherited powers. Antares releases a toxic mist everywhere. Sahan, however, knows that Antares should understand this poison will not affect them. Sahan suddenly understands something as Antares flees through an opening in the ground. Sahan warns everyone to be careful, stating that Antares will attack from below. Antares' tail emerges from the hole, trying to hit them. They manage to avoid the attack. Sahan understands that Antares is finding their positions by sensing the vibrations of the ground. He asks Jisoo to keep Antares busy. Sahan then asks Luke to summon the goddess, explaining that he wants to use the power of the seventh sign. Luke calls the goddess. Sahan then asks him to summon Libra, the seventh sign of the goddess. Astrea understands that Sahan will not explain how he knows this. She refuses to grant the power of Libra if Luke must use it. Sahan promises that Luke will not control Libra's power. The goddess then agrees to summon Libra. Jisoo keeps Antares busy. Sahan asks her to continue doing so a bit longer. Sahan then applies a layer of orichalcum to Antares' claws. Luke understands his role and identifies the target. Luke tries to summon his power, but feels choked up trying to say the skill name. Finally, he gathers his strength and summons the scales of Libra belonging to the goddess. At the same time, Park and June look toward the sky. They realize the light is coming from the emerging zone. Park sees the sky glow and doesn't understand what is happening. He wonders if this is why Sahan told him to avoid the dungeons. A bright light then descends into the dungeon. Antares is surprised they managed to summon Libra. Antares knows no one present has divine power. This makes him wonder why they would summon it. Luke struggles to resist as the scales finally descend. Sahan, hidden, observes the scales glowing then. It begins to fade because no one is using it. Sahan realizes that Luke must have fainted, but he completed his task effectively. Sahan takes his turn, sending fire onto Antares. Sahan jumps toward Antares, and Antares finds himself trapped. Antares is surprised that someone in their 5th mission has "Would you like me to translate the final strike against Antares, or show you the aftermath of the battle for the Deicide Guild?" Cornered a being as powerful as himself. Antares cannot believe this is happening. Soudainement en explosion au cœur. Sahan then sees that Antares has disappeared. Sahan knows that the death of Zodiac would have greater effects than that of Kara's, which is why the editor had to intervene. Sahan feels annoyed because he could have obtained many rewards for defeating Antares. However, since the editor intervened, he believes the system probably has a backup plan and prizes for almost killing Antares. Sahan checks his system as expected. He receives his rewards. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter achievement. He also obtains a Rank A ticket as a reward. The achievement itself is mostly useless. However, the Rank A skill ticket makes all the effort worth it. Even so, Sahan feels a bit disappointed. He thinks he could have received a stronger skill or divinity for having killed Antares. He then notices an enormous flow of mana. He looks down and is surprised to see ether. This is a celestial stone. It is as strong as mithril and has great resistance to magic. Ether is also the best-known material for conducting mana. It combines the good qualities of other metals with its own characteristics. This makes it extremely rare. Sahan is now happy with his rewards. The only remaining problem is how to get Luke and Jisoo, both unconscious, out of this place. He sees the opening high above and considers flying to escape. Meanwhile, other players realize that this unknown guild must now be in first place. They talk among themselves about the star that descended. Suddenly, the guild rankings appear. Just as everyone expected, Deicide is in first place. Sangwon declares that Sahan will never be able to beat him using his simple tricks. Azazel feels very bored from always being in bed. Wonshin suggests she have a training fight with him. She refuses. He then tells her to return to the Dark Realm. He says some demons might complain if she stays like this. Azazel is very sure that no one would speak against her. She believes they would say she is lazy because she is so strong. Hearing all this, the biker begins to laugh. He finds it hard to believe she is the 3rd strongest demon given her laziness. She laughs while remaining lying in bed. She reminds him that her powers allow her to be lazy. She explains she was born with her powers and never needed training in her whole life. However, at that moment, the silver-haired girl remembers the blonde girl from before. She considers resigning from her role as the demon of laziness. She would do this if that blonde girl wanted to become a demon. Her attention then turns to the biker. He doesn't understand why the silver-haired girl stays with him. To her, he is just a player who wants to train all day. She realizes that Wonshin is overthinking. She explains that his personality excites her. He is the complete opposite of her. She likes how he works very hard because he lacks natural talent. Besides, just observing things frustrates her a bit. She finds it more exciting to experience things directly. Azazel is curious. She wants to know why he is so anxious to become stronger. She also assumes that perhaps he wants to take revenge on the crow from before. Wonshin honestly reveals that he lost that fight. He says he doesn't have a specific plan to pursue the crow. He is simply making the most of his current situation. This makes the silver-haired girl realize that this man does not have a clear objective right now. At this moment, she can see some doubt in him. Right after this, Azazel tells him to go with her to the convenience store. Wonshin feels confused and asks aloud if she plans to buy something, but Azazel does not share much information, and this makes Wonshin feel curious. Sometime later, both arrive at an industrial zone. Wonshin is very confused at this moment, wondering why she brought them to this place. Silver sits on a pile of broken parts and says she will meditate there. Meanwhile, Wonshin just stands there looking around and doesn't understand what is going on with this girl. Suddenly he looks toward a child running scared inside a building in the area. Azazel smiles because she knows the biker will not ignore this. He had saved trapped children before using an item without delay. Silver tells Wonshin to go after the child, or the child will die there. Shin doesn't understand if the demon's role now is to rescue children. Meanwhile, the young Min runs for her life. Min is worried and says her future showed her death before. However, her fate has become very difficult to predict lately due to this. She realizes that something that normally shouldn't exist is getting involved in the situation. The poor girl runs for her life and sees 2 or 3 bad guys chasing her. But then her head suddenly hits something hard. When she looks up, she sees Shin. Min falls to the ground, fearing that he is one of the demon followers chasing her. But then she feels the contractor's aura. Min, would you like me to translate Min's plea for help, or show you how Shin deals with the thugs chasing her? She curses her bad luck because she ran into a contractor while trying to escape from the demon followers. The poor girl is extremely scared and only hopes that Shin doesn't hurt her. The demon followers are confused upon seeing Shin. Shin recognizes they are followers of a demon, but doesn't understand why they wear indigo clothes, as they usually wear black. One of the followers approaches Shin and asks who he is. The follower tries to scare Shin because he doesn't want anyone else to take this girl. However, Shin punches that person in the face, and this sends him to the ground. First he gives them a warning, then he knocks them all out. He tells them that they will all die soon. Later, the bodies lie on the ground. Shin then asks the young girl a question. He wants to find out why these people were following her. The girl tries to explain. Shin then tells her to go, saying he doesn't plan to interrogate her. At this moment, the biker thinks he has become too curious. He tells himself it's not his problem if this girl is caught again. The young girl doesn't leave. Instead, she follows Shin as he returns to Azazel. Silver sees the girl, grabs her chin, and asks her name. Sumini started. She introduces herself, but is also confused about who Azazel is. The biker tells Silver not to scare the girl, but Silver informs him that they will part ways if he plans to take the girl with him. Shin walks toward his bike and starts to leave. He has no plans to take Min with him. This surprises Azazel because she thinks this girl is a valuable companion. Min knows that Shin changed her fate since she was supposed to die today. Min stops Shin and asks him to take her with him. Shin doesn't understand why this little one is so bold to ask this. Then he is surprised when the girl says she can see the future. Min further explains that she is the avatar of the goddess, the chosen one of Skuld, who can see the future. Shin's eyes light up with excitement when the girl admits she can see how this game will end. This surprises Shin, and she clarifies that she is the goddess of the future. However, the excitement in Shin's eyes fades. He wonders if this little one thinks this is a reason for him to take her. The girl speaks with difficulty and reveals that her older brother will die if he leaves her here. Min trembles, and tears run down her face as she states that her brother is in grave danger. Initially, the girl's brother was destined to live for revenge after she died today. But now that she's alive, he will die because fate has changed. Shin lets out a deep sigh. He wonders if Azazel planned all this for him. Then he asks Silver if she can find her way back home. Azazel smiles cunningly and tells Shin to go ahead. She says she will take a slow walk before returning. Shin hears this, gets on his bike, and tells the girl to get on. The girl is confused and doesn't understand what is happening. Shin tells her they will discuss all of this after they return. Back at the place, Min drinks tea and tells Shin that the guild that kidnapped her older brother is the enemy guild of the Shadowy Heaven. The moment Shin hears the name, he remembers they were a branch of the Dark Heaven clan. He realizes they might now be free to cause this trouble. The biker is curious and asks Min if this group was also taking children. She explains that wasn't true. They only wanted to capture her for her power, because they wanted to use her ability to gain advantages in guild events. The girl had no plans to help them, so they took her brother hostage to get information from her. Azazel arrives immediately, which scares the girl. Interested, she asks Min how far into the future she can see. The innocent girl says she can see about 3 seconds ahead, which gives her a quick and brief vision. However, she can use this vision of the future at any time with a very short cooldown between uses. Furthermore, Min can choose a date to look a few days, or 1 or 2 months ahead, but the further she looks into the future, the longer the cooldown becomes. Surprisingly, Min's physical stats are normal, but her powers are better than those of an average avatar. Perhaps her own potential influences them. One thing is certain, Skuld must like her, since this girl works very well with her ability. The little one then tells them that she knows how this game will end. One Shin feels confused and asks for the answer. At the same time, Azazel worries if this can even happen, thinking if a goddess should be prevented from doing such a thing. However, Sumin could have bypassed the system and learned the ending because she is an immortal without divine power. Sumin explains that she can see what kind of ending it is. She knows how this world will reach its conclusion. Silver, feeling confused, asks if it's a bad ending since most planets that become a game usually have a bad outcome. The little one says no. Then they feel a bit of hope that it could be a good ending, but Sumin also denies it. The ending of the game has already been altered once. Sumin doesn't know why it changed, but she knew it even before the game began. This ending is where only one person remains alive. However, the ending was altered just before everything began, and what she saw at that moment was its current ending, which is the madness of the Demon Lord. In a different setting, our guy yawns because he's been playing for a long time. He thought he would get second or third place, but he finished first because the opponents in the dungeons performed quite poorly. The main character then looks at Bexiol, who looks at our protagonist and thinks about what to call him. The sweat runs down his face as he feels embarrassed and surprised when she suggests calling him father. Sahan then asks jokingly who her mother would be. Bexiol clearly explains that she doesn't have a mother, but if she could choose, she would choose Lin as her mother. Our guy thinks this is nonsense and insists she call him only by his name. At this moment, Sahan wonders how Mina finds this child charming enough to take her everywhere. Still, he could see her inheriting Lin's lineage because she already has 5 offensive spells and 1 regenerative spell, making him realize she will become a very powerful person as he watches her look on in silence. The protagonist tells her to say whatever she wants. She then reveals that Sangu wanted Sahan to know that he found the dungeon our guy was looking for at the beginning. Our guy feels confused, but then remembers Sangu mentioned doing something in that area, and that's why he was anxious to train in dungeons every day using the special ability of the crow. He finds the Dungeon of Dreams. Suddenly, Sahan stands up and tells Bexiol to come with him, saying they really need her power this time. Bexiol never expected our guy to ask her to join him, but they really need her skills this time. They require the power of a divine beast to open the entrance to the dungeon. The Dungeon of Dreams appears in a separate dimension because it is a single instance dungeon. However, even for an instance dungeon, a divine offering is required to enter this Dungeon of Dreams. Despite this requirement, the reward for this dungeon is the Plaza Hourglass. The Plaza Hourglass is an S-rank item that shows someone's future for 30 minutes. However, it is considered a poor reward because it can only be used for 30 minutes. Despite this, Sahan is determined to get it whatever the cost. A smile appears on his face when he sees Jisoo with Sangu. He thinks it is impossible for them to enter together this time. Jisoo then explains that she wants to go because she wants to see what an instance dungeon really is. Furthermore, they will need protection for Bexiol once they enter the dungeon, so Jisoo will be a great help. Standing in front of a massive door, our guy turns around, faces Bexiol, and asks her if she can do it. Bexiol nods nervously, then bows her head. She sends a magic bubble toward the door. The bubble hits the door directly. An intense glow appears, and the dungeon door opens. Our guy is impressed. He pats Bexiol's head then. Jisoo asks if they should wait for him there. Sahan tells them to head back first. After that, our guy extends his hand toward the dungeon door. Energy glows from his body, and he enters the door. After a while, Sahan finds himself lying on the floor of an unknown building. This Dungeon of Dreams gives different missions to each person who enters. Most of the time, it relates to what a person desires most. This is the first time our guy experiences it. When he wakes up, Sahan wonders if he is in a dream or in a memory from his past. Our protagonist thinks deeply. He cannot remember the time he used to live here. He could not understand what was happening. Then he heard a loud voice. Our hero felt danger, created a barrier around himself, and left the building. Immediately afterward, a disastrous explosion occurred. Now Sahan realizes he was sent back to the mission he regrets the most. The protagonist looks around the ruined place, continuing forward the moment he feels someone behind him. He stops the person who is about to attack him. It is Suho. Suho sighs in relief. The magic arrangement our guy summoned to hold him could have killed him. Luckily, he was saved. Suho jumps high into the air. He lands on the roof of a nearby building. The protagonist sees him, demands to know why Suho is there and why he is so late. The cold shadow smiles. He admits he is there to kill our guy. Sahan hears this, smiles nervously, realizes everything is shown exactly as he remembers it. A perfectly made simulation. After that, Suho lets out a deep sigh. He mocks our guy for not accepting compromise. The cold shadow acknowledges what our guy might be thinking, saying that living players are much better than civilians. There were many of them this time. With that, he reminds the hero that he even planned to attack them all by surprise. Sahan stands there confused. He doesn't like the tricks this dungeon is playing. The question was what Sahan regretted most. The mission objective was clear. There was a team with 1,000 skilled players. Would you like me to translate the moment Sahan confront his past failure, or show you how he plans to rewrite this tragic memory? There was another team with 100,000 civilians, so they had to save only one of the two. The GM assigned a specific area to each team. The players outside had to choose only one team. They also had to eliminate the team they did not choose. In the past, our main character chose to save 1,000 players. He believed that more players were necessary to keep the game going than civilians. This decision led him to fight Suho. Suho sees Sahan standing still. Suho then tells Sahan to go back, promising to forgive him. Suho states that he is different from our main character. He says he doesn't believe all his enemies must be killed. Our main character then tells the cold shadow that this is easy to say. He also announces that he will withdraw for now. However, he makes it clear that he will not abandon the mission. Suho doesn't seem to care. He is very sure that his team will win regardless of what Sahan's team tries. This confidence made sense because the Cold Shadows Guild was the most powerful, but our main character declares that he will withdraw. This action seems unusual to Suho. After this, Sahan moves quickly a long distance using his great speed. His body feels older since he received this mission, even though he is only 30 years old. In his past life, our main character actually killed Suho. This means things have changed from that previous life. Many thoughts fill his mind. He wonders what Suho's guild will think about his easy withdrawal. As he moves forward, he quickly looks at Lin and Taylor, then remembers the biggest mistake of his past life. In his past life, Sahan killed Lin later on. Sahan walks along the road. A familiar voice then calls him. It's Sangu. Sangu asks how things went and if our main character was successful. The protagonist looks at Sangu and stops for a moment. It feels strange to see Sangu here. Then he explains that he withdrew due to too much interference. Sangu hears this and sighs with disappointment. He cannot say much else. Behind Sangu, a group of people gathers. They ask Sahan many questions. Some people worry if enemy players plan to attack them. Others beg him not to leave. They want answers because little time remains until the mission deadline. The hero sighs nervously. He explains that he doesn't know everything either. He tells him to calm down as he has many thoughts in his own mind. Sahan moves ahead to rest and arrives at the dormitory. Many thoughts fill his mind. He cannot believe how bad this dungeon is, playing with his thoughts like this. The main character feels curious and opens his status window. He learns. His eyes open wide with surprise when he sees more skills. His mission is to clear the Dungeon of Dreams where his memories have become real. To finish this task, he needs to finish his old task in the same amount of time. This greatly surprises the hero, as it means he had to defeat his enemy as in his previous life. He thinks if everything will be simple this time, but all of this seems wrong to him, so he decides to plan a different approach. Then he looks at Yydra, who in a previous life would appear suddenly. Even now, she encourages our hero, promising her help and stating that his choice will finally save many people. Still, all of this feels fake. Yydra already knew that the world would face problems if things continued like this, and that it had already passed the point of no return. Still, Sahan cannot blame her, because she truly cared for humanity. After that, the protagonist calls her by her name and asks for an answer upon hearing it. Yydra is amazed, for everyone else only calls her Witch, the Witch of Dreams. Yydra is an outer goddess from the Cthulhu mythos, the only one who showed interest in people. Yydra is a different goddess from another world who entered the game, but no one could oppose her, because her power is perfect and unmatched. The interesting thing is that not even the system dared to get involved with her. The protagonist still doesn't know why Yydra chose him as her avatar, but she always supported him because she wanted people to live. However, she left Earth after the end of the world. Yydra blushes and feels that her avatar is behaving somewhat differently today. but he focuses on what Sehan wants to ask her. Cleverly, our hero asks her about the Dungeon of Dreams upon hearing it. Yidra is slightly surprised as she did not expect it, but our hero acts as if he is only curious. However, Yidra realizes that this entire reality is a creation of his memory, and that is why he used her real name. When our hero tries to act as if this were not true, Yidra tells him that a person's behavior doesn't change suddenly. She knows this applies to anyone with human traits, proving that gods, like humans, are also similar. She accepts that Sehan does not dwell on the past enough to bring this up suddenly, nor has he visited the Dungeon of Dreams. Therefore, she can only consider it a simulation since the current events have no link to the Dungeon of Dreams. Her calm reaction surprises Sehan. She seems unconcerned about being a simulation. Yidra explains that it makes no difference to her, but then she understands that our hero never actually calls her by her name in the real world. All this seems quite exciting to her, and she even has some questions, but she decides to keep them to herself. Ignoring that, the protagonist shows great enthusiasm to know about the Dungeon of Dreams, as its excessive perfection troubles him greatly. He explains that he doesn't remember all the players he met before, but those individuals are present in this world, so he wants to find out if they are here by chance or if they truly existed in this period of time. Yidra feels proud of the question. She explains that such a complete reality cannot be made with memories alone. Would you like me to translate Yidra's explanation of how the dungeon reconstructs reality, or show you Sehan's next move to outsmart the simulation? This means your past was searched using the details of your memory. That is how the dungeon made a copy of that world. The system helped do this. Everything here is a clear display of your past or future. Everyone here is performing the same actions they did before, but they are only illusions created by the Dungeon of Dreams, even Yidra. After hearing this, the protagonist finally understood how to finish the mission. He must complete this difficult mission again. He needs to repeat past events, but must try new actions to obtain better rewards, perhaps. The dungeon does not want the same results as before. It wants Sehan to achieve things he did not do in the past. At this moment, the protagonist thinks about what would happen if he saves Lin. Later, the protagonist meets Seo, who is making weapons. Sehan tells Seo that he needs to see Mina Lee. He wonders aloud if Sehan wants her help for future fights. He is not sure if she would accept given her egocentric nature. However, the protagonist needs an item that Mina Lee can create, an elixir. Seo cannot do it, because he is not skilled in alchemy. He is also very sure that no player knows Mina Lee. Then Seo leaves. But the conversation makes something clear. No one knows Mina Lee. Seo is the best blacksmith and knows everyone. If he doesn't know her, then no one else can. With no other choice and unable to open the chat room in the status window, the protagonist calls Yidra to find out Mina's location. As soon as she appears, she grabs his face from behind. She teases him, playfully for being so needy since he was very dismissive before. The protagonist smiles and admits his embarrassment at knowing they are all just invented beings. At the same time, he really wants to know if she had to appear in person instead of sending a message, since it cost her many points to do so. Yidra states that she doesn't care about points if everything is a simulation. Then she reveals that Mina Lee is currently in Ganyong. After obtaining that information, they decide to leave quickly. Sehan arrives at Ganyong High School, following Mina's location. Upon entering, he sees many corpses on the floor with blood flowing from them. The scene looked like a perfect setting for a horror movie. While looking at the corpses, Sehan notices the uniforms they are wearing. The uniforms are the same as Mina's. Instantly, the hero feels a presence behind him. An attack comes from behind. Sehan blocks it with his back. The attacker is Mina. She didn't expect him to block an attack like that, but he also didn't expect her to ambush him that way. Mina approaches him. She tells him it's better to be the hunter than the hunted. Considering recent events, Sehan says it all sounds very harsh to him. During their encounter, Mina initially doesn't grasp what he means. Then she remembers seeing his face about 2 years ago. Mina asks him directly why he came here. She hopes he isn't here for her. She also wants to know how he located her. Sehan snaps his fingers with pride. He shows her the witch's observer. Mina is surprised because she didn't think an avatar could still talk to their god. This makes Sehan remember the god that Mina also liked a lot. However, Mina lost contact with that god a year ago. Sehan remembers he didn't see Mina's observer the last time they met. He thinks this is just a game for them to grow. Mina now understands that Sehan really wants to talk about something. She asks him to follow her so they can find a suitable place to talk. Both enter a room. Sahan sees commemorative photos there. Mina, unfortunately, could not find all the photos of her classmates, Sahan observes her actions and thinks she must have been very close to them. He is surprised when she says she doesn't have many friends. She explains she became this way because the world changed. She used to be a very shy girl before these events. Her current attitude makes it hard to believe she was ever shy. She changed after the first main mission. She became determined to survive and improved her acting skills. She clearly remembers the day everything started. At that time, she was skipping school with friends in Seoul. Suddenly, everything changed. As soon as she mentions this, Sahan asks if she is originally from Seoul. Mina explains she was only visiting Seoul. Her friend's sister had some business there, so they went to have fun. Eventually, they were separated. She stayed in Seoul for a while to look for them. She even robbed banks to get money, but it was no use. Her school uniform was her only link, so she kept wearing it. She finally found them. However, it was already too late. They had probably made a pact with a demon. The demon used them until they died. All these events made her understand how insignificant everything is. That's why she is holding her own little memorial service here. Her parents also died on the first day, leaving them with nowhere to go. When she mentions the demon, Sahan wonders if the Dark Heaven clan used the girls. Then his eyes open wide in surprise, and he steps back. He remembers that he killed all the members of the Dark Heaven clan in this timeline. Unable to stop himself, Sahan asks Mina if she or her friends were ever connected to the Dark Heaven clan. Mina is not sure, because her friend belonged to a different group. Would you like me to translate the moment Sahan decides to help Mina change her tragic past? Or shall we move on to the next stage of the simulation? This brings Sahan some relief. He realizes he should not kill demon contractors without thinking. He decides to tell Jisoo this as well. Mina then asks what Sahan wanted to ask her before. Sahan explains that he originally planned to ask for her help with his current mission. However, that won't happen now. Instead, he wants to know if she can create an elixir for him. When she hears about the mission, this girl says she saved 1,000 players by chance. Hearing this, Sahan smiled a bit nervously. He usually only faces bad situations, but she accidentally chose something good. Feeling bored, Mina agrees to do it for him and asks how much he needs. Sahan only wants one bottle, but also asks for something extra, which is quite simple. He takes something from his pocket and asks Mina to make it work for high-ranking players. Meanwhile, Suho feels very confused. He is sure something is going on because he knows the protagonist never gives up so easily, yet now he is gone. His attention turns to Tae-hyun Kim, who reminds him that they are in a meeting and that he should stop dreaming. The Urget Lamb Guild is holding a meeting right now. Sangwon, John, the guild master, tells everyone to complete their tasks quickly since only a few days remain before the mission ends. Yun-sik Kong smiles and tells him to handle it himself, saying he can finish everything with a single skill. However, Sangwon Jian reminds Yun-sik not to underestimate his enemy. He agrees that their guild is very strong, but the enemy also has powerful players like Sainus Yuhasin on their side. Yun-sik tells the guild master not to call that girl Saintus because she left behind 100,000 civilians. Yun-sik knows a player, a guy in black who uses various weapons. He is talking about our protagonist. When Sangwon realizes Yun-sik is talking about Sahan, he admits that Sahan has great skills and is one of their strongest opposing members. Yun-sik's eyes darken and an evil smile appears on his face as he looks at Lin, who wants to kill Sahan. A guy enters the room with great urgency. He informs everyone that many players have been spotted outside the containment area. This prevents Sangwon from scolding Yun-sik for his useless comments. Yun-sik is ready to face them after waiting a long time. However, Tae-hyun Kim offers to go in his place since Yun-sik might harm his own team. Tae-hyun assures them he will quickly stop these players. Then he leaves. In just 2 days, Mina creates an elixir. And all the other things our protagonist requested. Her speed truly surprises and impresses Sahan. He realizes she will be much more powerful in the future. At the same time, he feels bad for not having asked her for help since she is so helpful. However, today is the day Sahan's group suffered a terrible defeat. After our protagonist returned from his fight against Suho, his group barely managed to fight the enemies. Sahan had to eliminate most of them. The protagonist checks the time, then plans to leave quickly after meeting with Seo.